To order this October 16th, 2018 Board of Supervisors meeting. Would you take the roll, please, Madam Clerk?
Supervisor Cerna.
Here.
Kennedy. Frost. Here. Natoli.
Here.
Peters.
Here.
You have a quorum. This meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors is cablecast live on the Metro Cable 14 Local Government Affairs channel, on the Comcast, Consolidated Communications, and AT&T U-verse cable systems. The meeting is closed caption and is webcast at sacmetrocable.tv. Today's meeting will be repeated Friday, October 19th at 6 p.m. on Channel 14. A DVD copy is available for checkout from any local library branch. Members of the audience wishing to address the board may fill out a speaker slip and hand it to staff. When the chair calls your name, please come to the podium. Also, please silence your electronic devices at this time.
Thank you. Would you rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance, please? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Call your first item.
Okay, for your consent matters, items 1 through 57. For item number 8, I need a motion to continue to October 30th. Authorize the support of the creation of the Sacramento Tourism Infrastructure District and recognize the City of Sacramento as lead agency of the Sacramento Tourism Infrastructure District.
So moved.
Move.
Second.
Please vote.
Unanimous vote. For item 19, you are introducing an ordinance amending Title II, Chapter 2.78, Section 2.78767 of the Sacramento County Code relating to parental leave. You're waiving full reading and continuing to October 30th. For item 23, I need a motion to continue this to October 30th. Approve the Environmental Management Department Program Records Repository Retention and Destruction Policy.
Chair will move. Second. Please vote.
Unanimous vote. For item 41, you are adopting an urgency ordinance, temporary moratorium on the cultivation of industrial hemp. Adopt an interim urgency ordinance of the Sacramento County Code relating to declaring a temporary moratorium on the cultivation of industrial hemp by established agricultural research institutions within the unincorporated area of the County of Sacramento, effective upon adoption, and continue to November 6, 2018 to consider a further extension.
Chair will move.
I would second that, Madam Chair, if I could, though. Yeah, but just before we vote, I know that County Council certainly provided the background, and we've had communication from one of those that at least categorically has said they're in that educational framework, and I don't know whether, I don't think we're required to give notice to them, but they were the ones, I think, Robin, that we had, they inquired. They were looking down in the southern part of the county, and certainly we're well aware of the rules, because I know you've communicated certainly with my office. I trust with other supervisors as well. Anything else you could add to this that we might expect, say, coming back on November the 6th and or in the 45-day period?
No, just that we continue to wait for the state is the leader in the promulgation of the rules and regulations on this, and so I haven't seen any further progress from them.
Okay, but if we anticipate the state before the end of the calendar year would have rules, is that the at least contemplated time
They
frame?
had projected that, but everything else they've done related has been extended by some months, so I would expect some months into 2019.
Okay, all right, thank you, Madam Chair. Okay.
Please vote.
Unanimous vote. And then finally, for item 46, I need a motion to continue to October 30th. Approve resolution of consent for the Elk Grove, Rancho Cordova, El Dorado Connector Authority to acquire property rights within the unincorporated area of Sacramento County for the Connector project.
A question, if I could, is October 30th soon enough? I know I've had some subsequent conversation to my briefing that maybe Transportation Department division needed additional time. Would we be wise to put that over for a little additional time?
We could do that.
Okay.
Flow November 6th.
Yes.
Okay, all right, so November 6th, that'll be my motion.
Okay.
Thanks.
Please vote.
Unanimous vote. And that concludes my
One
clerking
additional
notes.
item, number 6. If you pull it till after consent is over, we have people here to speak on that.
Okay.
And then, do you have any additional items you wish to discuss? Mr. Natoli?
No, Madam Chair, covered them, thanks.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Cerna?
Thank you. Item 38, please.
Item 38 is the Jaboom Street Bridge Rehabilitation Project, final contract acceptance.
So this will be the last time we see on our consent agenda reference to this project, and I know it was a long time coming to finally make these improvements to this this part of our transportation infrastructure located in the district I represent. And I just wanted to issue my sincerest thanks to especially our DOT staff who not only worked to complete the job with our contractors in a timely fashion and well within budget, but we also had a bit of a tricky situation at times dealing with the closure of the bridge and how especially cyclists were going to traverse that portion of the parkway, given the fact that that's such an important connection to downtown Sacramento. I think it was all handled very well, and I just wanted to express my thanks.
Okay. Also, if there are people here to speak on item 6, you need to fill out a speaker form, which is on the back table. I don't have anyone actually signed up to speak. I've just been told you're here. So, and you'll be speaking next. So, consent?
Yes,
Do we have a motion? No, oh, I'm sorry.
do you
Mr.
want?
Kennedy, did you have anything? Nope. Okay, then I would like the record to note that item 2, I'm going to recuse myself on for potential business conflict. So, do you have a motion for consent?
Consent?
Is there a second? Please vote.
Unanimous vote, and let the record reflect that for item number 2, Chair Susan Peters has recused, and that would be also for the balance of 1 through 57, with the exception of 8, 23, 41, and 46.
Okay. Now, I have Yvette Page and Odette Crawford who wish to speak on item 7, but it has passed. Maybe we'll, and you say you support it, is that correct?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, would you like to come forward?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Hello, I'm Yvette Page, and I live in Sacramento County, and I apologize, I did not realize it had been something that already passed. But Odette Crawford and I are both been election clerks for 10 years in Sacramento County, working for the registrar. And we believe that Courtney Bailey is an excellent choice for this position. Her implementation of the new process for Sacramento County, though I can't say anything is flawless for the first time, but it was almost flawless. And it allows people the opportunity to vote, and I think that's what's important, is that everybody be given an opportunity to vote, and I think this has expanded the opportunity for everyone to vote. So that was my only reason for wanting to come up here and say I absolutely 100% support this appointment, and it couldn't have gone to a finer person.
Oh, that's very nice to hear. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Odette Crawford, and I'm here to absolutely, tacitly support Courtney Bailey. You know, I tell you, the thing that I appreciate so much about her, I'm now an inspector, and the thing that I appreciate so much about her is that she is in a situation that she actually, you know, she has debriefing sessions, and she actually listens to her staff, the people, those of us that have the eyes and ears out in the community. She listens. And she always tries to figure out another way to make things better. Now, Yvette and I both are retired. In fact, there's another person here that are retired correctional administrators from the Department of Corrections. And with such a huge entity, and this situation here, being a registrar, nobody that I can think of in this life in 2018 is more qualified and dependable than Courtney.
Well, thank you so much for coming in to say
Sounds like
that.
7 solid votes for confirmation, so 5-2.
So I'd like to introduce Courtney Bailey Canelos as our congratulations, Courtney, to
Thank
be
you.
our new registrar of voters.
Thank you so much. I swear I didn't pay them, but I'm very glad that they're
You have a lot to live
here
up
today.
to now.
Yeah, I know. No, yeah, no pressure, no pressure. First of all, I would like to thank the Board of Supervisors for appointing me to this position as Registrar of Voters, and to Nav Gill for having the trust and confidence in recommending me to this prestigious position. This position is a tremendous responsibility and one I don't take lightly, especially at a time when elections are going through many changes and election departments throughout the country are being scrutinized. Voter confidence is being diminished with both real and perceived threats to our election security and process. Now is the time to show our voters that we conduct fair and accurate elections. Now is the time to educate the voters on what we do to protect the integrity of the voting process and ensure that all eligible voters have the opportunity to register and vote. We want to ensure transparency and provide excellent customer service to earn the public's trust. The public's trust is the key to ensuring a successful and impartial election. I am lucky to work with dedicated staff who work countless hours to ensure that legal requirements are met and that all eligible citizens have the opportunity to register and vote. But this is not something we can do alone. It is the help of thousands of additional people. People that work the vote centers, pick up and count ballots, assist candidates, maintain the voter file. It is the volunteers and community partners dedicated to education and outreach. It is other county departments like purchasing and the Department of Technology, led by Rami Zachariah and Kurt Sherman, for without their help, we could not successfully conduct elections. It is Cheryl Bennett, Corey Stilson, Jean Lozano, Chris Jensen, and those of the Disability Advisory Committee that have spent years teaching me and other county personnel regarding disability access and barriers. It is the special districts, the cities, the libraries, and the local businesses that open up their facilities to ensure that all voters can cast their ballot without fear or intimidation. I would also like to thank the board for making the investment to updating our voting process under the Voters' Choice Act. I know that was a big decision, and while other counties in the state still have a huge decision to make regarding purchasing new equipment and updating their model, you have already helped guide us through that first big hurdle. And now I look forward to working with the board to see what we can do to improve moving forward. In addition, I would like to thank David Villanueva and our current interim registrar, Donna Allred, both who came in and helped provide guidance and leadership. Donna continues to be my biggest cheerleader. I would also like to thank my family who's here today, my mom and my dad, who taught me the importance of integrity in public service, and also my husband, Brian, who continues to support me and make sure that I live off more than just Snicker bars during an election. I would like to thank the Voting Accessibility Advisory Committee and other election officials that have offered me support. And finally, and most importantly, I have to thank the amazing staff at the Elections Department, both past and present, that I had the privilege to work with every day, who continue to encourage me, to support me, inspire me, and teach me. I'm truly honored and humbled to be recommended to this position, and I look forward to the opportunity to lead the department. Thank you.
Thank you, Courtney, and good luck this next month. You're starting right off with a bang, aren't you?
I know, I've got to get back to work.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Thank you and good luck.
Thank you.
Well, Madam Clerk, would you call item 6, please?
Yes. Item 6, approve County of Sacramento and City of Sacramento tax exchange agreement regarding Panhandle area annexation in North Sacramento, replacing the agreement from May 18th, 2010.
Okay, our first speaker is Shirley Amore. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having us speak on this very important issue to the Rio Linda, Alberta community. My name's Charlie Moore. I live at 8840 El Verano Avenue in Alberta. I'm a director on the Rio Linda, Alberta Recreation and Park District Board. The thing that is most concerning to our district is the fact that we were elected, just like every one of you, just like every single council member. We took the same oath to uphold the Constitution of the United States and the state of California. We took the same oath to do our best to provide good guidance and public service to our constituents. To have our jurisdiction arbitrarily removed from us by a process that has been actually engineered for that purpose is really discouraging to me as an elected official. To be deprived of the ability to do what I need to do for my constituents is very, very discouraging. I was under the impression that electeds are all equal. I now see that that isn't exactly true, that some electeds are more equal than others, and they have the ability to do things to the lesser electeds that may not set well with those electeds. The jurisdiction that we are arguing about is not a jurisdiction that would in any way deprive the city of Sacramento or the county of Sacramento of anything. This whole thing could go forward right now if the board and the city would agree to allow the Rio Linda, Alberta Recreation and Park District to continue to provide parks and recreation services in the Pan and the Handle for the foreseeable future. There's nothing stopping the city and the county from annexing. It's the jurisdiction removal that we are really, really arguing about. I understand that the city is a full-service city, and that's their reason for detaching us as a provider in the Handle. The city is a full-service city, but nonetheless, they already have parks and recreation services being provided within the city by Fulton El Camino.
Could you wind up your comments, please?
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. I don't see the, oh, there it is. Sorry, I didn't know I'd gone over.
On the big board.
Okay. I wasn't paying attention, sorry.
Okay.
But the main thing is that our community, our Parks and Recreation Board is more than equal to providing parks and recreation services. And I would like to point out the city of Sacramento does not provide park and recreation services. All they provide is contracting. And that isn't the same thing at all. I don't know where their tax dollars are going, but I know where ours are going. Thank you.
Thank you. Cheryl Hodge.
Good morning, Honorable Chair Peters and board members. My name is Cheryl Hodge, the city's new growth manager and principal planner for the Panhandle annexation. As you may know, the Panhandle annexation has been contemplated for over 20 years. The property has been part of the North Natomas Community Plan for over 30 years and in the city's sphere of influence for over 20 years. The Panhandle property is also covered under the city's 1997 and 2003 Natomas Basin Habitat Conservation Plan. The city has filed an application with the Local Agency Formation Commission, LAFCO, to annex the Handle area of the Panhandle. The Handle consists of approximately 589 acres, and the city's annexation application does not include the Pan portion. The tax exchange agreement that is on today's agenda is for the Handle only. As a full-service city, our LAFCO annexation application proposes detachment from the Rio Linda, Alberta Recreation and Park District in order for the city to provide park and recreation services to the project area. Regarding the tax exchange agreement, the county and city staff have been engaged in addressing concerns of the Park District, and these efforts have been well described in your staff report for the agenda item. As such, I do not have anything further to add other than we concur with the staff report and the recommendations. I'd also like to thank county staff for their hard work over the past year on the tax exchange agreement. And on behalf of the City of Sacramento, thank you for your consideration of the agreement and ask that you approve the agreement with the recommendations provided in your staff report by county staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hodge. Charles Gordon.
I'm Charles Gordon of Rio Linda, 100 Elkhorn Boulevard. I've been a resident for approximately 35 years of Rio Linda. I have watched and seen things happen in Rio Linda and watched the Park District managing our parks very successfully.
Okay.
The Pan and Panhandle represent approximately 40% of the income that the Park District operates on. Now, during hard times, the Rio Linda Alberta Recreation and Park District has not laid off any employees. We have not had to cut our services significantly. I think that says a lot about Rio Linda Alberta Recreation and Park District. But at risk, 40% of our income would pretty much devastate our park district. We can't afford to lose it. I think what small part Sacramento City would gain, or the county would gain, from taking that income from us is significant or insignificant for the city, but it is a major part of Rio Linda. We, right now, there is a significant, or there is a, how I put it, a significant chance of growth in the Panhandle. I think we should be able to represent that, those beings, and keep going the way we have.
Thank you, Mr. Gordon.
Thank you.
Mike Heller.
Good morning, and thank you. My name is Mike Heller. I'm the District Administrator for the Rio Linda Alberta Recreation and Park District. I do want to recognize and thank both the county and the City of Sacramento for the work that's been going on this tax agreement. Our concern is the actual agreement itself. Right now, we're being offered $2,500 a year for 5 years, which is currently the value of the land as it's undeveloped. Within the next 5 years, we understand that the City of Sacramento is planning on developing it. Quite frankly, our Recreation and Park District doesn't really care which government entity develops the land. We all are in agreement that this land should be developed. We're more concerned that right now we're the service provider, we'd like to remain that, and we understand that the service provider is off the table as far as the City of Sacramento is concerned because they claim that they're a full-service city. We can't get a satisfactory answer to why exactly the service provider is off the table, except that they're a full-service city. $12,500 over 5 years total. It's almost like a slap in the face, and we've asked to renegotiate this a number of times. We've had the meetings a number of times, and all we get from the City of Sacramento is the service provider is non-negotiable and it is off the table. $2,500 a year for 5 years and then being shut out, also unacceptable. From our standpoint, we've asked for more, we've requested to meet on this, and we're being shut down that we are a full-service city according to the City of Sacramento, and that is as far as they're willing to discuss it with us. So thank you. We do appreciate the efforts that have gone into this. We'd like to further discuss the agreement on that portion.
Thank you. Mr. Thank you. Did you wish to speak?
Yeah,
to this
I just
speaker?
wanted to ask Mike.
Supervisor Natoli has a question
Great.
for you.
Mike, good morning. I'm just curious, the letter that was dated October 3rd, which reflected a more recent action by the district, certainly with the expressions that heard here relative to the preference to maintain the property within the district, but as an alternative, the board, as I understood, voted to indicate very strongly that, to your point a moment ago, that if in the event that this agreement would go forward, or some form of agreement that would detach it from the Rio Linda Alberta Park District, that you, relative to the revenues, are requesting 5% of all future property tax revenues through development period of up to 50 years with some caveats. Was there any response from the city or in any of the conversations subsequent either to the October 3rd letter, or any responses that you would want to apprise this board of relative to that?
We have not yet received a response from the city. I wasn't expecting one prior to today's meeting. I think the city is going to wait to see how today's meeting shakes out, and then the next step would be LAFCO for everybody. So I think that's what, right now, I think the city and the Park District are both in a holding pattern.
Okay. Just one other question, and Mike, and it may come up with other comments and or a board discussion, but as I've seen in some of the correspondence, and we've had probably about 50 letters, kind of a form letter, but nonetheless from Rio Linda and Alberta area residents in support of the district's position on this. But as relates to the handle and the detachment, I know I've seen in some of the correspondence concern that by virtue of the request and what may occur relative to that request at LAFCO, then this discussion about the PAN, which is the larger proportionate share of this, would become an island. Is there anything you want to offer as it relates to that? Because I guess, you know, as I've read this, the concern is that the linkage between your district boundaries to the north, that kind of comes down through the finger, through the handle, to the PAN, would be severed by the requested action. So I'm just curious, has there been any progress on that point, or?
No, the city is still stating that they are not interested in the PAN at this time. We know that the landowners and the business owners in the PAN are not interested in being annexed into the city and having detachment there. So at this point, nothing has gone on with the PAN. Our concern is we don't know what's going to happen 10, 15, 20 years from now, but currently the city has stated they're not interested. They would have to put in millions of dollars worth of new infrastructure in there. It's just not something that's fiscally responsible at this point. Okay. For anybody. So our concern is moving forward on that, and that's why we don't want to see the detachment of the PAN from the handle from the PAN. We don't want to see another island created as well.
Okay. All right. Thanks. Thanks, Metro.
Did you want the city to respond? And
sure, if they'd like to. Yeah,
Thank you.
fine. Yeah,
Thank you.
Like to. Thanks.
Hi, thank you. Cheryl Hodge again with the City of Sacramento.
Thank
We are in receipt of the letter dated October 3rd, and just a few clarifications. As I mentioned in my comments earlier, this tax exchange agreement addresses the handle, the 589 acres. This property has a very long history. Most of you may be aware of it. Initially, the city looked at annexing the entire panhandle. Then at one point, I believe back in 2010, a tax exchange agreement was approved by the city and the Board of Supervisors that addressed annexing the handle and just a small portion of the pan. But it is not our intent to annex the pan. The pan actually is what provides 40%, I believe, of the revenue to Rio Linda Alberta Rec and Park District. And the pan is predominantly developed with industrial manufacturing uses. There aren't any park facilities in the pan that is serviced but it is in the territory and service area of the Park District. There are a lot of implications of allowing or not detaching from the Park District. And it's not just that the city is a full-service city, and we do often state that, but it also has to do with the overall funding and funding mechanisms and development of the handle. There are development agreements, funding, facility districts being formed. That money for those parks will be spent in that area, not throughout the Park District that we're asking to be detaching from, which has park facilities outside the city boundary. So it's a little bit more complicated than just that we're a full-service city. But it is our request to detach from the Park District, and that decision of the detachment and boundary change would be put before LAFCO, which is separate from the tax exchange agreement.
Okay. Could I just follow on then, Madam Chair?
Sure.
One question, Cheryl, then. Certainly recognizing the history as you described it in the 2010 agreement, and the dollar amount was significantly different. And,
yes.
and I get it. I've seen this back and forth. Well, it included the entire pan. No, it did not. It had that notch. It was for $18,000 a year times 5, which is significantly more. Now, that's not all the issue here. I get it. But when I saw this when it's first on our agenda back in the summer, I thought, wow, what a significant change going from $70,000 to $12,500 over 5 years. I mean, it's a pittance. And so what was the calculation? I can understand if it was the entire pan where there's 40% of revenue for the district,
right.
But the carve out, which I think is either sparsely developed or undeveloped portion of that pan, that notch in that upper northeast corner of it, how did you get to such a significantly change in that number?
Yeah, I'm a planner, not a financial person, but basically that area of the pan has different zoning than at the time, the handle area. So it's based on assessed value and what is coming into the county and how that is dispersed in a percentage. So the 18,000 back in 2010 included the entire 589 acres, the handle, and then I believe it included the city's corporate yard and then some other property within the pan that was assessed. And that's how the figure of 18,000 came about. The assessed value and the percentage and dollar amount that would go to the Park District is the $2,500. That's what they receive now, and the tax exchange agreement reflects the $2,500 continuing per year for 5 years following, assuming LAFCO acts on the annexation and approves it.
Okay, thanks.
Supervisor Frost?
I was going to ask the same question as Supervisor Natoli, and I don't know if there are other speakers, so I'll wait and hear other speakers before I make comments, I guess.
Okay.
Any other?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I don't have anyone from the board. That's all the speakers from the public, and no one from the board is punched out.
Okay. So my district has been loud and clear on this issue. I've received approximately 714 opposition letters, 52 opposition phone calls. In all my community meetings, unanimously, I've received feedback from the community that they oppose losing services. I don't think the issue so much with Rio Linda Alberta Park District and the community is so much about the annexation as much as it is the service, being the service provider. I've also conducted community surveys, and unanimously the community has come back with, we want to maintain the services. And I want to point out that in some of these areas where we have, in the unincorporated county where we have a district and maybe park district or water district or even the CPACs. These are those are the leadership of the community, and they take it very personally. They take pride in what they do, and so it's an important opportunity for them. I have multiple problems with the tax exchange agreement, the first of which is the island. I question whether or not it makes sense to create a non-contiguous property line and to create an island within a city, unincorporated island within a city. Secondly, and more importantly, I believe the future of the residents of the community would be best served if Rio Linda, Alberta Recreation and Parks was their park district, was providing those services. And I want to say a couple of words about Rio Linda Rec and Park. They have done a stellar job in their work in their community, and I've been here for now about 1.5 years, and I've seen their leadership in action. When there were homeless people moving into a little neighborhood park, they proactively went out and engaged the residents and partnered with the sheriff department and proactively created partnerships to chase the homeless problem out and obtain grants, and then turned around and revitalized their parks with new state-of-the-art equipment. And I've seen them do other things. They offer a full service. They've done a great job. They've had these same district lines over time, decades. And so to lose a portion of their district when they've done a good job doesn't seem fair. Thirdly, one of the letters that I received was talking about how the city of Sacramento had been creating a bike walking park plan for 4 years. And I know there's a lot of history before me on this, but I also know that while the city was creating plans for that district was not in that conversation. The conversation just started, recently. And so there hasn't been this collaborative arrangement where there was even an effort to have that conversation around what can Rio Linda Parks do, and can we work together to ensure that their district is viable and that it sustains itself over time. I know there's, I guess there's this plan moving forward that, we're going to slowly lose the panhandle. I'm not even sure why someone would set up a district like that in the first place, but the fact of the matter is that 42% of their revenues comes from the pan, and so if, in their perception, if you lose the handle, that's just one step toward losing the pan, which is that this is their way of protecting their district. So I also know that for them, these are my people. I represent them. And for them, this is a missed opportunity. They have looked forward to this opportunity over time. They have made plans around it also. They are excited about working with the city of Sacramento and providing excellent service. The $2,500 has been expressed as a slap in the face in comparison to the potential for $60,000 a month and an opportunity to serve the schools and the parks in that district. And for them, that's a huge, wonderful opportunity that they want to show you how good they can do. They really want to provide excellent service. I've been told that this district is being removed because Sacramento City is a full-service city and that they provide all the services for their residents. But in fact, the Sacramento County Sheriff's Department provides services in certain parts of the city. Metro Fire also does. Fulton El Camino Parks and Recreation is also another partnership that was forged over time where they provide the services in Sacramento City proper. So it's not like there's no precedent for Sacramento City not having another district providing services within the city boundaries. So with that all being said, I just want to say that I think the best thing to do, I don't think that this conversation really had a chance, and I think the best thing to do moving forward, and I'm prepared to make a motion if someone will second it, would be to send this back to the negotiation table work on a plan that would allow Rio Linda, Alberta Recreation and Park District to remain as the service provider for the handle and the pan until such time that they have growth in other areas of their district that can sustain them, and it would make sense to allow that portion of the pan and the handle to go. So that would be my, those would be my comments. I don't know if there's anyone that will second my motion or be willing to even have that conversation.
I have a question for you. Alberta is being developed, and are they in the Rio Linda Park District? Is
Yes.
that project? Is that what you're referring to in your comment about waiting until Alberta comes on board and starts paying fees?
Yeah, I think, you know, the Rio Linda, Alberta Recreation and Park District has been very realistic in understanding, you know, that over time it's probably going to happen that the pan and the handle are going to be annexed and they're going to lose those services, but they're trying to maintain the viability and sustain their organization, and it's going to take time for the Alberta specific plan to come. You know,
then.
That's a long time out, but maybe not. But what they're saying, what I got from them, and you guys can disagree if I'm getting this wrong, they're not adverse to change. They're just saying, give us a chance. We're doing a really good job, and we want to do a good job for Sacramento City. I think that's what they're saying to me.
Okay, Mr. Natoli?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And I know there may be other board members to hear from on this, and I certainly understand the desire of the property owners to move forward with their request to LAFCO. I would, again, without necessarily preconditioning it, I think that was part of your suggested motion, but I'm certainly willing to consider some additional time spent on this. I know our county staff has devoted a good deal of time, and I certainly appreciate Nav and his staff for doing that. And maybe we're at a point of disagreement that can't be resolved because what someone wants is not what the other party will agree to, and we see that in a number of items coming before this board. But I do think that the county, certainly on behalf of the district, is responsible in regard to special districts to negotiating, obviously, the tax exchange agreements, and I think plays a role in all of this, recognizing obviously the jurisdictional responsibility and certainly respecting the city's view as it relates to providing services in areas that are within the city framework. But I do think that this has taken a while to get to us. It's been delayed on our agenda. I've seen a good deal of correspondence back and forth, and maybe we're at the juncture where it's just one way or the other. But it may also be that with some additional time spent, I think certainly the last communication that came from the district is related to the financial impacts, and I've heard certainly the supervisor speak to that, Supervisor Frost. That's not wholly the issue related to service delivery, but that's a big piece of it because it relates to services district-wide, and obviously what may happen in the future, whether it's in the Alberta in the unincorporated area or portions of Rio Linda in the unincorporated area, and or as relates to this particular matter before us, and what happens with the pan over time, which none of us can predict at this point. But so I for one am willing to consider some additional time on this, recognizing they're trying to go to LAFCO in November, and reading the policy paper from LAFCO going back 15 years ago now, and some of the guidance that at least they offer as it relates to discussions on behalf of cities and county, and certainly special districts and the engagement therein. Maybe everyone feels they've exhausted all the avenues here, but I'm not totally convinced of that, particularly in light of some of the correspondence, I think, in recent weeks, at least on behalf of the district. So that's kind of where I would be for this morning's purposes. And again, not to unduly delay, but I think if again, we're at a point where there's no further room, then we certainly can consider other actions this morning, but I think some more time on this would be useful potentially. Thanks.
Mr. Cerna?
I just want to get some clarity on Mr. Natoli's comments about more time. Are you supportive, Don, of more time for the district and the city to meet and discuss this within the window between now and the November LAFCO date? Or are you intending to provide more time in addition to the November date.
Yeah, well, I guess it's November 3rd, or I forget what the date, no, November 7th, that's, you know, that's only 3 weeks off. LAFCO meets pretty frequently, I think monthly, generally. I certainly, you know, maybe there's other things that drive on the landowner requests. Again, we know obviously we've had some correspondence from them, but it seems to me for the time it's taken to get to this point that a few more weeks, and whether it's, you know, I think 3 weeks may be a bit short, to try to find some willingness, particularly as relates, I think, to this last piece of correspondence, and it's not to hold people hostage for dollars that may not be calculable as it relates to the money generated there. But I know that with, you know, certainly with fire districts and others over time, in light of, you know, detachments and what they mean to the future of service delivery in those areas, there's been, you know, a framework that allows folks to get to that point. So 3 weeks may be a bit short, but I certainly could see, and again, I wasn't the maker of the motion, but at least give us to, you know, to the December meeting for LAFCO, assuming there is one. So.
Madam Chair, can I ask the representative from the city to speak to time sensitivity of this?
Hi, thank you. This is Cheryl Hodge again with City of Sacramento. Yeah, this matter is time sensitive, and as I mentioned earlier, there's been a long history. There's been a long history related to the tax exchange agreement. We've actually been having correspondence, communications, meetings for a year on the same topic as the service provider. And I do understand and respect the concern of the Park District raising the issue of revenue replacement, and I think a concern that ultimately the city would annex the PAN, which is not on the table. It's not part of this tax exchange agreement. It's actually the PAN that provides the significant amount of revenue to the Park District. City's not proposing anything related to the PAN. So there isn't, I guess from the city's perspective, in terms of this particular tax exchange agreement and the handle, really what's being discussed is the $2,500 that they're receiving now. There aren't any facilities obviously in the handle area. It's primarily vacant land. So they're not financially, for the services that they provide to the Rio Linda Alberta area, they would not be losing a significant amount of income because they're retaining the revenue from the PAN. And I'm not sure that adding another month or postponing it so that we go to LAFCO in December would change anything. I think the issue of detaching from the Park District and the boundary itself is under the purview of LAFCO and should be addressed at LAFCO.
I have a follow-up question. So is it fair to characterize the fact that the forces at work that have been at play to preserve the PAN in an unincorporated condition have the effect of actually preserving a good deal of revenue for the district?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
My question would be, in the meetings you had, was there any discussion of the idea that Alberta is going to develop in the future? And of course, as you've said, the handle is somewhere in the future, about kind of balancing it out with revenue till this other source, Alberta, equals to or comes to a number close to what they're getting, the district is getting from the
Interestingly
handle.
enough, the discussions have been primarily focused on the revenue replacement if the city were in the future to annex the PAN, and the concern that the city would pursue that. And the interest on the...
Yeah, I'm not talking about the PAN, I'm talking about something completely different.
No, that's been what's been conveyed to us throughout meetings, that they're concerned about losing the revenue from the PAN until that replacement revenue is provided by future development of Alberta, not the revenue that they would be losing that they're receiving now from the handle. They just don't want to lose the 42% they're receiving now if the city were to annex the PAN, which the city is not proposing.
Just to make sure I understand you think that the Park District has confused the piece of the property?
No, I don't think they've confused it. It's just that the issue of the replacement revenue in the future for the Park District hasn't been tied to us annexing the handle. It's been tied to the PAN. They're concerned that if we annex the PAN, we would right now be taking 42% revenue away, and they would not want that unless that replacement revenue from Alberta was already in place. So it really isn't tied to the handle at all.
Ms. Frost?
I don't think their big concern is the annexation of the handle. I think their biggest concern is that they want the opportunity to retain the services.
Yeah. I guess I'd just point out that the property is in the North Natomas Community Plan. All the park services are provided by the city for that community. There would be parks outside the city's boundary. I know there's been also...
Actually, it's in the Rio Linda, Alberta Park District.
No, I understand that, but it's not in the Rio Linda Community Plan, the Panhandle property. It's actually, the Panhandle property itself is located within the North Natomas Community Plan.
But the services
Right,
belong to the
service
district.
territory, yes. Just also wanted, just for some clarification, the city does not contract with Fulton El Camino Park District. I did confirm that with our park staff. There is a park, Babcock Park, and I think there was some confusion that that park is a city-owned park that we contract services for, but that park is actually owned by Twin Rivers Unified School District, and it's adjacent to an elementary school. So maybe years ago there was some kind of joint use agreement that involved the city, but there is from what I've confirmed, there aren't any services contracted that the city provides to that park.
Okay, I just, from trying to run the meeting, I just want to say, it seems like there's a lot of more discussion that needs to go on here, and understanding by board members, and I'd be in favor of putting this off a couple months till we can get a better understanding of it. Supervisor Cerna?
Yeah, so if as has been stated by Supervisor Frost and in an agreement by the city, that the principal concern here is the prospective loss of the pan, and being the supervisor representing the Natomas area, including that unincorporated area today, which is both the pan and the handle, I've been working very diligently with property owners in the pan for several years now. They came to me early on in this process to express their concern about the infrastructure costs if they were to be annexed into the city, principally due to the city's different street standards, but also different tax structures when it comes to utilities. So that's something that I'm fairly convinced is not going to change in the foreseeable future, but if it's the will of the board to spend a little more time to give the city and the district more time to confer on the tax exchange elements, I would suggest that we at the county take those few weeks, whatever it's going to be, and explore the prospect of some agreement that when the handle, or if the handle is ultimately annexed and the city is ultimately going to be the service provider for parks, that there be some fortification of the agreement relative to the pan, that the park district, the Rio Linda, Alberta Park District, will continue to be the service provider for that area, which to me would address their principal concern.
Just real quick, thank you for that comment. I think what is good is that we're not pursuing the pan right now. It retains that 42% for them. I guess my concern is to continue this item. I think we've almost got to the point at this point of agreeing that we're not going to agree. I don't see any change in the issue of the service provider. And I guess that would be my concern. There's been a significant amount of time over the years spent on this, and
I don't disagree with that.
Yeah.
However, I'm trying to get to the root of the concern, and what I'm hearing from different parties is a common theme, which is there's concern over the pan. Well, the pan's not the subject of this discussion.
Right.
Pan wouldn't be the subject of the discussion when we come back from giving it more time to stew on the tax exchange elements. But if we're given more time to do that, as fruitless as it may be at the end, perhaps that gives our council and our executive team more time to think about how we would memorialize the fact that the PAN will continue to be serviced by the Rio Linda Alberta Park District, not the city. Do you see what I'm saying?
I do.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, did you have a motion, Sue? I'm sorry, did you actually make a motion, or did you wish to?
Made a motion and was hoping
Would you
someone would
restate
second it. My motion is that we continue this item to allow more time for the City of Sacramento and the Rio Linda Recreation and Park District to have that conversation around Rio Linda Park District providing services and how can retaining
second the
service.
motion.
I would like to offer a friendly amendment that
Sure.
that we expressly also identify the time to do exactly what I just mentioned, which is explore how to fortify the agreement that would ultimately be presented to LAFCO that references the Rio Linda Alberta Park District as providing the park services for the PAN.
I have a question. Is the PAN also sphere of influence for City of Sacramento? Okay. Yes, I accept
Okay.
your
I'll accept that
friendly
as the
amendment.
seconder.
Yeah.
And any other comments?
Are we going to leave it open-ended in terms of time?
I was going to ask that question. Do you want a time limit or?
How about mid-January? Is that enough time? Sometimes
gives-
November and December slows things down.
Well,
Do you have some comment?
no, that's fine.
So we have January 15th or January 29th.
I think 15th.
Okay.
If I could just offer, I mean, let's go January 29th, 15th, we're coming off the break.
Okay.
If there's issues
Okay.
we need to brief you, I want to have the opportunity.
Do we have to give it a time?
No, not really.
We don't
I
have
just
to give
needed
it a
time
time.
for my own edification. I think I know that you want something back by January, and we'll work
Okay, so the
towards that
motion is to
goal.
continue it to January 29th at a time to be determined.
Yes.
Okay, please vote.
Unanimous vote.
So that finishes consent.
Okay. Now for your hearing matters. Item 58, approve amended and restated purchase and sale agreement with Mather South LLC, a California limited liability company for property located at Mather.
Thank you. I'm going to step out due to potential conflict of interest. Supervisor Kennedy is in charge.
Thank you.
Did she say we're on a break?
No, she's stepping away. Patrick's going to run me.
Good morning, members of the board.
Clark?
I'm Clark Witten, Program Manager, and I'm here today to present staff's recommendations to amend and restate the purchase and sale agreement with Mather South LLC. And I have a PowerPoint that I will start with going over the background. In 2006, after almost 2 years of a stakeholder process, the Board of Supervisors conceptually approved the South Mather Draft Master Plan, Wetlands and Land Uses that recommended changes to the Mather land use plans, which included new boundaries for the preserve, new routes for then Eagles Nest, now Zinfandel, and Douglas Road extensions, and endorsed initiation of general plan, specific plan, and Mather SBA amendments for future development east of Zinfandel. Additionally, in 2006, after the county completed a competitive selection process for a developer partner at South Mather, the Board of Supervisors approved Mather South LLC to be our developer. In late 2009, the Board of Supervisors approved an agreement to negotiate exclusively with Mather South LLC and instructed staff to negotiate a purchase and sale agreement and return to the board for approval. In 2011, staff returned with a fully negotiated purchase and sale agreement and option agreement with Mather South LLC. It contained the following terms. 1, the county retains the properties, fee title to the properties until the entitlement process is completed. 2, development costs, engineering, planning, etc., are capped at $5,038,000. 3, Mather South conducts a formal university recruitment effort. 4, Mather Lake and Mather Rotary Park are included as option properties. 5, economic development staff time is reimbursed through an economic development funding agreement. And 6, future compensation to the county is based upon future appraisals less a pro rata portion of development costs. This graphic reflects the overall agreement of the 2011 purchase and sale agreement, which contemplated a 175-acre university, a 130-acre regional sports facility. It realigned Zinfandel, and it included Mather Lake and Rotary Park as option properties. And lastly, there was to be a 1,250-acre preserve. After extensive public testimony at the September 16, 2015 board hearing to amend the general plan and the specific plan, the board instructed staff to reconvene discussions with the stakeholders to resolve outstanding concerns and return with revised general and specific plan amendments. Staff then engaged in a comprehensive process with the stakeholders and returned with a revised general plan and specific plan that was approved at the September 2016 hearing. The key provisions of the revised plans realign Zinfandel Boulevard to add approximately 70 additional acres to the Mather Preserve, and it removed the university and the regional sports park. Due to the approved revised general plan and specific plan and direction from the board, staff has recently completed negotiations that have revised the 2011 purchase and sale agreement into the amended and restated purchase and sale agreement before you today. The key revisions are: 1, formal removal of the university and regional sports park. 2, legal descriptions for the properties are being revised due to the additional realignment of Zinfandel. 3, the agreement incorporates the 7 previous amendments. 4, removes Mather Lake and Rotary Park as option properties. 5, increases the development cost budget from $5,038,000 to $6,038,000. And 6, eliminates the economic development staff funding agreement. Finally, this graphic illustrates the overall proposed site plan of the amended and restated purchase and sale agreement that further realigns Zinfandel Drive further to the east, which adds 70 acres to the preserve, removes the university and the sports park, removes Mather Lake and Rotary Park as option properties. That is the conclusion of my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Supervisor Natoli. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Clark, for the presentation, and thanks to our staff for their work in bringing this forward. I think it reflects, as Clark has very aptly outlined, a number of actions or direction this board has given over the course of the last 6 or 7 years. I wanted to make a couple comments and ask at least one question. And the question would be that I know I've talked with the county executive about a workshop on Mather in its totality, and I know we have limited dates between now and the end of the calendar year, but I still believe that would be useful. It doesn't pertain directly to, although indirectly it does to, Mather South item before us, but I think with the changes that have been alluded to in the purchase and sale agreement, significant milestones in some cases as it relates to rerouting the road to accommodate the additional wetland preserve, obviously financing and the consideration of the entire proposal that Lewis Homes and their partners will bring forward to this board, which is currently in environmental review, and I think will soon be issue an environmental document that folks can then review and comment on. But I still think it would be very, very helpful in light of, I think, some of the funding challenges, but also some of the prospects for what's going to happen out at Mather. And I know, Nav, you and I have talked extensively. You've been working with your internal team about that. And I guess I wanted to take this opportunity to see if we can't get that marker out there for a date when we could have that. And I think it would be helpful even in advance of, the hearings that will be the entitlement discussion relative to the Mather South proposal. But in light of a number of things on the airport portion, on the Commerce Center, with regards to county properties and some of the reuses that we've talked about. It was almost a year ago this time. We were talking about disposal and sale of some properties, or not disposal as much as it was sale, and we held back on that for, I think, for some good reasons to continue to take a look at the aspects of what might happen on properties in the Commerce Center, but also where we stand with funding for the grid that's going to be important out there to serve the circulation, and some of the improvements that obviously would bring utilities down to serve Mather South and some of the adjoining properties. And so I don't know, Nav, if you have any comments on that. We've talked, and I know you've been talking internally, but I think it's important that we get that before us. So
I do not have a date at this point, but we are working internally to get before the end of the year. And once we have that date, I will communicate that out to the board members and to the stakeholders.
All right, very good. I just wanted to make a comment because in this, the 2018 plan reflects obviously the removal of the university site and the sports park, and obviously displacement of the road to accommodate additional wetlands in the preserve itself. But I would want to note that certainly Troy Gibbons and Mick Clark may have been involved as well. I've been talking to folks that proposed the sports park, are still very interested in bringing that venue to the county, and I've been looking at the East County and been talking with prospective developers, some of them who obviously are either have entitlements and or are in planning stages. And I would just continue to encourage our county staff in all departments, not just economic development, to stay engaged with that and to keep that in consideration. I think it has a lot of positives. I know they were disappointed when they were, excised from the plan when we took that action a couple of years ago, but or about a year and a half ago now. But I do think that there's still some possibility and good potential to bring that to the county. I guess the last thing I wanted to ask about is with regards to the agreement itself. Then the transactional piece of this would not occur as it relates to the transfer until all the hearings and review of the land uses are completed?
Yes, Supervisor Natoli. Property would not change hands from the county to our partner until all entitlements are received, as well as just frankly a healthy housing environment.
Okay, so we would continue to retain the land. So, because I know we have some tenants on pieces of ground that are encompassed in within the master plan area there, and I think there's been uncertainty for lots of different reasons as to what might happen to their tenancy over I think over time it's known, but when that might occur. And I know there's certainly some interest in seeing that portion of Zimpatel Eagle's Nest improved, and just the exposure to the preserve. And again, I want to compliment Economic Development, certainly County Executive's Office and Parks Department for their work to get the post and cable in there to do, I think, a much better job of responding to calls for concerns as it relates to intruders and trespassers and vandals on the preserved property. And we continue to bear those costs, but I think it's very important that we maintain a vigilant effort there, because I think what I see is more and more folks are discovering that part of the county, and a lot of it for good use, but there's also those, we just coming out, nearly the end of a fire season and such. So, but with all that being said, I guess I would thank our folks for their work on this, and unless you have any speakers, I'm prepared to move the item as recommended.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Unanimous vote with those members present. Item 59, approval of the 2018 Transient Occupancy Tax Grant Program recommendations.
Morning, Troy.
Good morning. A minor adjustment. I do have a PowerPoint this morning. Thank you. In recent years, a portion of the transit occupancy tax revenue has been used to fund groups for civic organizations and provide district funds for board members to allocate at their discretion for local needs. In 2017, the board, recognizing a need in the community, approved $1 million for 2017-2018 for a TOT grant pilot program to financially support nonprofit organizations and community-based programs and/or services in the county. Through that competitive process, the board ultimately funded 31 groups for projects that year. I believe that was a successful process, and we received a lot of positive comments from that. This year, the board decided to continue that program for a second year with some slight modifications. First modification was they eliminated government entities and capital campaigns from eligibility qualifications, so departments weren't augmenting department budgets with these requests. The second adjustment they made was to, they adjusted the minimum and maximum amounts of requests to a minimum of $10,000 and a maximum of $100,000, down from a $500,000 maximum request the first round. And thirdly, they adjusted the split from $500,000 to $500,000 rank-based and $500,000 at the district discretions. We also use the same panel format as we did in 2017 as we advanced this project. In May of 2018, we contracted with Shelley Willis, a grant consultant, again for the second year in a row. Ms. Willis was integral to this process and helped dramatically. Excuse me. In June of 2018 of this year, we set out on an advertising program through the county newsletters, through social media, through a variety of different formats, working with nonprofits to make sure that the word was out, that these grant funds were available again. We also procured a new online program for the process, which made the grant proposal process much smoother. A program called Found It that allowed us to take in electronic applications and communicate with all of the applicants through that process. In June 4th, we opened up the application process that closed on July 10th. Through that process, we received 208 applications. You'll note that that is an increase from last year's participation level. And we have $10.4 million in total funding requests. At that point, we convened several subject panel experts to rank each application. They were divided into 4 categories: arts and culture, community development and services, economic and workforce development, and health and human services. We convened those panels as they went through the process, and I'd like to commend them all. They're listed in your staff report for the work that they put in, the volunteer work. It included members from the private sector, members from the public sector, as well as volunteers from community foundation and community arts groups as well. So we had a very diverse panel and went through a very smooth process, but it is extensive and it's a tremendous amount of work, so we appreciate their efforts. Each panel member read, analyzed, and preliminarily scored the grant applications, and then we reconvened the panels in order to get a final set of recommendations to the TOT grant review panel, which was made up of Supervisor Peters, Supervisor Kennedy, and the chiefs of staff from District 4, District 5, and District 1. Based on that process, there was a series of recommendations for your board for consideration. The TOT grant review panel unanimously agreed to recommend the following: to distribute a portion of the amount of the $500,000 to the highest ranking applications across the 4 activity categories that we just outlined. In an effort to expand out the number of programs that were reached, we decided to, the recommendation was to fund at the 50% funding level request. The third recommendation was to distribute $500,000 to applicants at each of the board members' discretion across the 4 activity categories in the 208 eligible applications. So each board member had $100,000 at their discretion as well. And that resulted in 56 organizations and projects that you have attached in your staff report as attachment 1. I do have a couple of housekeeping items as well. Supervisor Natoli also is combining some additional funding from his TOT district dollars and tobacco litigation settlement funds for 8 organizations, including Caregiver Pathways at $5,000, Family Promises of Sacramento at $7,000, Soil-Borne Farms Urban Agriculture and Education Project at $7,000, the South Sacramento Interfaith Partnership Food Closet at $5,000, a group named Always Knocking at $2,500, and L'Haim of Galt at $4,000, and Seasons of Life at $3,000, and a Veterans Golf Program at $3,000 as well. And if you recall, at the end of this process, we would normally touch on, we will outreach to all of the applicants. Yes?
Mr. Turner?
Thank you. So I just want to some clarification, mostly for those that are here that are likely going to speak to the subject. What you just mentioned relative to District 5 and the discretion that Supervisor Natoli has applied some of this additional funding from tobacco litigation settlement proceeds. Many of those amounts were under $10,000 that you just recited per recipient. Now, I assume that the ability to go below the 10,000, which is really the low marker for the TOT, is because he's got a mix of different revenue sources.
That's correct. Those were outside of this process, but the request came in, so we're handling them all for efficiency's sake.
I just want to make sure people understand that, so they don't, so they're not wondering out loud, well, why didn't we come in at 5,000 or 2,500?
Right. That's correct.
But it was from this pool of folks, though.
Yeah.
That we had here. Yeah.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
So at the end of this process, after your board takes action, we'll notify all applicants of the recommendations from today's hearing and the approvals. We'll immediately begin the contract preparation so we can get these dollars out into the community and at work. And as was last year as well, we are available for any applicant to come and view their notes, and we can transmit that information to anybody who requests so they can understand where they scored and what went into that scoring process. I'd also like to mention just a few thank yous. Again, I'd like to thank the panels. I'd like to thank Ms. Willis, Crystal Bethke from our office, Tisha Tolliver from our office, and Cherie Adams from our office, because this is a tremendous amount of work, as you're well aware, so we couldn't do it without them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Troy? Do you have a couple of speakers? Okay, thank you. Troy? First speaker is Cynthia Stinson, and then Elliot Davis, and then Peggy Delgado-Fava. We do have a 2-minute limit.
Good morning, Supervisors. I'm Cindy Stinson. I'm the board president of Nonprofit Community Against Sexual Harm, and commonly known as CASH. I'm also a co-founder. I'm a lieutenant in the Sacramento Police Department and co-founded this program 10 years ago with other POF officers in response to high recidivism of prostitution arrests. This diversion program that we're asking for bridge funding for per TOT has a 4% recidivism rate since its inception 3 years ago. It has the support of law enforcement, Chief Lee Seal, District Attorney Anne Marie Schubert, Chief of Police Daniel Hahn. And this program has been huge in assisting women to be productive citizens, to get off the street, to get out of the emergency health care system, as well as the child health and welfare system. So I'm just surprised that our request for TOT funds wasn't approved, because it impacts the entire county and has positive impacts on the community.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Elliot Davis.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Elliot with the Roberts Family Development Center. I'm also with some of my colleagues in our camo
If
and
you'd
maroon
speak into the
shirts.
microphone, we can't hear you when
Yeah.
you turn around. Okay, thank you.
So unfortunately, we were also not chosen to receive the grant funding, which is a huge piece of funding that could have helped us serve our over 600 students and families daily through our after-school and summer programs primarily. So we're just here today to request that in the future, you come to visit our program and others like it prior to making any funding decisions so that you can see our presence and impact in the community. Unfortunately, losing this funding will require us to make changes that may cause us to lose some effectiveness and our ability to effectively serve our students and families by providing them a safe place after school and over summer, mentors and role models, academic assistance, job training, parent empowerment, among many others. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Thank you. Peggy Delgado-Fava.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name's Peggy Delgado-Fava. I am the founder and executive director for Bridge Network, serve in Patrick Kennedy's district. We applied for the grant. We support it. We were focusing on the workforce development. Last week, I was honored to be a speaker at the SETA 40th anniversary as a success story. I saw several of you there. And I am amazed at how low funding there is today with workforce development specific to youth and at-risk youth. The program that we're proposing is workforce development and also pre-readiness because there's many, many challenges that the youth have today. Chronic homelessness, substance abuse, underperforming education systems. The district that we serve in is Sac City Unified, and we all know that they were ranked pretty low as far as performance. And the funding for this types of programs are very much needed, and we need this more so now than ever. So I want to be here to support it and also draw attention to the importance of funding future programs for other agencies. We're one of many. Thank you.
So you are in support?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have any other speaker requests. The supervisors, Ms. Frost.
I just want to express a big thank you to everyone who submitted an application for the Economic Development Grant, and say that it's not an easy process for any of us because we wish we had enough money to give to everyone. And we hope, I hope for those of you who did not receive a grant that you will connect either with your supervisor or with the county to take a look at your application and what were the areas that you could have done better so that next year you can be better positioned. Sometimes it's just a matter of how you write it, and if you got gave them the answers they needed to hear in order to obtain the grant. And for those in my district, I wasn't able to give, I don't think anyone got everything they asked for, but we tried to give something to everyone, to give a leg up to everyone and an opportunity. And some asked me if, does that mean we don't do we change our project? And I said, no, it means now you have a really good, healthy start. You go do a couple of fundraisers and you ask the businesses in your community if they'll support, and you raise the rest of the money and put it to work. And so I wish all of you the best, and congratulations to those who did receive the grant, and don't give up if you didn't, because next year's a new year.
You, Mr. Anatoli?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And certainly thanks to my colleagues for your leadership on the panel, and to all those obviously that submitted. And certainly there's elation amongst the 56 that get funded, and obviously disappointed amongst the other 150 or so that didn't get funding this year. I would just wanted to ask of the exec's office, not so much Troy, but on the cash program, they had actually come and visited with us prior to any grant program for the TOT this year. It would seem to me that if we're looking to do diversion in the realm of those who are being exploited, relative to prostitution, And you have this partnership with the district attorney's office, city police, I trust county sheriff, and public defender and so forth, that in the realm of all that, there must be a way to identify some funding that could help with that. When I see the size of the budgets for those departments and certainly the work that we do in, both in the prevention of crime, the intervention, obviously the arrest, the prosecution, the defense, and so forth, it seems to me that for folks in that category that there ought to be opportunity for us to, for a program that's been piloted, but obviously has 3 years of success. So now maybe there's an ability to call together the right partners to see if there's the ability, certainly outside this process, but because they actually, I know they visited with me prior to the TOT process, but the work, not unlike a lot of work that's done by folks in this room, but this is one where I think it certainly falls into the area of criminal and juvenile justice and working to help victims, and has a pretty strong partnership. So if we could, if I could ask you to write folks to, maybe pull together some folks to talk about out of respective budgets. It would seem to me that of a couple of the departments there, even $5,000 or $7,000, assuming it was appropriate to do so, you could cobble together $35,000 pretty quickly to assist in that effort. So that was a comment I want to make. But thanks to all those that submitted, and we'll be back at this next year, hopefully. So thanks.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Cerna?
Thank you. So I too want to thank everyone involved in a very deliberate process that I think has been refined over the course of a year from last year's inaugural attempt to carry out a very difficult task, quite frankly, especially when we're oversubscribed the way we are. I think last year we had about 17 million in requests, and this year it's still well over 10 million for $1 million. I do want to stress one point that I think is really important to understand, is that, and we had a couple of speakers that I think rightfully want to impress upon this board and the public in general the merits of their program and the great work that they do in the community. But because this is such a deliberate process, those that are being awarded the grants that is a function of a number of things, not the least of which is that this is a competitive process. And so if you weren't awarded this year, it's not commentary on your value to this community, but I think you need to understand it also is necessarily a commentary about the competitiveness of other programs. And so I know for a fact that there are some organizations that were awarded last year that are not awarded this year, and I know that must be frustrating, but remember, it's a function of a number of different things, including the fact that you're competing in a different pool this year. And some of those applicants put together very strong applications. And then lastly, I would also encourage organizations certainly not to lose sight of the fact that I think all 5 of us are engaged in some way, shape, or form in the course of any given year on private fundraising. I know I am, and I'm happy to continue to do that for all the various good causes that involve what we're blessed to have here in the community, which is just a rich family of nonprofits doing tremendous work, everything from sustaining our environmental assets to child welfare and assisting the elderly, assisting those that are in need of mental health services, addiction services, the list goes on and on. So please do not lose sight of that. It's my own personal philosophy that we have an obligation to step up as elected officials to not just do what our job demands of us on paper, but to be out in the community helping our organizations carry out their mission by helping them raise funds as well. So, thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to say congratulations to the applications that were approved in this process. Supervisor Kennedy and I had a lot of interesting conversations about the process. We're pleased that we got so many applications. Of course, that means there's probably more that are disappointed that they didn't get funded. I did want to ask Troy if a group that didn't get funded wanted to review where their application might have been wanting. Is that possible?
Yes, absolutely.
And how would they go about that?
They can contact our office
Okay.
through Crystal Bethke, and
Okay.
we will review their application notes with them and their scores, so we can understand where their shortcomings may have been and where they may need to shore up and where their strengths were as well.
Okay, I think this is a really important part of this. I mean, to me, part of what we're doing here is teaching nonprofits how to go forth and look for grants. And if they can get some help in looking at their applications and seeing where they may or may not, where they did well and where they didn't do as well, is important, not just for this process, but for other processes they might go through. So,
agreed.
Thank you for that, and thank you and Crystal for your work on this, and really thank you, Shelley Willis. I don't. That's you over there. Okay, thank you, for your continued work on this and continuing to refine the process. I thought this was exponentially better than last year when we stumbled around a bit, and I hope that next year we get better. And thank you to all the panels who volunteered their knowledge of a review process like this, and they had 208 applications to take a look at and understand and comment on, and I think they did a great job. So I would move the staff recommendation.
Second.
Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you all. Next item.
Item 60 is the Martin versus Boise and its impact on homeless protocol.
Okay, our County Counsel Robin Dravon is going to discuss this item.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Robin Dravon, County Counsel. I'm here to address your board on a new Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals case that came down on September 4th, Martin versus the City of Boise. This opinion on September 4th.
Sorry, Robin, if you could wait a second. People are leaving. It's a little noisy. Kind of hard to hear you.
There we go.
Okay, that's better. Thank you.
It came down and held that the City of Boise, Idaho's ordinance, an anti-camping ordinance, violated the 8th Amendment Cruel and Unusual Punishments Clause to the extent that it imposed criminal sanctions against homeless persons for sleeping outdoors on public property when they had no alternative to shelter access. Excuse me. Following that September 4th opinion, the City of Boise filed a petition for rehearing. They are asking for an en-banc hearing. They filed that on September 18th. The Ninth Circuit responded to that order, ordering the plaintiffs to file a response to the petition and asked the city, in answer, to augment its rehearing petition with further argument about whether the panel majority opinion's discussion on the 8th Amendment warrants an en-banc hearing, so a larger hearing than took place in the first place. Both the plaintiff's response brief and the city's augmenting brief are due on November 13th. So not sure how it will take the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals to decide whether, in fact, to grant a rehearing, but the City of Boise, then when they make that decision, will have 90 days from that time of rehearing, whether it's denied or whether it's granted, to file a cert petition to the Supreme Court, and then amicus briefs would be due 90 days after that. So in terms of assembling a coalition of other interested parties, such as the County of Sacramento or other cities in the Ninth Circuit, which includes the states of Idaho, Washington, California, Hawaii, that time frame is at some point out in the future. For now, because it is a Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals decision, and it has no further action has been stayed, it is the law of the land. The facts of the decision based around a Mr. Martin and 6 other plaintiffs. These were 6 homeless individuals in Idaho who had received misdemeanor citations from Boise police for violating 2 different but similar ordinances that the City of Boise had that made camping on public property a misdemeanor. The Ninth Circuit concluded that this ordinance imposes criminal sanctions for sitting, sleeping, or lying outside on public property for homeless individuals who could not obtain shelter. And I would add that in the course of the trial on this, the record is filled with testimony about the particular 6 plaintiffs. Mr. Martin was homeless. When he came to Boise several times per year to visit his son, while he was there, he could not afford shelter, and the other plaintiffs were similar in the circumstances which were put on the record about why they did not have shelter. One critical piece about these ordinances is that the status of the Boise shelters. So in addition to the circumstances of the plaintiffs, the city of Boise, particular circumstances of available beds, what beds, where they were, what shelters, what the rules of each shelter were part of the testimony, part of the record. And in Boise, the numbers were, frankly, they're logarithmically different than the county of Sacramento's. In Boise, we were talking about 150 beds, and whether those 150 beds and the approximately 150 homeless persons had access to shelter on a real-time basis. So some of the things they were asked about were the type of shelter beds. Were they exclusively for men? Were all of the people seeking shelter men? Were they exclusively for women and children? Was Mr. Martin available for a bed that was exclusively for women and children? Were they beds that came with additional requirements such as religious services or participation in a religious type of drug treatment program? Those were all part of the questions asked and answered, and the court, in making its decision, deemed that some of those conditions, such as a 30-day requirement, if someone availed themselves of a bed, at the end of 30 days, they were told that they did not have access to that bed for a period of respite time. So they found that an empty bed wasn't always an available bed, and that was a deep consideration that the court undertook in the Martin versus Boise case. So when the Boise case came down, clearly there were legal and policy issues surrounding the impact on lots of jurisdictions, ordinances about camping and not camping. It was in order to answer the question, what does Boise mean to any jurisdiction, in particular the county of Sacramento, in order to see if it was in accord with this decision, it would require looking to see if there were procedures determining the types of beds and when shelter is available in the area. So from the court's standpoint, the court in its analysis, the clues that it gave us, said it's not a simple question of whether an ordinance prohibiting camping on public property is constitutional. Clearly on its face, there are very similar ordinances to the city of Boise's. In fact, the city of Sacramento's is almost identical word for word. But rather the court goes on to say that enforcement of an ordinance can become cruel and unusual under the Eighth Amendment if a homeless person simply has no alternatives to living and sleeping outside. So as long as that option of sleeping indoors is not available, this case says the government cannot criminalize indigent homeless people for sleeping outdoors on public property on the false premise that they had a choice in the matter. So in other words, camping ordinances by themselves, by those words, may not be unconstitutional, but they look to how it's applied. Whether a municipality can violate the Eighth Amendment if a person is citing when they personally, individually, have no meaningful alternative to sleeping outside.
Could you pause for a moment?
Yes.
Thank you. Mrs. Stern, you have a question?
I do, thank you. So, and maybe you're getting to this, Robin, so forgive me if I'm stealing your thunder here, but was the decision informative on the point of the discretion that people suffering homelessness have in terms of whether or not they make themselves available to even receive help? So in other words, if we go to the Parkway and we have a very intense effort to offer assistance, offer shelter, offer services, and hypothetically, if everyone were to say no thanks for whatever reason, that amounts to them maintaining their condition of homelessness. Is the court in this decision, are they acknowledging the fact that that discretion still rests with those that are suffering the condition?
It does address that. It does say that, and it says very clearly, it does not cover, it says in the case, it does not cover individuals who do have access to adequate temporary shelter but choose not to use it. So going backwards in what their circumstances are is an area of discovery.
Okay, and then a similar question. Was the court specific when it comes to kind of a quantitative threshold of whatever it is, shelter beds, shelters, in terms of the availability that can be offered? So in other words, are we to interpret this decision that you have to have the express number of shelter beds that, for instance, we determine are necessary to house folks based on our biannual count, the homeless count, or is that kind of much more gray?
It is much more gray. Orlando's ordinance was upheld based more on practice. And there the numbers were, they had approximately 200 shelter beds, and they had less than 200 homeless individuals. So their ordinance, as applied, was when folks were cited, there was a bed waiting for them. Other circumstances are much grayer, and I think Rob will address, while our homeless individuals count is much higher than anywhere near our number of beds, the question is, if you have a bed for that person now, could that be facilitated? In San Francisco, they aren't worried about the impact of Martin versus Boise because their ordinance requires you on the street that I'm talking to, do you have some place to go? Their process is to, if they have a friend whose couch they can sleep on, they take them to the couch. So that's a completely different application of resources that keeps them under the impact of Martin versus Boise. So the area is great.
Okay, thank you.
As we get to the specifics of our ordinance was written in 1971. It clearly hasn't been looked at, updated, refreshed in the times of homeless individuals and the impact of the homeless in our economy. So looking at what Martin gives us in the matter of possible system policy questions before you to address Martin says in footnote 8, clearly, I come back to what your question was, it doesn't cover people who have it and don't use it. So in the ability of law enforcement, parks rangers to say move it along, they can say move it along. They just have to ask if you have a place to go to. An ordinance can prohibit obstructions of rights of way and erection of certain types of structures. San Francisco, in talking to their county council, they are adamant that urban areas, and they're talking mostly sidewalks, are not places for tents because trouble comes when you have an unobstructed view of what might be maintained on a sidewalk. So they are very aggressive at prohibiting tents. Whether such ordinances are consistent with the Eighth Amendment will depend on whether it punishes persons for that lack of means, and they go on to say it's about the condition of universal and unavoidable consequences of being human. They spend a lot of time in talking about these human conditions, comparing it to a prior case that tried to address homeless persons' conditions based upon their drug or alcohol use. There was an ordinance that made it illegal to be alcoholic, and the court found in overturning that case, clearly those were things over which those individuals by that time of digression were unable to change their human condition. And the court finds homelessness at this point, the way Boise was citing it as a misdemeanor, similar to the alcoholism prohibition. So even when shelter's unavailable, an ordinance can, and the court says this, prohibits sitting, lying, or sleeping outside at certain times or in certain locations. And Parks, I think, has spent some considerable time addressing this. So if I go back to how this impact came to us, the case came down on September 4th. Clearly, it was brought to the attention of County Council, and we assembled Parks and the sheriff's folks, the HOT team, to see how are we applying our ordinances, what ordinances and state statutes are we applying, and in order to get some of that factual information based upon the inquiry that Martin and Boise put us to. So we had that meeting on November 11th and learned that changes had been made, but realized based upon those, it was time to have, I'm sorry, September. I saw your lips moving there. September 11th, which was a week after the decision came down, and that it required this meeting, that it required some policy decisions and direction by the board, so we scheduled this meeting. What was confirmed in that September 11th meeting was that some of the rangers had made operational changes regarding the ordinances that they cite on our camping ordinance. They had previously been citing people for failure to obtain a permit for camping. They had been citing under the city's code, which again I said is almost identical to the Boise ordinance for anti-camping ordinance, making it illegal to camp on public areas. And then there is a penal code, camping on private or public lands without the consent of the owner. So based upon the September 4th decision, rangers had deemed that they would no longer be violating campers for illegally camping in the parkway. But again, on our September 11th meeting, what was made very clear was that while Boise made a decision for the law of the land until it's changed, that there were many other tools in the toolkit of the rangers. Those all include the criminal violations that those rangers or officers would see in their presence. Things like littering, water pollution, smoking, fires, consuming alcohol, carts in the parkway, as well as all the other applicable laws of criminal activity, assault, battery. They wanted to make sure that the park rangers were not hindered in their ability to engage with the homeless community, to gain voluntary compliance with the parks when there are hours that are closed, making sure that we partner with the county departments to get people placed into transitional
I'm sorry,
housing.
You're talking so fast, I have no place to interrupt.
I'm sorry.
So I'm just going to interrupt. Mr. Natoli has a question.
Yeah. And if I would, that's the end of mine, and at some point after your question, I was going to transition to Rob Leonard, who has those practical aspects.
Well, thanks, Robin. One of the points you made as you were going through prior to talking about how under conditions they could cite and or have folks get a message that that whatever activity they were doing under the citations you were outlining were not permitted in the parkway. So if I understood though that the rangers were citing under the city ordinance and or under the penal code. So for the portions of the parkway that were within the city of Sacramento, the citation was issued under because it falls within the city's jurisdiction in the sense that it's within the city municipality, the boundaries, and yet still enforced by the rangers. So were they using the other section for the portions that were upstream outside the city of Sacramento, because it also crosses into the city of Rancho Cordova? I don't know whether they have an ordinance or not as it relates to camping. So were they using both of the code sections, or solely in the lower portion, are using the city ordinance coverage and then the penal code portion for areas outside? I'm just curious about that.
My comments were park system wide.
Okay.
I do know that in the parkway, to the extent that it extends through multiple jurisdictions, it has been past practice where the parkway is within the city of Sacramento limits, they do cite under the city regulations. That's very similar to the posting for property. Property doesn't have a cruel and unusual Eighth Amendment right, but through the settlement of prior litigation, those have been city and county depending on the location.
Okay, so then for areas outside of the city of Sacramento's jurisdiction in other county parks, again, where if camping were to occur and or in a way that wasn't permitted, because we have a very limited permit program, as is pointed out in the staff report, we would have used the other section. We would not have cited under city code because it wouldn't have been appropriate, right?
Correct.
So just let me boil this down then, and what you're saying, that irrespective of what ordinance or the penal code, that because of the Boise decision, currently the law of the land usurps what the penal code states relative to camping on public and or private lands? You use that section. I'm just curious. The penal code obviously is codified. It's in statute. It's a law that was approved in the state of California. Maybe it applies in other states. But that court ruling, even though it went to the issue about availability of shelter beds, basically says that under the penal code, you can no longer cite?
It gives a pause to that. It doesn't eliminate trespass, being on the property of another without their permission. The question really is in public lands for Boise. So an area that's open to the public, and for my purposes, I'm addressing parks.
Right.
There are impacts to other non-park in the unincorporated area for which our law enforcement teams under the freeway, which are Caltrans jurisdiction. There are areas that are state under the highway patrol, but the general rule is the sitting, sleeping, lying in public, which would be state or federal, for which the penal code would apply. It requires that next question about whether they have shelter to go to.
Okay, so it does. It's a linkage by virtue's ruling. It linked it back to those sections. I mean, you've stated that, and obviously with the written material and what you said, I just wanted to be clear about what we were using as far as the tool, at least relative to parks. Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Frost?
I have a question about sidewalk bans. I read about how Riverside County was having great success with the sidewalk bans. What does that mean? And when you say public place, there are situations where homeless people are on a dark road in Rio Linda along Elkhorn on the median, right beside a road. It's a situation that's dangerous to them and possibly dangerous to whoever's driving on that road. So what does public place mean? Does it mean any sidewalk? What does it mean? Is it in the suburbs? We talk about American River Parkway, but what does it mean to the suburbs?
Urban is easier to define, clearly, and the suburbs, the more you get into the unincorporated, the outer lands, it's harder to say that a road right-of-way in the middle of nowhere is closed, or that it's not available. If you have public health and safety, if a truck is going to veer on the right-of-way, which trucks or cars do, subjecting someone to be in harm's way, that can be move it along. There are counties and jurisdictions that are very successful in places where they are moving the homeless from, but often they alter alternatives. Portland has made an alternative. So away from a road, I would guess that law enforcement would say that's a public health and safety issue. You're going to get hit by a car, and that's not the place to be.
And when you say you have to provide them shelter, does it mean a roof over their head, or does it mean food or services? Is it just the nighttime hours or 24 hours a day? What does that mean? You have to offer them shelter.
I was just suggesting moving from a sidewalk, saying you cannot have a tent here, means you can sleep with a sleeping bag, but you can't have your tent there. Portland has made a decision to offer a camping location. That's a whole different question. To say not here, but here. So in saying not here, we just have to be mindful that if they're sitting, lying, or sleeping, and we determine they have nowhere to go, Boise says we cannot criminally cite them.
Or move them down the road.
Or move them to some other place, right. And if I could just say that it has been asked of me, does that mean you close it at night and no sitting, lying, or sleeping? The way I read Boise is if often homeless will tell you they're rousted from here, they're rousted from there, they land somewhere else, so that if during the day we were to see someone sleeping and they were to give the same answer, I have nowhere to go, then wherever that sitting, lying, or sleeping might be, it would fall under Boise.
I have a question or two before we go to Mr. Leonard. Does your department plan to file an amicus brief, or have you found out from CSAC what their plan is?
I called the County Councils Association, and CSAC are watching it very closely. As we look at the time frame for November likely a November hearing, 90 days from any decision, and then 30 days after that to file a decision. They are watching that. They are with us. They are collating the various other counties and cities that might be interested in that amicus brief, and we can certainly do that. So that's on the horizon. It's just not any time in the near future.
Okay. Then smaller picture, you just elaborate on park hours. So if the park or the parkway closes at dusk or has a closing time, how does that affect this? How does this ruling affect that?
I can certainly address it, and I think the parks discussion will also be on that, and a park can close. This case says that. It clearly says there are hours of operation. I merely add that we have some factual difficulties because we have a roadway, bikeway that runs through it that does not close. So can the park on either side adjacent to the American River bike path be closed? Yes. Can someone who's found wandering under on a grassy knoll in the dark hours be asked, what are you doing here? It's closed, move it along, can be told that. And if it's folks out just watching the stars and they have a place to go, they can be rousted and told to go there. If it's someone who says, I have no place to go, I have no shelter, then we're under Boise. So
So park hours don't matter, is that what you're saying?
They matter to the extent that folks have shelter. And I only say they don't matter, they matter less in our parkway because it's harder to close. It's harder to have a gate or a wall or a door to close because people come through on the bike path.
Does the bike path, is that a 24/7 operation?
Yes, it is, the multi-purpose trail.
Hadn't heard that before.
Right, because of the Measure A funds that are programmed into it, it's considered a commuter path, and so it's public use.
Then I have another question about, have you taken a look at all the areas within the county that even that would be affected by this? For instance, all the park districts, both dependent and independent park districts. Does this ruling affect them also?
Yes.
So neighborhood parks?
Yes.
And then what about areas like creeks where we commonly have people sleeping?
It applies to public areas. So I think we're looking in urban areas. We're looking where people congregate. That's a public area. A creek.
Well, for instance, in Carmichael, I mean, we have creeks that run in through people's backyards. What's the story for that?
The question would be: is it public or private? If it's a navigable waterway, it's going to be. It could be a United States waterway. If it's a creek or leading to a tributary, that could be a public area. In which case, we would have jurisdiction over that.
Okay, Mr. Cerna.
Thank you. So, Robin, you mentioned earlier in response to Supervisor Frost's question about sidewalks, you cited the example that if someone is occupying a sidewalk or close to the shoulder and it's clear to law enforcement that that poses a threat to their safety, that regardless of this decision, that law enforcement individual could ask the person to move, citing their own preservation of safety and reduction of risk. Can the same logic be applied to the parkway, especially in the summer months, that if you're going to be in the parkway and there's a higher fire danger, that also poses a risk, especially if you're kind of buried deep in the underbrush?
I think all of those tools are available. In the winter, there's the flooding likelihood. In the summer, there are risks, and weighing those risks and the credibility of those risks, being able to say how many fires have occurred and what is the likelihood, would be the factual basis that we would have to contend with.
And what about the general element of safety again, but more from the public health standpoint of being in an area that, and I've seen many of these camps very up close myself in the Parkway, where they're extremely unsanitary, and there are needles, and there's sharp objects, and there's, a whole host of things that are threats to their health, not just living outdoors there, but could that be likewise a determination that there's a risk to that individual, and therefore one of our park rangers could then kind of achieve this threshold determination that they need to maybe not be out of the parkway, but at least be outside of that condition?
That's a question of degree and entrenchment. Once you have entrenchment and you have structures and facilities that have become to the degree that you're talking about potentially unsanitary, I think Mr. Leonard will address the degree to which trash removal and some of those other things, it would be, both tools are available to deal with property the way that the settlement of the prior litigation allows us to do, to discourage entrenchment, and then it would just be a question of degree of true assessment of the health and safety issues once you have a community that established as your fact scenario would suggest.
As long as you're on that subject, could you define entrenchment? Is that a certain period of time?
I just use it in the context of, once folks have added structures or added methods of waste disposal, as opposed to merely just perching in a tent or in a sleeping bag, then you have a degree of accumulated things and accumulated waste that get to a higher level of health and safety.
What about the problems for the waste getting into the American River and other waterways and causing illness?
That's why Parks is pursuing the waste removal, that program that they have.
So that's not a health and safety to those individuals who are camping or the public in general?
Clearly it is.
I mean, off-leash dogs. I think
we ought to examine this health and safety thing a little bit more.
There's a long laundry list of personal risks that goes along with
which
camping on the Parkway.
You can send us back to do more work, and we can certainly do our best to address what categories might be sufficient to withstand scrutiny.
We have a couple more questions here. Supervisor Frost?
Are we expected then to hold shelter space vacant for all these different categories with like a low barrier space, hold it vacant and available at all times? Is that the expectation? In one situation, it said if you have more shelter space than homeless, then you can enforce, in theory, right? But I don't think we have that. So
Boise doesn't address holding space. Likewise, it doesn't say that it commands this body to build shelter. Clearly, shelter is the critical issue. What it dealt with were places where shelter was more readily available. What has been posed to us is on any given night, if it is known that there's a certain number of shelter beds and law enforcement has contact with a like number, they have then a real-time knowledge of a bed that they could make available to them. That's one of the follow-up addressing increasing shelter, increasing homeless outreach that really is in 2 board items from now. So the case is not saying keep shelter beds open. They're saying how many beds do you have and how many folks can you roust on any given night to those beds. If there are no beds available, what they're saying is you can't do the rousting.
And so what is the exact enforcement measure change? Is it you have to then you cannot because in Sacramento County, we have to, in order to ask them to move their encampment, we have to provide 24-hour or 72-hour notice, and we have a protocol. Is it just offering them a shelter? Is that the enforcement, exact change of the enforcement?
What you're reciting really addresses their property. You can't make them leave and take their property away for the settlement that's in place without posting a notice that that property is subject to seizure. That's Fourth Amendment. No unreasonable searches and seizures without due process. That's notice. You're giving them notice that this is likely to happen. So what this is addressing are the individuals
but doesn't
less
that
encamped who are approached when they're sleeping.
Oh, when they're sleeping.
Sitting, lying, and sleeping.
Okay.
It's different than the posting of property.
But doesn't that violate the rights of the public who pay for public space? For them to be able to take on public space as private space?
All I can say to that is this is a balancing. Yes, everyone, by all rights, has a right to pursuit of happiness at the same time. The court then has to balance those who have shelter and those who don't.
Thank you. Mr. Natoli?
Yeah, just a brief question. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just, I want to follow on one thing that relates to what you sent us in the Boise case. And it talks about the camping, the ordinance. It outlines the ordinance. I'm not going to read it, obviously, but that Boise had. But it did address in their ordinance, indicia of camping could include storage of personal belongings, using tents or other temporary structures, carrying on cooking activities, or making any fire in an unauthorized area. And then went on to discuss how it was being enforced. Some of the things you talked about, somebody just sleeping on the sidewalk or with simple bedding or whatever, laying down, sitting, or sleeping. But if I read this correctly and what they determined under that Eighth Amendment section, that it would not allow you to prohibit, even though you prohibit making fires, is that if you're allowed to camp, you're allowed to have those elements that are described here. So how is it we're going to enforce, again, we have rules against making fires in a parkway with good reason. Parts of it have burned down over the last few years.
And that power you have. Boise has rain, they have winter. Their ordinance was trying to describe what Boy Scouts do, whereas the American River Parkway gets golden, gets dry in the summer, and we absolutely can prohibit fire, and we can cite for that.
And you can prohibit them from having a tent?
That's where you have balancing.
Interesting. Okay.
With that, I'll hand it over to
Mr. Leonard, would you like to make a presentation?
Good morning, Chair Peters, members of the board, Rob Leonard, Deputy County Executive, Municipal Service. I have a brief PowerPoint and some comments to step through, following through Ms. Dravon's comments. The ordinances which, in my comments, are going to focus on the subject of enforcement protocols in county park facilities, primarily the American River Parkway, pre and post the Boise decision. So that critical date was September 4th, which was the day that the decision came down, and then change in enforcement protocol, which occurred on September 5th. Prior to that, we cited under illegal camping or camping activities in county park facilities in the American River Parkway under county code, City of Sacramento code, as was discussed earlier, and also state penal code. Since the Boise decision, and I'll refer to it as the Boise decision, we have not been citing occupied camps under these ordinances, and there's an important distinction here. These ordinances were enforced when the rangers or a park resource team would engage with an occupied camp in the American River Parkway or other facilities. If the camp was unoccupied, then the provisions of a settlement agreement kicked in, And that settlement agreement has not been impacted by the Boise decision. And again, that's the 48-hour notice that was referenced, where if a camp is unoccupied, a notice is left that if that camp is not removed and cleaned up within 48 hours, that our Parks Resource Team would be back and would catalog, inventory anything that was deemed personal property at that site, and then store it for a period of 90 days for reclaim by that individual. And then any trash or debris on the site, or material that was deemed to be trash or debris, would be removed and disposed of. That protocol is the same today as it was prior to the Boise decision coming down. So these are the codes that are not being enforced today since the Boise decision. I'm not going to step through all of the ordinances listed on this page. Yes. But these are the ordinances that we are continuing to enforce, that the Rangers are continuing to enforce today, as they were prior to the Boise decision. So comment came up earlier about littering or fire, dogs off leash. We were citing for those things pre-Boise. We're citing for those things today. This is a continuation of identification of penal codes and then state fish and game code, which we are continuing to cite under. Comment came up about discharge or throwing materials into the waterway. These are the codes that are cited today as they were pre-Boise. And again, as I mentioned previously, the Rangers are still issuing 48-hour notices to unoccupied camps, and that protocol, which we've discussed before, is being followed.
So to emphasize, the difference there is between occupied and unoccupied.
Correct. Okay, so this graphic, and I'll spend just a moment walking through this, and it's sort of interesting in terms of the numbers and what it shows. The top block is January through August, pre-Boise decision. You could see the number of citations issued by our Parks Resource Team, which, by the way, is in the parkway in enforcing these ordinances and codes 7 days a week. You could see that from January to August of 2018, a total of 741 citations were issued for an average of 21 per week. In talking with the Chief Ranger and park staff, an estimate is about 80% of those citations were under those three ordinances that we are no longer enforcing post-Boise. Misdemeanor arrests and felony arrests are also shown for that period pre-Boise. Again, following the Boise decision, during the period through the first week of October, you could see that we still have a significant number of citations, misdemeanor arrests, and felony arrests. And actually, those numbers for arrests are up, as are citations slightly. And so we wondered about, well, what would explain this? And the explanation, and again, we're living with this. This is a new set of protocols and a new experience for us. The Park Resource Team is continuing to do what it did before. Primary explanation, we believe, for these numbers is that the Parks Resource Team is moving quicker through the parkway. They are making contact with more individuals, because when they would engage with an occupied camp, that could often consume an hour or more of their time during the time that they're out there during the day. So they're moving with greater speed, making contact with more individuals, and so therefore we believe that's the explanation at this point.
Before you leave that slide, Mr. Cerna has a comment.
So Rob, if and when our park ranger staff come across an occupied camp, I assume a standard protocol is to ask ask for ID, and there's a check of warrants, and if there is a positive identification for an active warrant, what happens then? And let's say it's an arrestable scenario. What happens to the camp? What happens to their possessions? Do we operate as if we would with an unoccupied camp at that point? Do we store the items for a certain amount of time? Can you walk me through that?
If there is, be it probable cause or circumstances evolve to the point where an individual in an occupied camp is taken into custody, they would be taken into custody at that time. The camp would be cleared. The materials would be stored as they have been in the past. But the camp would be cleared at that point in time when the individual.
And I want to be clear: our rangers don't go out and arrest people for camping.
That is correct. They are not going out and citing people for camping or arresting people for camping.
But even before the decision, we were not arresting people for camping.
That was correct.
Okay.
Okay. Also, a positive comment was in terms of our Parks Resource Team, again, which is a relatively new model. We're in our second year with the support of the board to provide ranger resources and maintenance resources to engage with camps in the parkway. Since January, Parks Resource Team Rangers have assisted moving 25 people out of the parkway, either into housing or connecting them with family members. Camps removed and cleared. These, I won't go through this slide in detail, but these are general numbers that you could see pre and post Boise. The Rangers are still engaging with camps. They are cleaning camps. Debris is being removed just as it was before, but the engagement protocol with occupied camps is different than it was before. Again, the amount of debris removed, and that segues into the next slide, where the numbers that you just saw are summarized in a perhaps a bit more presentable form in the context of seeing the volume of trash that's been removed. And the unit there is tons. Since January of this year, you could see the tons of garbage removed has dropped slightly in September from the previous months, but generally you could see it's tracking somewhat consistent. And the camps removed also is tracking. Again, we're not removing an occupied camp. These are camps that are either unoccupied, or if the individuals are moving along, we assist them in clearing the camp. Moving forward, Mr. Vaughn talked about examination of this issue as it's evolving from a legal perspective. The county staff is working very closely on this, looking at that evolution. One thing to take a moment on, we are examining the means by which we deploy our Parks Resource Team, and we're looking at, with this change in legal environment, what might the best deployment model be? So we're looking at some changes in shift and redeployment of some of the ranger resources. Our parks are closed, are technically closed after sundown to sunrise. And we have minimal staff presence. In fact, no ranger presence after 9 p.m. right now. We're looking at, might we deploy rangers in our parks facilities into the nighttime hours, or perhaps early morning, to engage with individuals that are in our park facilities that aren't, as Mr. Vaughn mentioned earlier, sort of engaged in the human condition of sleeping, sitting, or lying down. If there are people moving through our parks facilities, our rangers would engage with them and tell them they have to leave. And this doesn't make any difference if it's a nearby a resident who resides nearby the park, who's out walking their dog on the levee at midnight. The ranger would engage with them and say, the park is closed, you must move on. Anybody moving through the parkway, essentially, we would look to see them leave the facility. If somebody was engaged in that human condition, if there was an occupied camp and somebody was sleeping, there would not be engagement to move them on. We are looking at this. We're testing this. This hasn't been deployed yet, but we are examining it. What we would also be doing is, as we would move rangers to a different shift schedule, we'd keep a core number of rangers employed in the activities of the Parks Resource Team, just as they have been. But again, some of those rangers would be assigned to a nighttime shift. It wouldn't just be the American River Parkway and the Dry Creek Parkway. They would also be patrolling other facilities, including the Mather Preserve in the nighttime hours where they aren't now, and also down the Delta and other county parks facilities that do have the nighttime closure. And then in closing, our maintenance efforts to remove trash and debris and waste from the parkways are not significantly impacted by the Boise decision. We're continuing to do just what we've done before. So that concludes my comments. I did want to mention that Captain Santos Ramos and Lieutenant Steve Dutra are here from the Sheriff's Department to respond to any questions that the board may have. And then also Liz Bellis, Deputy Director of Parks, and Chief Ranger Mike Doan are also here.
Thank you, Rob. I have a comment for your request further action, that you and County Council visit with the staff of all the dependent park districts, since they're owned by the county, so they know the procedures and the rules.
Certainly.
We don't normally interact with them that much, so I think it's important for them to know what's going on.
We will do that.
Okay, any other questions for Rob? No?
Thank you.
Okay, have several members of the public that would like to comment. Reminding you that we have a 2-minute limit, and noting that anyone who is here for the SHRA, the Housing Authority item number 62, we're moving that to 2 o'clock since we're running behind. First speaker, Howard Lawrence, then Mary Tapple and Roland Brady.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Chair Peters, members of the Board of Supervisors. Pardon me. My name is Howard Lawrence, and as most of you know, I'm a representative of Sacramento ACT, Area Congregations Together, a grassroots community organizing network here in Sacramento. Yesterday evening, the pastor of my congregation, Pastor Alan Jones, sent a letter to Chair Peters, and he copied you regarding this parkway matter. And the letter clearly speaks for itself, but I would like to bring certain parts into the record, or my comments for today. One of the points that he makes is that as long as our economy is polarizing wealth and poverty, we're going to see more and more people living on the street. Some people are forced to live on the River Parkway without access to toilets or safe, clean drinking water. There's a public health concern, but the real issue is people and their needs. You heard from your county council that the reason for the Boise decision is that people had no place to go, no shelter. That condition exists in Boise, it exists here in Sacramento. There are not enough shelter beds for the people that are forced to live on the streets. Sacramento ACT has called upon this Board of Supervisors and other agencies to lead the effort to draft a comprehensive plan to end homelessness in Sacramento. The letter makes the point that this Boise decision should be an opportunity for us to really do so. We are going to be considering this afternoon elements that we consider to be something very positive and that we're very supportive of. But we really have to come to the point to understand that these are human beings that are suffering by being forced to live outside, and it's our obligation as a society to bring an end to this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mary Chapel. Mary, are you still here? There you are. And then Roland Brady, and then Stephen Green.
Hello, I'm Mary Taplin. I've been engaged for a number of years, as most of you are aware, and participating in cleanups of the Lower Parkway, and also calling for enforcement. And during certain time periods, it's when there's a clear danger. Attack pit bulls are out there, and other times it's been deadly weapons. And I used to prioritize who I would report by the closest deadly weapon, and gradually it's gotten better. Now, just in recent years, before we had this recent deployment of the park resource teams, we had huge amounts of litter just carpeting the lower reaches. And we've just gotten this a little bit under control. And we can't afford to return to this. I hope this goes on. I don't know if you have that facility, but anyway, there it is. We can't afford to return to this kind of situation, being allowed to develop in the parkway and not being cleaned up. So all of those laws that are still being enforced need to continue to be enforced, and we can't afford to lose all the progress we've made. Here's another view. Anyway, the Lower Parkway has gotten just carpeted right along the river's edge as the high waters come up, and things wash down from illegal camps upstream. This is a view of Lower Arcade Creek, where it happens to be in the open. You can see what happens. And a lot of the fecal matter, the human fecal matter, has gone directly into the river just upstream of a major public beach area where local people, largely low-income people of color, and are swimming, wading, or doing fishing, and fishing is also a full contact water sport. As soon as somebody touches the outside of a fish, or they get a hook in their finger, they make contact with the water splashes on them. We should all keep this in mind. There's thousands of people whose health and safety is at risk unless enforcement continues. So please continue the enforcement. Thank you.
Thank you. Roland Brady.
Thank you. I'm Roland Brady. I'm an emeritus professor of engineering, geology, and hydrology. I've been working on stream restoration projects for about 35 years. And a year ago, I was here before this present board to give warning of the enormous and unprecedented discharge of solid waste that will go into the American River if a concerted cleanup effort is not made in Steelhead Creek and the tributaries thereof. I just organized and finished a cleanup of Steelhead Creek last weekend. I had a group of volunteers, including teams of homeless people who are camping in that area. We removed 9.5 tons in 4 hours of debris, largely thanks to the effort of a small group of homeless people who are camping and keep very, very clean camps. And that's how I ended up recruiting these people, is by walking along these areas in Steelhead Creek and noticing that some of the camps were absolutely immaculate. They had bags of trash. They didn't have unleashed dogs. They were like Better Homes and Gardens, and I have since recruited these people on a volunteer basis, and they've been working very, very hard. However, this is a minority of the number of people who are camped out there, and because of the new decision, Boise decision, me and my crews have been told to get the F out of our private property, get the F out of our camp. We live here, this is where we are, and we could not get access to clean up debris that was cascading into the main channel. Upstream of the El Camino Bridge, which is just outside of the parkway, in my estimation, based on other cleanups, there is more than 50 tons of debris waiting to mobilize as soon as the first rains come. And this is the purview of RD 1000 and the county, and there has to be a military-style concerted effort to clean up this debris, or it's, again, going to be an enormous discharge of solid and hazardous waste into the waters of the United States that's coming off of county land. There's no way around it. You can't wait to decide what to do about homelessness to clean this stuff up. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephen Green, then Bob Erling-Bush, and then Allegra Taylor.
Good morning, Supervisor Peters and fellow supervisors.
I'm Stephen Green, Save the American River Association. I'm also the State Senate's appointee to the Lower American River Conservancy Advisory Committee. In page 5 of the discussion that the County Council prepared for you, says the court, however, added, nor do we suggest that a jurisdiction with insufficient shelter can never criminalize the act of sleeping outside. Even where shelter is unavailable, an ordinance prohibiting sitting, lying, or sleeping outside at particular times or in particular locations might well be constitutionally permissible. Therefore, as Supervisor Frost suggested, you could have an ordinance that bans people from sleeping on the shoulder of a road. You could have an ordinance that bans people from sleeping on a school grounds. And we would argue that you could have an ordinance that would ban people from camping in areas where there is sensitive wildlife habitat. Apparently that's not.
Face up, Steve. Face up. There you
go. You probably can't see that very well, but I'll have copies for you. Working in cooperation with Sacramento Audubon Society, we have identified more than 220 bird species in the lower Akron River Basin, including 43 nesting species. Also, 30 mammal species, 43 river species, and 17 land-based reptile species. Species defined by law as endangered, threatened, or concerned include 23 species. You know, it's very common to see Swainson's hawk at Sutter Landing. It's very common to see a couple hundred white-tailed kite nesting at William Pond.
Mr. Green, could you wind up your comments, please?
Pardon?
You're over your 2 minutes. Could you wind up your comments, please?
Well, we hope you would consider an ordinance for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Erlenbush, then Allegra Taylor, then Doug Ossie.
Is it still morning? Nope. Good afternoon. Bob Erlenbush, I'm the Executive Director of the Sacramento Regional Coalition to End Homelessness. It's really tragic that we have to pit such a beautiful resource, American River Parkway, against homeless people who have nowhere else to go. 56% of the people are outside through no fault of their own. We've heard, it never ceases to amaze me that the City Council and Board of Supervisors talks about an incredible amount of trash and human feces and all the rest of it, but don't talk about providing bathrooms and and trash bins. It's great to hear the testimony that there are many homeless people who keep very neat camps, etc. And while I appreciate the testimony about the public health crisis, it's also a public health crisis by not having bathrooms and safe and sanitary water. Hepatitis A. We are just incredibly lucky that we did not have a tragic hepatitis A breakout in Sacramento last year, like San Diego, Los Angeles, Santa Cruz, just to name a few cities where hundreds of homeless people were hospitalized due to outbreak of hepatitis A. You would think that the logic of this Ninth Circuit Court would be, well, this is a non-issue if you expand the number of shelter beds rather than continuing to figure out ways to criminalize people experiencing homelessness. The grand jury released its report about a month ago, said that your current strategy is highly ineffective, and the path that you are going to pursue by continuing to issue littering and all kinds of other citations to continue to criminalize homeless people will also be ineffective. Thank you.
Thank you. Allegra Taylor, Doug Ossie, and Betsy Weiland. That's the last speaker sheet I have here, if you're planning to speak.
Thank you. I'm here to speak up for the homeless. You know, you put the emphasis on everything but the human being. From veterans to foster care kids who've aged out to senior citizens. I mean, what more does it take? You guys are always in for whatever it's going to take to beautify the city, to improve the city, to make it look like we're doing something, but our citizens are suffering. You have a 69-year-old woman whose rent was raised. She couldn't afford it. She's sleeping in her car. I've got a friend that's 65 years old. I housed her for a year and a half. Today I found out she has nowhere to go. She's leaving the city she was born and raised in and going to Kansas City. You guys need to do something. You sit and you complain about what the homeless do, but what are you doing for the homeless? While you're building up these condos for the 1%ers, and for all of you wealthy people, it must be nice sitting there on your purchase and talking about the homeless or looking down upon them. It's wrong. What the city of Sacramento and the county is doing to our citizens is wrong. And I am here to tell you you're wrong. And you need to get on the right side, because guess what? We've been housing homeless veterans, returning citizens since 2004. I've had to turn away people. I don't have any more room. What are you guys doing? Start thinking about the human beings that's being affected by this. We could care less about the rest of it. Do something. The city is going down. You guys want to glory in your new stadium, and you want to glory in all of these big buildings that you're raising up, trying to compete with the city of San Francisco or the next big city to try and make it like you guys are doing something. You're not. You're failing your citizens. You're failing the residents that live here. Do something.
I'd like to point out to Ms. Taylor, this is the county, not the city, and we don't have any jurisdiction in the city.
Ma'am,
thank you. Mr. O.C., please.
County, the people that
You're out of order.
We're in the county.
You're out of order.
Suffering in the county.
Mr. O.C.
Good morning. Good afternoon. Doug O.C., 8556 Gibson Ranch Road, Alberta. I operate Gibson Ranch. I rise today to seek specific clarity as it relates to the leasehold interest I have there on public lands. I'm asking for the county to submit an amicus brief to the 9th on the in-bank hearing that specifically seeks clarity on the extent to which the Boise decision applies to leasehold interests of public property. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Doug.
Thank you.
Betsy Weiland, then Dan Adenholt, and Linda Docker.
Oh, thank you. Okay, thank you, supervisors, for your time this afternoon now. My name is Betsy Weiland, and I guess I'm here on behalf of the American River Parkway Coalition. And frankly, myself, because I've been down here for the past 20 years before you on issues of trying to address the problem of homelessness in this county and its impacts on, in particular, our natural resources. I think I'm compelled to speak today because I want the people who are homeless in this room to answer some questions. There's a lot of concern about we don't provide bathrooms and facilities for the homeless. And I want to know what's your responsibility in all of this. And let me just cite an example. I use a rental company for my projects and have for 20 years, and they're in a challenged part of the city along Arden Way. And I was in the other day and waiting to be helped, and there was a gentleman standing there, and he was just making conversation. And he said to the young lady that owns one of the young ladies that own the business, he said, "Oh, I've been seeing a lot of those signs lately." There was a sign on her door, and it said, "No public restroom facilities." And he said, "I've been seeing a lot of those lately." And she said, you know, she said, for years we made our restroom available because they understand where they do business at. They take care of the animals that are dumped. And she said, we were more than happy to make our restroom available. But she said we finally had to stop doing that because we had so much vandalism in the bathroom. You know, toilet paper holders ripped out of the wall, the toilets stuffed up, you know, cabinets ripped out. So she said, and that pained her to do that because she felt that they were part of a community down there. What you all ought to be, instead of being down here criticizing your parks department, you realize what they've turned into, your maintenance department? Their personal maid service now. They have to come through and clean up the messes day after day after day. You know, we have E. coli problems in the river. I just read in Los Angeles, they're deeming their the area where they have homeless now Typhus Alley because fleas carry typhus, the buildup of the trash. I just want to know we need to solve a problem. Therefore, but the grace of God go I, but there has to be some responsibility on everybody's part here.
Thank you, Ms. Weiland.
Thank you.
Dan Alderholt, then Linda Docker.
That's it. Have your glasses.
Oh, leave them all over the place. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Dan Adderholt. I am the leader and founder of the American River Homeless Cruise. I now have 11 crews working, cleaning American River Parkway, and I'm pretty appalled what I've been hearing today. I want to also thank Phil Cerna. He backed us up from the beginning when we were cleaning American River, and I thank you for that, Phil Cerna. I want everybody here to know this. I'm a homeless advocate. Also, I'm appalled by what I'm hearing by Ms. Frost and Ms. Peters today. You guys are wrong about the parkway. For one, there's no needles on the parkway. We have cleaned them up completely. Not to mention, we've got Downtown Street Team joining forces with us, American Parkway Foundation joining forces with us. We have totally saved American Parkway from being trashed, okay, a toxic wasteland. And we are now helping our communities, our schools, everywhere around here. My homeless crews are going around and pick up trash and clean up and make sure it's safe for our children, which is #1 priority of our homeless crew. Okay, the safety of our children in our neighborhood.
Thank you.
Or 3, take away benches and all that stuff and talk about putting bans on homeless people or cleaning and saving the American Riverway. I got news for you guys. The people on the Parkway are the ones that saved the American River Parkway. They're the ones that saved the American River Parkway when Park and Recreation had no money to save it. We took out 10 tons of trash a day averaging. Do that math, 365 days a year, 10 times, okay? Do the math here. We got Park and Recreation right here, who's, you know, got county workers who are working with us, and they love helping us. Matter of fact, they thank us every day. So for you guys to sit up here and criticize the homeless is just appalling. It is. And we love our community, and it's ridiculous how they're being treated. But I also want to thank Phil Cerna here, though, because not like you two here, Phil Cerna did care, and he has helped us. Ms. Peters, I have reached out to you several times. You're my district leader in where I live. Not once have you emailed me back. Not cool. Thank you.
Linda Docker. This is our last speaker on this issue.
Okay, my name is Linda Ducker. I'm a homeless advocate, and I've been homeless. 10 years ago, I came in here and talked to y'all and said, when there was 2,000 homeless people, y'all, I said, it's going to get worse, and y'all all laughed in my face. Well, guess what? The joke's on you. Y'all have not done your jobs. Your predecessors have not done their jobs. People are suffering on the streets, and y'all don't give a damn. And then you haven't. Let me ask you, how many of y'all have read anything on mental health? Raise your hand. Raise your hand. If you talk to a professional or you read anything about it, raise your hand. Thank you, sir. Because the rest of you don't know the fuck's going on out there, and it's awful. People are dying, suffering. I use a walker, and I have to carry my shit around. And it's not right. Half your sidewalks are fucked up. It's not right. Y'all have not done your jobs. These are human beings, just like you. And 1 out of 4 Americans have a mental issue. Y'all could be the next ones on the street. How would you feel? Or your children? Or your husbands? Or your wives? What would you do? And the toilets and the parkway is y'all's damn fault. Y'all have not taken care of these people. There are new self-cleaning bathrooms y'all can use. Buy and put in Supervisors Park, down on the parkway. But hell no, you gotta build a fucking arena so everybody can woo, say Sacramento's woo. And it's not fair, and people are suffering, and y'all need to get off your asses and do something. Now, how many of y'all been down to Friendship Park? Raise your hand. Thank you, sir. Have you ever been, sir? You, I don't know your name, I can't see. But have you ever been to the camps?
I have.
All right, have you ever been down to Friendship Park and talked to the people?
I have.
Doctor, please wind up your comments.
Well, y'all need to get off your asses and do something, because these are human beings just like you.
Thank you.
Sorry I had to cuss, but y'all deserve it.
Okay, back to board discussion. There is no recommended. The recommended action is really what we've done.
People can vote too. You vote y'all off.
Discuss and review the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, and you don't really, Robin, give us a direction here to go. I guess one of the things we want to do is come back with examining the health and safety issue, and visit the dependent parks, including Gibson Park at the request of Mr. Ossie. And I don't know, did other people have comments that come back to us that you wanted to have covered?
What is the leasehold interest? How does
Right.
it impact leasehold?
You put on your microphone on, please.
The leasehold interest of the ranch property.
Right, well, that's what I was referring to. Okay, then Mr. Cerna?
Yes, thank you. So before we leave the subject, I do want to make one somewhat forceful comment, and it's a concern I have as it relates to how and when this board learned of the precipitous actions that our staff would take following the decision. It's my understanding that this board didn't learn about the fact that protocols were changed as administered by our park rangers until about 10 days after, there was a 10-day period between the time that the decision happened. There was this meeting that our county council had with executive staff and with park rangers, and then we hear about it 10 days later. That's completely unacceptable. You're not the ones that have to report to almost 300,000 people in a district. And so in the future, and I'm looking squarely at county council and the county executive, in the future, I think it's incumbent that if there's going to be any immediate change to protocols like that, that this board is notified immediately. So at least we're armed with the ability to explain what the change is to our constituents.
Seems reasonable. Ms. Frost, do you have a comment?
Yes, I wanted to make sure that we are definitely going to visit with the dependent parks. That I would like to know, because there is a reference to we can enforce if they are damaging vegetation, but how does that apply to endangered species and habitat conservation areas? And can we enforce in those areas? And That was it.
Certainly, if there are actions being taken that are degrading the environment, there's one or more of the codes or ordinances that I referenced that individuals could be cited under, both county codes and state law also. And so definitely those are covered, and they are continuing to be enforced.
So if there is an endangered species that's identified in an area that has multiple endangered species, is that an area that can be enforced?
If there are actions being taken that degrade that environment in any way, scattering litter about, cutting vegetation, cutting trees, campfires or fires.
That seems like
any of those things, we could certainly cite individuals.
Well, that would be the whole American River Parkway then.
That is correct.
Mr. Green brought that up about endangered species, and I think that ought to be in the discussion that comes back.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Natoli?
Yeah, just very briefly, Madam Chair, I want to thank people for their testimony and certainly the passion here this morning on a multitude of aspects of kind of what was reflected on by County Council and brought to us in the legal context. I would just say that I know most of the folks that are here are aware of it, but in the very next breath, we're going to be talking about a shelter crisis declaration, and I think it will speak to some of the issues that folks have raised. And I think what I see here in this discussion, obviously I think will come in the discussion on the next item, will be as we continue to work to try to address an issue that has many facets. I think that not to lose sight of obviously the human condition, but obviously the treasures that we're all able to to be a part of, and that's our parkway, our natural environs, and doing that in a way that certainly provides dignity for folks that are homeless and in need, whatever their situation, but certainly for all of us as members of the public, whether we rich or poor, young or old, that we want to be able to enjoy those places that God put on this earth and that we're stewards of, and certainly of our fellow human beings we are, but also of places like the American River Parkway. And so I would just encourage folks to continue to be present here, but also to take that broader view of the work that's going on in this community on multiple fronts. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other comments? I guess we probably don't need a date, but can you be back within
We'll come back.
the end of the year?
We certainly can by the end of the year or first.
I think sooner is better than later since this situation continues to go on.
Absolutely.
Okay, go to our next item.
Item 61 is the new state homeless funding and shelter crisis declaration.
Cynthia Kavanaugh.
Good afternoon, Chair Peters and members of the board. My name is Cindy Kavanaugh. I am the your County Director of Homeless Initiatives, here to talk today about an exciting opportunity around a collaborative investment proposal with new state homeless funding that was passed. Let me see if I can, there we go. That was passed in just June of this year with about $553 million statewide available through 2 programs. We are expecting to have within this community close to 20 million coming to the Sacramento Continuum of Care as administered by Sacramento Steps Forward and the city of Sacramento as one of the 11 cities with the largest homeless population. I just will note here that while none of it is coming directly to the county, we have worked over the past several months on an exciting collaborative proposal. There are 2 programs called HEAP and CASH, Homeless Emergency Aid Program, and the California Emergency Solutions and Housing Program. And there is some complications with 2 programs, 2 state agencies, 2 reporting mechanisms, but generally this provides for very flexible funding for a variety of uses that are described here broadly as homeless services, flexible rehousing services, some capital improvements, and system improvements to the homeless system. In general, these programs will start in early 2019 and have a 2-year time period for implementation. It is one-time funding. To participate in one of the programs, HEAP, a local shelter crisis declaration is required if the jurisdiction will be receiving or administering funding, if it's used for capital expenditures, or if it's used for rental subsidies within the jurisdiction. And as proposed, a shelter crisis declaration would be required and applicable in Sacramento County. The resolution is attached. We have limited it to 1 year and have crafted it fairly narrowly to be able to receive the HEAP funding. So we have our partners here today from the Sacramento Continuum of Care Advisory Board. Members are here. From Sacramento Steps Forward, staff and members of the board, and from the city of Sacramento. Other cities may be here as well. We have worked since this funding was announced through a variety of community outreach meetings and stakeholder meetings on a common proposal that will have all of us participating in implementation. It was passed unanimously by the COC Advisory Board in September, and has an opportunity for every jurisdiction to participate dependent on the shelter crisis declaration. I'm behind. We've articulated our local goals so that we can work in this collaborative partnership. We want to not only address the immediate needs of increased shelter and increasing flow through shelter, but we want to drive broader system change so that our system is functioning as optimally as it can. We know it's a one-time funding, which is challenging, so we want to build on our, for example, our county initiatives where we have created infrastructure that can flex up and flex down, and I'll give you a little bit more detail on that in a minute. We also want to measure and evaluate and report back to the community on this funding as we do with our homeless initiative funding. There are 3 major areas of investment with this nearly $20 million. We will be expanding capacity in the shelter system. 2 of these, the first 2 are county implemented shelter, the family shelter system and the scattered site shelter model that's operated by the county. There will be additional investment in those 2 models, as well as a new city triage shelter. And expansion of youth respite and possible host home program for youth shelter. There is a requirement for 5% for youth. We expect to meet that with a set aside, although we'll also address youth in other parts of the program. It is building in the middle section is really building on the flexible supportive rehousing program of the county. Which has targeted 250 top users of mental health and jail services with long-term intensive case management and rehousing services. We are modifying that approach for this shorter-term assistance, but we will be using that same programmatic infrastructure, and I'll explain how we'll be connecting and really enhancing the capacity throughout the system. I want to note that we have enrolled all 250 since early March, and we have actually rehoused 94 persons in that program. Also, we'll mention at this point that we have sheltered 98 in about this same time period with the with the full service rehousing shelter, and we have placed 32 people in permanent housing. So we feel we are expanding what we have seen to be successful with this new funding. The last category is to invest in the homeless system, improve our data, improve coordinated entry, continue strategic planning, among other things.
Before you move on, I have a couple questions for you. Mr. Natoli?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Cindy, on this chart, it's very general, but in your comments, you mentioned you enrolled the 250. Those were the highest users. And you've got 94 that you've provided some stability for. So when you do that, then are you able to move down the list and add another 100?
That program is for 250. This money will expand that approach for approximately 617 people. So yes, in a sense, but that if folks move off and no longer need assistance, we can add to that 250, but really those are long-term supports for those 250.
Okay, so in order to get beyond the 250, assuming that all those folks are in place and they have long, satisfactory lives and we're able to, then you're going to be dependent upon new funding sources in order to ever get beyond 250.
Yes. For that one program.
No, I get it.
It's a highly targeted program, and we do see it as replicable, but yes, it would take additional investment.
Because I put a marker alongside because I think that's something we need to come back to as we continue to talk about, whatever successes we're having and any challenges, but also then if we begin to top out, it's nice to say that we've done it and we're there and we're helping that 250, but then to some of the needs that's been spoken to here earlier today, and that we're going to hear probably about on this item, we're going to have to, at some point in time, looking at the numbers that are still out there, going to have to find some resources. This obviously is one source that will provide some level of assistance. I wanted to also ask about the expansion shelter, because if I read the staff report correctly, the existing family shelter, you're going to only add 7 families?
Investment to add 7 families. We do not want to go outside the existing footprint of those shelters. We do not have additional shelter space, so we are expanding to the maximum extent within the existing framework.
So when you say outside the shelters, but then, because I think it begs a question, I don't want to get ahead of you on your presentation, so you can come back to it. I'm going to put the question there so you can think about it.
Okay.
Is that for shelter beds for women and children, we have had this discussion in these chambers multiple times over the last couple of years. And when I saw that number, again, recognizing the limitation you just pointed out, it says to me, and I saw the response from Steps Forward to the coalition and so forth, is that there's a great need for single persons, male and female, but in particular with the female, the vulnerability, and then the children. And I think one of the things that has become more apparent to me, certainly in conversations, we all read the articles and see the coverage, is that they may be one step away from camping in the parkway, but they're living in their cars or elsewhere. And I'm just going to stress the need here. I think we were going to have a workshop, last year about women and children's shelter capacity. Obviously, we're here today. We're not going to turn this money back. But I'm concerned that we're not doing enough in that realm to address the women and children. And you can maybe speak to that. I don't want to get ahead of your presentation. But that, as I read the staff report, really jumped out at me as being a need that we're not addressing sufficiently. So with that, I'll let you come back to it a little later on. I'll let you get through it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Cerna has a question before you go on.
So I too don't want to interrupt too frequently here, but I looked ahead at the PowerPoint here and I don't see it, so I'm going to ask it at this point. This is a chart that tells us generally the characteristics of the investments, which I think is obviously a tremendous opportunity for this county. But what I don't see is any mention of any thought that's been given to how we're going to work hand in glove with behavioral health to enhance especially addiction services. So here we are, on the precipice of adding substantially to our programming and our budgeting for a host of sheltering opportunities. But that's always, for me, always an opportunity to think carefully about, well, what are the other wraparounds that we need to consider at the same time? So mental health, but especially behavioral health. We have a methamphetamine task force that's doing some great work, or we've got folks in our behavioral health department that are very focused on the opioid crisis and interventions there. But has there been, Cindy, any discussions thus far about how to think parallel in terms of how we enhance that realm of servicing as well as the sheltering?
There is really great collaboration going on, and I should have mentioned other partners that are here are the Department of Human Assistance who are implementing these programs. So through the case management, there have been breakthroughs in terms of connecting people to those services. It's really through that case management. That's one level of coordinating on the mental health and the AOD services. We are also working on our homeless plan that will be coming to you in December, and at that system level you will see us looking at that more holistically. But I would say the interventions we have employed in the the county homeless initiatives have really deepened the connectivity to services. And one way we do that is by having a very deep DHA social workers working with the providers on a client-by-client level basis and breaking down barriers to services. That's how we've been doing it there.
I'm pleased to hear that. Just one last comment, and then I certainly want to hear the rest of the presentation. But we have some relatively new, I'd call them advances in terms of what this county is doing to, especially in the opioid crisis front. For instance, we have a new element at our primary health care center in terms of buprenorphine, Suboxone administration and the counseling that comes along with that. I think that would be a tremendous opportunity to think about how that gets woven into what we're doing here to offer folks that are finding stability vis-a-vis these sheltering opportunities to introduce them to these new therapies to get them off of what they're addicted to.
I would welcome that challenge.
Good. Thank you.
So this is gives you the percentages. However, they did not show up on the PowerPoint like they do on mine. So it's 47% going to shelter expansion, 41% in the flexible housing pool, which will partner with shelters to create more capacity, 5% for system development, and 5% for administration. I want to delve a little bit deeper into how the flexible housing pool will enhance overall the system. We have envisioned by creating these shorter term but real supportive services, case management services, and rehousing services that we will enhance what the existing shelters and navigation programs can do, and they will have a referral mechanism to those services. We will leverage the coordinating services that are occurring in the Pathways a program administered by the city, but which are missing the rehousing assistance. And we will have new connections that we've created with this funding in two new ways. One is through Adult Protective Services, so that they will have a pathway to connect their clients to these services. We think it'll be about 40 to 50 a year, which they do not currently have. And we are looking with this money on creating a new jail diversion program, working with the Office of the Public Defender to target low-level misdemeanants who are not resolving their homelessness, but engaging with the criminal justice system. And by connecting them to these services, we hope to break that cycle. So we're really excited about those two aspects that will really intersect with the county services. We will phase this. This is not easy to do. This is actually rather complex to do. So we will phase these referrals into the program. But you can see we are really we are doing good things in a number of ways, but how can we really connect people to services in rehousing services? And so we see this as a really great opportunity there. We do envision reaching all the subpopulations mentioned in that letter that was referenced. In one way we will do that, or in a couple of ways. One is the county scattered site shelter really allows us to do subpopulations well, and we've already done that. And also we will drive toward low barrier programs, services, shelter, which means we will reach the most vulnerable in all of those subpopulations. This is just to show that it is a collaborative implementation. You might think of the county really taking the rehousing lead and a little sheltering, the city taking, really owning and taking the sheltering lead, and Sacramento steps forward really looking at the system, but we envision working together on all pieces. Honing in on the county's part of the program, this is, as I said, almost $20 million, and the county will administer nearly $11 million in funding through its Department of Human Assistance, through the Office of the Public Defender, and linkages to the other departments, including Adult Protective Services. That brings us to the recommendations, which are to adopt the Shelter Crisis Declaration, to endorse the collaborative investment plan, and to really endorse and expect staff to come back with the with what it needs to implement contracts and to implement the program. that ends my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Anyone have any questions before we go to speakers? Okay, thank you, Sandy. Okay, I have Sean Dillon, then Mike Jaskey, and Wanda Cleveland are the first three speakers. Reminding you all again, we have a 2-minute limit.
Good afternoon, Chair Peters and Supervisors. I just want to thank you guys for bringing forward this declaration today. Really want to just urge you to avail yourself of the opportunities provided by it to ensure that nobody in Sacramento County has to continue sleeping on the streets. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike Jaskey, Wanda Cleveland, Chris Jensen.
Good afternoon, Chair Peters, Supervisors. My name is Mike Jaskey, representing Sacramento area congregations together, a member of St. Mark's UMC and a resident in Supervisor Peters District 3. As a faith-based organization, SACT's advocacy stems from the twin themes of compassion for our fellow man and desire for social justice in our society. These are common among most of the world's faith traditions. I'm not going to be as strident as some of our previous speakers, but SACT is just as passionate about helping homeless people as they are. We're pleased that the legislature enacted SB 850 and brought forward this opportunity to bring about $20 million to Sacramento County to help alleviate the misery of homeless people who endure it every day. Unfortunately, these funds are far too limited to solve the problem here. They're going to make the world a better place for a few hundred people, but we have a couple thousand at least who are on the streets. And so we need to think of this as merely one step in many steps to come. SACAC supports the joint city-county SSF proposal for the use of these funds. Ms. Kavanaugh provided a great overview of the conceptual proposal and the role of the county in administering the monies. There are numerous details that remain to be determined during the period of time after the application is made and before these programs actually ramp up. You'll maybe hear some criticism about the lack of specificity, but given the time frame that was available to develop this proposal, I think the team did a great job, and we applaud the level of coordination between city, county, and steps forward that resulted in the proposal before you today.
Thank you.
Let me just finish by saying that we definitely support the declaration of a shelter crisis, which of course Cindy has said is necessary to receive and use these funds, and the evidence of such a problem is all around us, so it shouldn't be difficult for you to endorse such a declaration. Thank you.
Mr. Jaskey. Wanda Cleveland, Chris Jensen, Howard Lawrence are our next three speakers.
Good afternoon. Okay, I'm coming up here because I'm pleased with the fact that you guys are going to call a shelter crisis. We need to have the city also to be hand in hand with you. This all started, homelessness, I was back in 1989 where I was homeless with my 3 children. I was able to get myself out of it in the midst of all the crisis that was going on. I got me a job, I got retired, and now I live in Elk Grove. But I've been serving for 4 years now, coming down to City Hall, trying to get help for the homeless. I've even brought the homeless home with me. And I'm wondering if any of you guys ever brought a homeless person home with you and helped them. I can't complain about homelessness if I don't do my part. I'm really upset because not enough is being done. We had someone come to the city about 3 weeks ago and even begged them to have bathrooms put out here. He was willing to pay for them, and the city said no. So the problem they don't want to resolve the problem. They want to create, and the thing that really bothers me about most of everything here is how much you guys sit here and discuss how you guys can ticket these people than help them with their problems. They're human beings. You guys do more for animals than you do for human beings. They're discussing over here about the rights of a bird, a fish. These are human beings. We're all from human beings. Rich, poor, and the poor people are out there because of gentrification, because of what the city has done, what the county hasn't done, what everybody's doing. Now it's your turn. Please, I pray upon every night for the justification of all these homeless people having a place to be. I've been there. I know what it's like. I had 3 children on the streets of Sacramento. I'm trying to place a young girl with 3 kids right now that's on SSI. Do you have a place for her and her 3 kids?
Thank you. Could you wind up your comments, please? I understand they're important. We have a lot of people standing behind you.
If you have a place for her, please somebody come to me and help me place these 3 kids and a disabled woman.
Thank you. Chris Jensen, then Howard Lawrence, and Kathy Creswell.
Hello, good afternoon, Madam Chair, Susan Peters.
Hello, Ms. Jensen.
And no, I'm Reggie Nelson. I'm sitting in for Chris. He couldn't stay.
I'm sorry, your name again?
Reggie Nelson. I'm a member of the DAC and the old vice chair. So I have a letter from the DAC, and then I will read it, and this is your copy. The U.S. Interagency Council on Homelessness reports data constantly show very high rates of chronic homelessness, physical disability, and mental health and substance use disorders, as well as significant numbers of developmental disabilities among people who experience chronic homelessness. The Disability Advisory Commission, DAC, has been working with Cindy Kavanaugh over the past year. She has provided us with a great deal of insight into the successes and challenges of implementing the new homeless initiatives. Additionally, she has been very receptive to the engaged in discussions with the DAC regarding the needs of people with disabilities in their new programs and enhanced services. The DAC applauds and supports the Shelter Crisis Declaration. It will increase funding and resources for the existing housing and shelter programs and create a number of additional opportunities. We are particularly pleased with the inclusion of our recommendations, namely assistance with expungent support services. Going forward, as these shelters and supportive housing programs are implemented, we ask that you keep in mind the following needs of people with disabilities. 1, allow funding for supportive services to include providing accessibility features to housing units as needed. This will enable people with disabilities to obtain accessible housing or prevent homelessness from occurring due to a recent acquired disability that has rendered their current housing unlivable for them. 2, consider partnering with employment services agencies that have particular expertise in the employment of people with disabilities. This will enhance their abilities to sustain housing upon the expiration of the housing subsidy, a better position for independence and future success. 3, provide for specific accommodation needs when communicating with people with disabilities in your outreach and program delivery, particularly for people who are blind, low vision, deaf, hard of hearing, as well as those who have learning disabilities, language/speech disorders, or cognitive impairments.
How many more do you have? You're a minute over your time limit.
4.
4 more?
No, number 4.
Okay.
And then a short paragraph. Please include provisions for management and staff training on providing reasonable accommodations and effective communication with people with disabilities as required by Title II of the American with Disabilities Act, ADA. We look forward to continuing our partnership and collaboration with Ms. Kavanaugh and the Department of Human Assistance to ensure that outreach efforts and supportive services are inclusive and meet the needs of the people with disabilities experiencing homelessness. The DAC would like to thank the Board of Supervisors and county staff for the commitment for giving us the opportunity to have input on the Sacramento County homeless initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Nelson. Howard Lawrence, Kathy Creswell, Robert Lowe or Coplin.
Good afternoon again. Mr. Jaski covered most of the main points that we want to make, regarding the matter before us. But I wanted to add my voice, specifically thanking staff for stepping up to the table that we have been calling for quite some time. Supervisor Natoli, you may recall the meeting at St. Mark's where we asked you to commit to create a regional plan because it is a regional problem. We see what is before us as an important step in that matter. We want to acknowledge that, and we really want to commend staff for stepping up to the table and working in a collaborative fashion to address this common problem we have in the city of Sacramento, in the county of Sacramento, and all of the other entities within the county. It is a regional effort. We need to work together to solve this problem. This is an important step in that direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lawrence. Kathy Creswell, Robert Coplin, John Weatherall. Morning, Kathy.
Good morning. Well, good afternoon. The day is going by fast. Supervisor Peters and Board, my name is Kathy Creswell, and I'm on the Continuum of Care Advisory Board, but today I'm speaking on behalf of the Sacramento Housing Alliance in support of your adoption of the Shelter Crisis Declaration and your conceptual approval of the plan for the new one-time funding that is available from the state. There was a very short time frame to get the funding plan together, and we appreciated the collaboration and the incorporation of a number of comments and recommendations made by the community in the plan that you have before you. But I would encourage you to continue to engage the community and providers as you flesh out that plan in a more detailed way. I also encourage you to give full meaning to the resolution that you are adopting. You've been asked to do that for a long time, and so we were grateful to see it. There's not much meat on the bones there, and the declaration really gives local governments the opportunity to take extraordinary efforts to solve this crisis. So I really urge you to not just sign that because you get the money for it, but to give real meaning and actually implement a plan using the powers that are authorized by that declaration. And then I also want to say that please use your bully pulpit here. We need all the resources we can get to affordable housing, and Propositions 1 and 2 on the ballot, and I hope everyone here will support it, will provide additional resources that will complement the efforts that you're taking today. And finally, I just want to add, I was disheartened to hear Supervisor Frost praising actions to chase the homeless out of the parkway. Given the extent of our problems and the tragedy that we face, we need to provide action and compassion in addressing the tragedy of homelessness. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert Coplin and John Weatherall.
Hi, my name is Rob Cole. I belong to the Sacramento Homeless Organized Committee. While this is a good first step, it doesn't go far enough. We need alternative sources of funding to help more homeless people to get off the streets, in the shelters, in the affordable housing, which we badly need in Sacramento County. And I'm talking to the city later on about this. I also agree with Nick Kavanaugh. Sue Frost made a mistake chastising the homeless out of the parks. Wrong move. I hope somebody runs against Sue Frost in her next election. I mean, we need to help the homeless. We don't need to criticize or arrest the homeless. Where's your compassion? You need compassion. I don't care about the dollars and cents. We need compassion for the homeless population. I mean, really, get on the ball and do something about helping the homeless population. Thank you.
John Weatherall, Dan Adderholt, and Jonathan, I think it's Gainsborough from Cameron Park.
Hello, I'm John Weatherall. I was homeless last year and I was hospitalized about 20 times. Since I've gotten home shelter in a board and care, I haven't been hospitalized once. People like myself who have Social Security disability for schizophrenia and bipolar disorder, it's very easy to live off of the housing voucher, but a great problem is occurring right now is that the housing vouchers are closed. And when that happens, people who could be living in housing just simply can't live in housing because there isn't the housing available. So I ask that we try to expedite some way of finding more housing so that we can be stabilized. And I think you'll see out on the street that you'll see a lot more people who are in wheelchairs if you go around downtown mall. I'm not the only person who isn't, but I'm on a waiting list and it's been about a year. And before I became homeless, I was living in with the housing voucher. So I'd really like to see some of that funding be directed towards the housing voucher level, which is 1/3 of your income from Social Security disability. And then that group of people can be taken care of because we want housing. No one that I know wants to live on the street and go through the kind of violence that I was subjected to while out on the street. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Weatherall. Dan Alderholt, Jonathan Gainsborough, and then Linda, I think she left, Ducker? I called Dan Alderholt.
I am Jonathan.
So you're next, Jonathan. Okay, thank you.
Okay, first of all, Susan Peters, I want to apologize to you. I was speaking out of line back to you about the homeless and Ms. Frost because your comments were very harsh towards the homeless and very uncalled for. But then again, I'm Christian, so I want to apologize for saying that to you guys back. But also, the fact is, the homeless is everyone's brother, sister, child, grandchild. It could be you someday. Everyone's one paycheck away from being homeless. I don't care who you are. The fact is, I totally support this declaration for shelters of homeless. I totally agree with HHRA, building low-income housing. I totally support them as well, so do all my homeless crews. And I just want to say right now, did you guys know that 78% of my homeless crew, we're talking over 1,000 people I have in my homeless crew, people, are veterans, fellow veterans, okay, who fought for this country. And you're sitting up here chastising veterans who fought for your right to be sitting here in this chair today to be preaching to people about stuff, okay? Think about that when you judge people. Don't judge when you don't know what you're talking about, because that's not cool. Now, I'm not trying to be mean, but I want to say one more thing here. Everybody in this room right here, I invite you all to come down to American Parkway, including you, Ms. Peters, Ms. Frost. I want you to meet my crew. I want you to meet the homeless. I want you to meet every homeless person in Sacramento and see with your own eyes. They are just like you. They're no different than you or any of you up there. The only thing is there's 1,000 reasons why people are homeless. You can't judge them for being homeless. It's not right. And it's not called for. We need to help each other instead of fight against each other. That's why I've been preaching us all helping each other, and we have. The city of Sacramento came together, so why can't you guys come together with us? That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Jonathan Gainsborough. Then Linda Ducker and Ann Moore.
Chairman Peters and supervisors. Last year, 39 people died of homicide, in our city and county. 39 died of homicide. They were murdered. 49 died in the streets from traffic. But 3 times that number, 139, roughly 3 times. Now, my father was a presidential economic advisor with 3 U.S. presidents. It's not quite 3. But over 2 people every week of the homeless are dying and going to the county undertaker. I have the phrase a death toll goal. I would like to see the county and the city grab that number of the homeless and say, we are determined to cut those deaths in half in the future 2019. I wrote so many things down here. I went to city council for over 2 years using the phrase triage, a triage shelter. Now it is an established term, but I was the first one to use it there, week after month after year. Now we have 1 triage shelter, but we need at least 3. Mayor Steinbrenner has talked about 3. I see on the wall, on the overheads, talk about funding another triage shelter. Triage has 3 parts. One part is they are gone, you can't bring them back. The second part of triage is the golden hour. If you don't reach them in that first hour, they are gone. And then the third part of triage is those that can wait. We need to not focus on how to shut the parks to the homeless. We need to create some place for them to go. And so God said to Cain, the voice of your brother's blood cries out from the ground. Cain, where is your brother? Where, county supervisors, where is your brother and your sister? God didn't accept. Cain said, how should I know? Am I my brother's keeper? Am I my sister's keeper? That was not acceptable to God. You are taking a bold first step here to approve a crisis shelter amendment or declaration. Do it and make it bold and strong. Let Sacramento be the city, the shining city on the hill that the whole country can see solves the homeless crisis. God bless you.
Linda Ducker, then Ann Moore, and Bob Erlenbush.
I'm sorry I yelled so much at y'all, but I'm angry. I've been homeless, and y'all have no idea what it's like. It's pure T hell. It's like riding a roller coaster through hell. And y'all look down on us and say we're trash. We're not trash. I have a college degree. I worked 25 years in retail. I was a CNA for Alzheimer's patient. I ain't trash and I ain't stupid. And y'all treat us like we're stupid. We can vote, you know. Even if we don't have a phone home, we can vote. And y'all need to pay attention. These are human beings. These are your brothers and sisters. Jesus is watching you and he's mad as hell. That's why I get so upset. He's mad at y'all. And something bad's going to happen if you don't do something. Y'all, and you ladies, have you ever slept outside? Either one of you or you? Have you ever slept outside?
Of course we slept outside.
I don't think so. I'm not talking about camping. I'm talking about being homeless and sleeping outside. Do you know how rude people are to us? Because of your propaganda for the last 20 years that we're no good. We are good. We are good human beings. But when you have a mental illness, you don't care about the dang trash. You don't even care about yourself. So y'all got to realize that it's not their fault. Depression makes you that way. Mental illness makes you that way. You don't care about the dang trash. You don't even care about yourself. Or where you're going to eat next week. Or if you're going to be here next week. Y'all need to think about that. Because 1 out of 4 Americans have a mental illness, and next thing you know, it could be one of y'all on the streets. And what are y'all going to do? How would you like to be treated? That's what you need to think about.
Thank you. Could you wind up your comments?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Y'all need to quit talking and take action. These people are dying.
Okay, thank you. Ann Moore. Bob Erlenbush, and Noel Cameraman.
Hello, board members. I'm Ann Moore. I'm the interim CEO at Sacramento Steps Forward.
Welcome back.
Thank you. It's good to be back. I just wanted to, for a moment, representing my board of directors, speak on behalf of this proposal. Joining me from my board are Matt Kiesling, Jonathan Porteous, and Cassandra Jennings was here, but she needed to step away. I just want to note also that Jonathan Porteous is the chair of our Continuum of Care, and you've also heard from a number of other members of the Sacramento Continuum of Care, all in support of this proposal. Sacramento Steps Forward and our board are very pleased to be part of this partnership. And as Cindy has explained, it's a very comprehensive and aggressive plan that I think will make a big difference. Sacramento Steps Forward and the COC did host a number of meetings to help gather a lot of the input that was put into the building of this proposal. There were very robust conversations. The proposals moved and got better, I think, because of that conversation. And you did get a unanimous vote at the COC in support of the proposal before you. In anticipation of your approval today and the approval of the City Council later on, Sacramento Steps Forward is ready to roll up our sleeves and work as hard as we can to reach success. As you can tell, a lot of people will be housed and helped because of the good work that this money will make possible. On a lesser note, however, there is some money here for systems work that really will make a long-term difference. We'll be able to build out our coordinated entry program and a lot of data systems that can help us be successful in the proposal before you, but it will really have lasting value as we move forward and make sure that we can do the best we can with future endeavors to help the homeless. So with that, thank you so much, and we look forward to working with you into the future.
Thank you for agreeing to be interim director.
It's been my pleasure.
Bob Erlenbush and Noel Cameraman. The last speaker is Kim Church.
Again, Bob Erlenbush, Executive Director of the Sacramento Regional Coalition to End Homelessness. I want to applaud both the Sacramento Steps Forward, Cindy and Emily, even though she's not here, I don't see her, for the really high level of collaboration between the city and nonprofit and the county. I also want to thank staff for their flexibility. There was in the couple of community meetings, there was a change from the first community meeting because of what many of us in the community saw as not being expansive enough and some issues that we raised. And the staff was open to hearing that, and thank you for your flexibility. The coalition supports, and actually just want to remind you that the coalition and ACT called for a declaration of a shelter emergency from the City Council and the Board of Supervisors more than 2 years ago. So I'm glad that we are finally here. Supervisor Natoli, thank you for raising the issue of women and single women and children in particular. We want to make sure that it's really intentional. The current shelter system underserves single women, it underserves people with disabilities, and it also underserves a growing population of homeless seniors. So we hope that that continues to be intentional. Supervisor Natoli, you raised the issue of people sleeping in their cars, and I'm going to say the same thing to the City Council in a couple of minutes, like many other communities are starting to, Portland leading it 21 years ago and Los Angeles just 2 years ago, have started to create safe parking zones for homeless people sleeping and living in their RVs, cars, etc. Just one more second. All you have to do is go down 3rd right at X, and there's a number of RVs and cars, people living in their cars. So I would encourage you just to take a small amount of money off the top, work with the city, ask them the same thing, to do a planning feasibility study of what it would take and how many safe parking zones we could create in the city and county. Again, thank you, and look forward to your declaring a shelter emergency.
Thank you. Noel Cameraman and Kim Church.
All
right, thank you, Chair Peters and Board of Supervisors. I'm here in support of the Shelter Crisis Declaration and application for the new funding through HEAP and CASH. There's an incredible need for shelter and services, and we do not have enough resources to meet that need out there. This new funding would make a significant impact in our community, and I would urge you all to vote in support of it. I also want to, similarly to Bob, applaud the efforts and planning by Cindy Cavanaugh, Director of Homeless Initiatives for the county, in concert with her counterpart at the city, as well as with Sacramento Steps Forward. I hope that this collaboration between the county, the city, and local nonprofits continues. I hope it's the first step of many that we're all going to take together. Furthermore, I think in addition to this, and something that we need to continue to look at, is the facilitation of housing development for all income levels here in Sacramento. While we're going to be focusing in on shelter and services, housing development is crucial. We need it. We didn't get to this situation of a shelter crisis without having a housing crisis that kind of preceded it. So it's an important thing that we are going to have to face further on down the road. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cameraman. Kim Church.
Hi, Kim.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Kim Church. I founded Sac's Safe Space for Unhomed Youth a couple of years ago after I saw the atrocious treatment of youth in government-funded agencies. I think it's really interesting today that you're continuing. I'm speaking, of course, in support of the resolution, but what I'm interested in listening to here with some concern is the continuance of framing the conversation as when can we still criminalize? When can we still cite? Instead of when can we see shelter? And when we talk about species, you know, human species matter, and not having shelter endangers the human species. I think that when you talk of health and safety issues, the fact that we are thousands of beds short on shelter should be part of that health and safety discussion. There were a couple of numbers today that got up on the board but were moved quickly. One that I want to highlight was that out of 858 citations, only 25 of those people were offered housing. That's 3%. That means that 97% of the people that you cited on the river were not given anywhere else to go. So I think that that really upholds a lot of what the Boise discussion is. I hope that later drafts, I did attend the first meeting of the proposal, the HEAP proposal, and I'm hoping that later drafts did make the tectonic shifts that we were calling for in terms of more shelter. But I am also concerned for the lack of numbers that I saw, and when I heard Cindy say the county is doing a little sheltering, that's not enough. The county should be doing a lot of sheltering. Those scattered sites, I think that you should create some sort of number, and I think it's very reasonable given the numbers, especially if you want small shelters, that you should anticipate 1 to 2 shelters per zip code in the county of Sacramento. That's where you're going to have to start. All right, that's going to be fair and equitable to people. Modesto opened up a park. They decided not to open the park for dogs, and they decided to open up for humans. It went from 20 to 200 tents in one day. Neighbors all over the place were out there. They're giving food, they're giving clothing, they're giving survival gear, just like we do, and Mercy Peddlers and Cafe does every Sunday. This is not going to take a lot of your money. It's going to take a lot of your concern. So I think that in closing, I think we need to expand the amount of money that's going towards shelter. $9 million out of $20 million is not enough. This is a shelter crisis, so the money that's going to prevent homelessness, not accurate, and the money that's going to unpunish after we've punished people is just a catch-22, and it's only giving policing more money, and it's not giving money to the social services. So I appreciate that this is a move that is late, but we're ready to help you. And as a volunteer doing this on top of a full-time job, I can tell you that I know hundreds of people who are ready to feed, clothe, provide shelter for folks. You have hundreds of vacant parcels that I have personally researched through title companies. And if you would like to know what hundreds of vacant parcels you have, I'm happy to share that list with you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have no further speakers signed up, so I'm going to come back to the board. Any comments? Mrs. Frost?
I want to accept your invitation. I would be delighted to meet your team, and I hope you will pick up this card and call my office and arrange that. And I support the shelter crisis. I do have a question, though. If we announce a shelter crisis, is this like a an emergency, how long does it last? When we have had other emergency declarations, we had to come back periodically. I was just curious how long it lasts. What are there responsibilities that the county signs on to that we can't back out of once we declare this shelter crisis? And how does it impact the county long term, besides the one-time money and the cost?
And I will start to answer, and Robin will chime in if needed. There is a 1-year authorization, and it will not extend unless reauthorized. So that's language in the resolution, in the declaration. There is no action that is imposed by taking this action. There's no making this declaration. There's no action required. It does allow flexibility in health and safety if you were to take action to site shelter on a public facility. And the third question, I should have written it down.
Were there any responsibilities that once we get this under control, does it impact us in any way long-term that we cannot adjust to?
We understand there's no additional impact. The Boise case is really what is impacting future actions, enforcement, so there's no additional impact by this resolution.
And I would just add that it would be a legal standard of reasonableness, that declaring a shelter now is stating the fact that there are not sufficient shelter beds, and by us accepting these dollars, that we keep track of what progress we do make in order to show that progress a year from now, and then your board will have data upon which to take further action.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Natoli?
Yeah, Cindy, I want to come back to my question. I gave you a little time to tell me how many beds and available shelter facilities we have available for women and children.
So there is no limit on the number of beds for certainly for female versus male through the scattered site or the triage shelter. So the funded shelter is moving away from gender-specific shelter, although we have the ability to have a house with just women, and that is happening now. It expands within the existing family shelters by 7 households. I think that's about 3-person average, 3 or 4 people per household. So that's the number of additional people housed. I would like to emphasize that by offering rehousing assistance, we will create flow and continue to have more capacity. We didn't promise, we guessed a 90-day stay at our full-service rehousing shelter. Currently, we're at about 60-day, so we're happy with that. We'll be reporting back on that. That means more people can come in from just the bed. So while shelter capacity is important, so is helping people leave shelter to permanent housing.
Well, I don't disagree. The whole discussion about permanent supportive housing and where they go to, whether it's permanent supportive otherwise, I think that's obviously, otherwise you just get locked, and that's a conversation obviously we can continue to have. But I guess the thing that was still contrasting for me, and I appreciate Ann Moore's comments about the system improvement developments, but when I see $644,000 going to get 7 more families capacity, and we got $1 million that, again, will help a lot of folks. I get it. You become more streamlined, more effective in delivering the services. But that's still, in my view, is problematic, because that combined with for the foster youth and the youngsters that are transitioning, that's about $1.2 million total, maybe $1.3 million. And that the money for system development doesn't go directly to helping folks get shelter. And this is a very short term. We're going to garner some improvements. I get it. This has been supported by the committee bringing forward. That's just contrasting. If we have a shelter emergency, you've really got an emergency. The money's there for that. Then you ought to do what you can to get the folks in and out of the cold and out of the heat and out of situations. Put the money there. And then, not that you shouldn't do system development. Long term, you grow that. But again, I see that as being a contrast. And I read the letter that, the explanation that the SSF did. And again, I'm not criticizing that work, but that certainly jumps off the page to me. And so I guess I'd ask you or Ann, before we close this, to maybe give me how did you get to those numbers, 644,000, yet we got $1 million for system development, or 644,000 for youth in place?
Well, I can, some of the thinking was using the existing facilities for families, so we're maximizing what we can put there. We have no other site. We can add the single homes. It's not a small program, it's small sheltering. It's 15 homes that we're adding 8 homes to. That's 40 additional people at a time. So we looked at what we could do quickly with one-time money up and down. We obviously don't, unless we have a long-term commitment, we can't create new shelter, or we would not want to invest in new capital improvements to shelter. That operation money will go away in 2 years. So we tried to maximize what we have, making it more impactful. And along those lines, this kind of money for system investment doesn't come along hardly ever. And in fact, the CASH is really emphasizing that you improve your system. Until we get our system humming a little bit better, none of our interventions will be operating at maximum level. And if Ann wants to add to that, that would be my response.
One more thought on that. I did want to point out that this round of CASH funding actually requires you to spend a certain amount of money on your systems.
So that percentage that's the required percentage?
That's not the required amount, but it is.
Spending more than is required then, Ann? Are you spending more than is required?
Yes, we are, but I just want to point out that really the essence of this money is to get your systems right, and I do think that the state is really looking at, across the board, COCs really working on their systems, and that there will be requirements on what kind of data you collect and the state of your coordinated entry system for future funding rounds that come down the pike. So we believe this is a one-time thing that is a valid investment so that we can do better into the future.
And I appreciate that and the explanation from both of you. I guess my final comment is, though, that as we approach the winter season again, and we only allocate this amount of money and this amount of facilities available, that the person that comes in, we heard Ms. Cleveland talk, and I saw Ann Edwards approach her, so maybe we can help that woman with 3 children. But that, when we got that amount of money dedicated and that's all the capacity we're buying, then the next one out gets to be told there's no room at the end, right?
We will still have unsheltered people, yes.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Natoli. Mr. Cerna?
Thank you. So I want to start by thanking our staff, especially Cindy, for all your work on this, and I'm certainly prepared to move the staff recommendation, but I think there's a few points that were made by the speakers. I want to thank everyone that took time out of their schedules to be here to inform this discussion. But to Ms. Cresswell's point about making sure that we don't check a box today simply without consideration of accountability and how we're going to implement what we're declaring, I think is a really important point to stress. And I would invite Ann Edwards to the podium if she would, because I know that this board receives on a fairly regular basis the report about how we're doing overall in terms of our initiatives, and I suspect that dashboard is going to continue to grow if this declaration, I think it will pass today. But I want to know from Ann and from Cindy, how are we going to look and do the look back on this in a fairly regular way to make sure that we're actually accomplishing what we set out to do? I think that's hugely important.
We will certainly report back on the activities we're administering, and I'll add Ann to that. We're also anticipating a deeper dive into those activities in our report back. But we will also, on the HEAP cash as a collaborative effort, we have committed to report back to all the entities, Continuum of Care, the Board of Supervisors, where's Ann, and the city, and the city council, and any other city. So we will report back. We do commit to as much transparency and accountability as.
I think, Supervisor Cerna, to your point, I think the monthly report we give you, this absolutely lends itself to be added to it. So you'll see a new section come in, as Cindy mentioned what that is, not only on a monthly basis, and then whatever requirements Cindy mentioned, we'll be back to the board reporting that in a public session too.
Perhaps I'm missing, I appreciate that. Perhaps I'm missing it in terms of those monthly reports, but so correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think I am. Do we keep account of how many folks we touch, we reach out to offer assistance, whether it be the triage, the full service sheltering, or other programs, and keep track of how many folks actually avail themselves of the assistance? For instance, Ms. Church brought up the slide that showed 25 people were assisted, but what it was not in that slide was, well, out of how many that were actually approached to assist them. I think that knowing the denominator and the numerator here is really important to understand how effective any of these programs are going to be in terms of people actually not just getting the help, but understanding, whether or not it's being presented to them in the first place.
So I think that's a very fair comment. We have been working probably for 6 months on a community dashboard across all of the investments, not just the county, but the city, et cetera, through the HMIS system and working with Sacramento Steps Forward. We're fairly close. It's not as easy as we had hoped, but we should have a dashboard at the beginning of next year that will show at a system level and hopefully be fairly manipulable by a program level to give you that information. I think that is a very fair expectation of the community that we have not yet met.
Okay, and when that is refined and is available for this board, it should be openly available through various portals to the public.
Yes.
And to the advocacy community, so that they see exactly what we're seeing. So with that, Madam Chair, I'm prepared to move staff recommendation.
Second. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you. Board members, I've got some agenda management issues here. We have to get to closed session. We've got labor issues. So I'm going to, Chair's prerogative, move item 63, push that to 2 o'clock, and ask CEO to find out if SHRA item has to be heard today. Maybe they're better off here on the 30th, or running out of day. Okay, so those of you that might be here on item 63, I only have one person who signed up to speak. We'll be back at
2 o'clock.
Nav, how long do you think closed session is going to be? Half an hour?
5 to 10 minutes.
Okay, so...
Yeah, one labor item we need to, and there's another component, two
okay.
items.
So we'll be back at 2:15? Gives you
There was only one person signed up.
How about 2:30? We're in recess till 2:30.
Okay, hang on 1 second.
I'd like to call to order the October 16th meeting in 2018 for the Board of Supervisors, continuation from this morning. Would you establish a quorum, please?
Yes, Supervisors Frost. Here. Kennedy. Natoli.
Here.
Cerna.
Here.
Peters.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Okay, so we're going to bounce around a little bit in the agenda. First, we're going to go to 64, the presentation by the Sacramento County Youth Commission.
Okay. So we have the presentation of the voter pre-registration project by the Sacramento County Youth Commission.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Good afternoon. My name's Eleanor Love, and I'm part of the Sacramento County Youth Commission, and I represent District 1. I'm currently a freshman at McClatchy High School, and before I begin, I'd like to thank you for having us today and for your support of our Youth Commission. Today, I'm here to update you on the status of our voter pre-registration project, which I'm co-chair of. My co-chair, Lauren, is also here to speak to you about her part of the project, and 3 of our subcommittee members are present as well. For me, it began 2 years ago when I attended the UC Davis Leadership Conference. I listened to Dr. Mindy Romero, founder of the California Civic Engagement Project, speak about how the 18 to 24-year-old age group doesn't vote enough, and as a result, they're always underrepresented in elections, laws, and policies because politicians don't hear their voices. I'll just wait for this to load. This inspired me, and I wanted to find out what we could do to somehow make an impact and encourage more people to vote. In the process of research, I found out about pre-registration, which allows 16 and 17-year-olds to register to vote before they turn 18. While this doesn't change the voting age, it allows them to be the most prepared they can be for voting, which ultimately makes them more likely to vote. I contacted the County Registrar of Voters at the beginning of the summer to ask them how many of the eligible teenagers had actually pre-registered to vote. They told me that 2,300 teens had pre-registered at that time, which was only about 10% of the eligible teens that had actually pre-registered. In June, we created an official subcommittee for our project and got it underway. I decided that the best way to reach the most high school students would be through local school districts. Over the summer, I did research on how the Elk Grove, San Juan, and Sacramento City Unified School Districts informed and encouraged their students regarding pre-registration. I found that some were further along than others, while some of the school districts I contacted barely knew about pre-registration. I had many conversations with school district officials, first providing basic information, then brainstorming with them on how to improve the way they reach their students. We were very successful. At Elk Grove Unified School District, the Board of Education passed a resolution to recognize high school voter education weeks, which are designed to educate and involve students in voting and took place in the last 2 weeks of September. The district also put information on their website and included a link to pre-register. They provided a letter about pre-registration to their 14 high school principals, including the principals of their 9 comprehensive high schools, which would approximately reach about 18,000 students. We even made our own PSA video discussing the importance of pre-registration, which they used. In September, we spoke before their school board about our project, and there's a picture from that. At San Juan Unified School District, we attended a school board meeting and made a public comment about our project. They also added a pre-registration page to their website and prominently feature it on their homepage. On an average day, they have 5,500 visits to their homepage, and that's a screenshot of that page on their website. At Sacramento City Unified, they passed a resolution to recognize high school voter education weeks, and they recognized us and presented plaques to us, and that's a picture from that meeting as well. Pre-registration information was included in Sac City's weekly electronic newsletter, which is called the E-Connection, which reaches about 30,000 subscribers. School board member Christina Pritchett wanted ideas on how to improve pre-registration at Rosemont High School, and I followed up with several links and other information. School board member Jay Hansen said he wanted to meet with our group, and student board member Rachel Halbo reached out to us last week. Additionally, Mindy Romero, who I mentioned earlier, featured a story about our project and our commission in her newsletter. Last week, Lauren checked back with the County Registrar of Voters, and the results were very encouraging. 4,613 teens are now pre-registered. The county is still processing about 2,430 registration forms, many of which will be pre-registration forms. We hope and believe that we are a large part of the impact. Once again, thank you for listening to my part of the speech, and I'd also like to thank Lauren and the subcommittee for their work, as well as Stephanie for her help and support. I will now invite Lauren to speak.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
I'm Lauren Kim, and I'm a junior at St. Francis High School. I'm a District 1 representative on the SCYC. I, along with Eleanor, co-chaired the voter pre-registration subcommittee this year. On my part, I personally became interested in teen voter pre-registration as a form of civic engagement during my freshman year in high school, 3 years ago. During the presidential election, I was able to learn a lot about the mechanics of voting and civic engagement. I've always felt that voting is a very important part of being an American citizen, so I was disappointed to find the low statistics when conducting my research. For my part of the voter registration drive, I focused on partnering with the Sacramento Public Library, whose branches will serve as ballot drop-off sites and voter service centers during the upcoming election. SCYC will be working with them this fall and in future years to encourage pre-registration during the upcoming elections. Now, SPL already does a lot to help adult voters when registering to vote. Alongside serving as polls, individual branches host Let's Talk About Voting discussions to increase voter knowledge of the measures they are voting on the ballots. As well, they curate special Cast Your Vote book selections to further raise awareness among readers and library goers. All these informations are listed on a page on the SPL website. And as a whole, SPL does an excellent job helping many adults as possible become engaged, educated voters. And this is amazing. However, I noticed that there could be more publicity regarding pre-registration, as all of these previously mentioned events were focused on registered adult voters. And now I'm also on the Sacramento Public Library System-Wide Teen Advisory Board, which caters to the needs of teens in the Sacramento area. I had previously brought up the need for more teen awareness on the opportunity to pre-register to vote at the library my freshman year, so I proposed to the Youth Commission during our May meeting that we focus on raising awareness of teen voter pre-registration. SCYC will thus be partnering with the teen advisory boards at all the library branches in Sacramento, setting up pre-registration booths next to the library polls to raise awareness. So this upcoming election day, all branches of the Sacramento Public Library will have tables staffed by library teen volunteers to offer pre-registration forms and other information to library goers. Going off of this partnership, STAB and SCYC are also working to organize teen events that increase voter knowledge, similar to the Let's Talk About Voting forums for adults. We're very optimistic about turnout and are expecting many teens and adult parents to pre-register to vote. Now, among other outreach events we've done in the community, we attended events like the National Night Out in Oak Park. We were able to hand out a lot of pre-registration forms and raise a lot of awareness. It was a great kickoff to start our voter pre-registration program, and our efforts have really been rewarded as seen by our statistics. We are so grateful for the helpfulness and generosity of the County Registrar of Voters and other county departments in providing us with resources and training, as well as the school boards and their open-mindedness to our ideas. Our positive results make us very optimistic about the voter turnout for the 18 to 24-year-old age group in this upcoming election. Once again, thank you very much for your time and attention. We're sure that we'll be bringing you more positive updates soon. And now we'd like to show a video that we've made. So.
Who did the photography?
The subcommittee.
Okay.
No matter who you are or what you do,
we can all be a part of our democracy.
Voting is one of the best ways to do that.
When you vote, you decide who your leaders are, whether it's at the national, state, or the local level.
Pre-registration is the quickest and easiest step that 16 and 17-year-olds can take to be prepared for voting.
This way, you're automatically eligible to vote when you turn 18.
Pre-registering is as easy as one simple form, or you can pre-register at this link.
Everyone deserves to have their voice heard.
You can make a difference by pre-registering today.
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 Thank you all very much for your presentation.
Thank you for your time.
I'm hoping you will all come up and introduce yourselves when at the appropriate time. I think various members of the board have comments they'd like to make, but it sure looks like you got a workout around the county going to all the school boards.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cerna?
Thank you. So, wow, I am very impressed. I got to tell you, I was not doing this kind of thing when I was your age, and it's really very satisfying to see that the next generation of civic participants at every level, at the adult level, the voting level, are getting ready to not only participate yourselves, but you're out there actively advocating for your age cohort to do the same. So I'm just very delighted to see that you're working on this the way you are. Question though, is this video, maybe you mentioned it, is this video going to rotate? Where's it going to be seen? How's it going to be seen?
You want to answer that?
Well, Elk Grove told us that they would be using it as a PSA.
Okay.
She mentioned she'd probably put it on her website, but I emailed her, Xanthi Pinkerton, who's the director of communications, about 2 weeks ago, and I just asked her for results, and she said the only thing she told me was that about the letter and the other parts, but I'm not completely sure about the video.
I'm looking at our county executive. I'd like to figure out how, if possible, we can get this on the Channel 14 rotation so that the entire county sees it. Now,
It just was.
It just was, but on a regular basis.
We'll work with Cable Commission to put this video on there.
Yeah, I just think it's an extraordinarily well-produced piece with a great message, and it's backed up by a lot of sound research, and you guys should all be very, very proud.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Natoli?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I would just say kudos to all of you, certainly to the youth commissioners and to your leader, Stephanie Shanks. But this work, obviously, just beyond what you presented today, but when you look at the numbers, several thousand, and, it sounds to me like you're going to exceed 5,000 easily with those that are still being counted as far as pre-registration forms, and it's an ongoing effort. And I just want to commend you, but I also, in addition to highlighting, obviously, the video in different forms of media or different mediums, I think that there must be an opportunity to show that what we do here in Sacramento County, our young people, the Youth Commission, and all the outreach could be highlighted. There are some programs you can apply for to both with CSAC and I think NACO, and it was seen to me that we could, if we didn't make the cutoff this year for nominating programs in different categories, this to me seems to be one where you have a project that's stellar and one that I think really is leading the way in this election year. Just great, but this is work that, again, you will continue to build on, because 16, 17-year-olds continue to come, those now that are 14 and 15 are going to be 16 and 17 in a year or two. And so this is an effort I think will continue to pay dividends and hopefully, promote civic engagement. But I commend you, and certainly great work, and a lot of effort went into it. But the results, I think, will be what you quoted when you started very, very early on about, the low participation rate. I could be willing to bet that a decade from now, if not sooner, we're going to look back and see incremental improvement in that via what project you've just taken on here and the work you've done. So congratulations. Very good.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments.
And yes, we will definitely continue to pursue and encourage pre-registration and just basically encourage it to young people.
Well, and then in a year or two, you can have the sticker say, I voted, and forget the pre-registration, but you've already voted. So yeah, anyway, you can encourage others to do it. Thanks.
Supervisor Frost?
I want to thank you for your important work. In my short service as a public servant, I've learned that it's a low percentage of citizens that actually vote. And I think last year in Sacramento County, we had a big increase. There were something like 47%. But what you're doing is really important, and all of us work for you. And so your voting does matter, because you're the ones who put us here to make those decisions. And I hope while you're encouraging people to register to vote and to vote, you'll also encourage them to continue to engage and watch what their representatives are doing, and make sure they're doing what they said and that things are going well, and help us, because we need your input. And I'm curious, you said you were District 1. I'm curious, who is District 4? Is it one person from each district? Or?
Oh no, we're both District 1.
We're both District 1, and these are just some of our main subcommittee members. We didn't really choose based on district.
Okay.
Subcommittee.
Okay, I was thinking, well, maybe there was someone from each district, each one of our districts represented. So
I mean, we could have done that. We had a lot of members on our subcommittee. It just happened that these are the people who were available today.
Well, thank you for all your hard work, and that was a beautiful video. I can't believe that was amazing. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Well, thank you. So I'm hoping that the whole group will come up, even though they're just the subcommittee, and introduce. I'd like everybody to know what school you're in and what grade you're in, and I'd like to know if you're going to Yale, or was that just a friend's T-shirt?
No, it was just, I just own that T-shirt. I mean,
Oh, okay.
I wish, but.
Just checking.
You never know.
If you ladies would step aside for a moment.
Hi, my name is Luke. I produce the video. I'm also the vice chair of the Youth Commission. I'm a senior at Maryland High School.
Yeah, Luke, you've been in before. Thank you.
Hello there, I'm Matthew Ha. I'm the chair of the Youth Commission. I'm also in District 3, and I go to Miraloma High School as a senior with Luke.
All right.
I'm Sneha Ganesh Kumar. I'm a member of the Youth Commission, and I'm a junior at Vista Del Lago.
Thank you. I know you've been out to a couple of my community events too. You're doing things. Thank you all for all your hard work. It's probably the most organized presentation we've ever seen here. So keep it up, and I hope you're first in line to register to vote when you can actually do so. So thank you. And movie producer, check back in. You know, if you're going to do something about Sacramento, let us know. Okay? All right. Thank you all very much.
Good job.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, so Mr. Gill, are we going to continue item 62, the redevelopment?
No, quick presentation from SHRA.
I thought we were moving it to October 30th.
I did, in further discussion with Mr. Leonard, they want to introduce this item today and ask for approval next meeting. And it's a two-step process that they've asked for. And they promise it's going to be a short presentation.
Call your item.
They can take a cue from the last presentation.
Okay, well, that was kind of a hard act to follow. Okay, my name is Lachelle Dozier. I'm the Executive Director of Sacramento Housing and Redevelopment Agency. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. Today, you'll receive a kind of preliminary update to our asset repositioning, and then we already are scheduled to come back on October 30th. So this will be a preliminary workshop where we'll kind of introduce and talk big picture, and then we'll have a much more detailed presentation that'll have all of the details on the 30th of October. And there is a time sensitivity in terms of working with HUD, so that's really why we really need to make sure that we get in and talk about this. So with that, we really want to talk about the public housing inventory. We currently manage over 2,700 units. 1,600 of those units are in the city, and over 1,000 of those units are within the county of Sacramento. As you may be aware, we've always been facing a challenge in terms of our housing stock. We currently know that stock is rapidly aging. Our current range is anywhere from 32 to 76 years old in terms of our housing. And over the past 17 years, HUD has continued to not give us enough money to continue to keep our housing stock up. So we currently don't have the resources we need to address that, so that's why we really have to be creative and look for solutions to address our housing stock. In 2007, we came forward with a comprehensive approach to become as fiscally self-sufficient as possible. We work with our CSG advisors. Our target, as you see here, was looking at our central city, our large developments, and our small scattered sites. Since that time, we've been able to make some progress. Despite having to deal with the 2008 housing recession, the sequestration in 2013, the demise of redevelopment in 2012, and HUD's development of strict requirements in terms of how we can dispose of our assets. So we were able to rehabilitate 5 of our downtown structures, as well as pursue Choice Neighborhoods Planning Grant, and we're very successful in getting that implementation grant and a scattered site proposal. So although we've made a lot of good strides towards repositioning our assets, across the nation, all housing authorities are struggling with this. There is a $53 billion backlog in terms of deferred capital needs. HUD only allocated about $2 billion of that. So we continue to figure out ways that we can move forward. And to that end, we've started working with our consultant and updating that 2008 strategy. So I'm going to have one of my staff members, Latan Jones, is going to come and talk about our strategy, what we have for our public housing in terms of our scattered site versus our large family developments. He's going to give an overview. So Latan.
Hello, my name is Latan Jones, Assistant Director of the Public Housing Program. Our consultant, CSG Financing, they actually went through an extensive research of our information in order to try to put together an update to our asset reposition plan. They look at the physical conditions of our properties via a physical needs assessment that was conducted by EMG consultants. They looked at our financial records over a 3-year period. They look at historical data of our properties, and they also researched the HUD programs that would be available for us to be able to deal with the deterioration and the large backlog in our public housing inventory. As they were looking at the actual physical needs assessment, there was we discovered that there's a huge disparity with regard to the actual needs that we have in terms of the physical needs backlog and the actual amount of financing that we receive. You can see in the lighter blue color where that actually represents the funding that we receive over the years, and that's sort of about $5 million or so per year. And then in the darker color, you can see the actual needs represented. And as we have projected over a 20-year period, by that end of that particular period, we would have over $200 million in terms of a backlog if we don't do something to our properties now. Currently, we have about a $58 million backlog. One of the determinations that was made as a result of reviewing our information was that we should actually convert all of our properties to the Rental Assistance Demonstration Program, and that for those properties that were 4 units or less, we should actually convert those programs using HUD's Section 18 Disposition and Development Program. Now, the Rental Assistance Demonstration Program was actually initiated in 2012. That program was initiated to actually create a platform by which you can convert public housing to a more stabilized project-based Section 8 platform. That program allows public housing agencies the ability to be able to leverage our public housing programs and utilize private debt as you would see in a typical tax credit project. Also, the program looks to try to make sure that the long-term sustainability and affordability of those properties are going to be maintained. One of the key features of this program is that all of these efforts or all of these things would be achieved and not have any risk to the actual residents. So residents would still remain at the position of being able to pay no more than 30% of their adjusted gross income for the housing costs. Another key feature of the program is that it looks to actually maintain the public stewardship of the actual program or of the development. So as we would look to converting the program, we would look to self-develop and so that the actual authority would still remain in control. We would look at also trying to make sure that we manage the properties as well as having a long-term ground lease on the properties. And then finally, the overall program would give us more flexibility in order to be able to address the actual deferred maintenance backlog. In terms of the program, the RAD program, before and after, before RAD, properties are typically not funded at 100% of the public housing need. After RAD, properties are placed on a more stable Section 8 platform. Before RAD in public housing, PHAs could not borrow money to perform necessary repairs on the property. After RAD, PHAs actually have the ability to be able to borrow money and complete the rehabilitation necessary. Before RAD, the funding fails to keep up with the deteriorated living conditions on the property. And then after RAD, the living conditions of residents are improved because you're able to take care of that backlog, in most cases up front. And then finally, residents before RAD, residents cannot choose to move without losing their housing assistance. After RAD, residents have what we call choice mobility, and that is they would actually have a voucher, a RAD voucher, and after a year of staying there, if we go project-based, they would actually be able to take that voucher and move to anywhere that actually accepted a voucher. We do not encourage and we do not want them to move, but if they choose to move, they do have choice mobility. One of the key features of the program is that RAD continues to be tenant-friendly in that residents have a right to information. Even when we would go to actually submit an application to HUD for the RAD program, we have to show and display that we've actually met with the residents, that the residents have had input, and some documentation has to be actually put in the application verifying that. So that makes sure that residents are engaged and informed about the process. The residents also have a right to rental assistance. Essentially what that means is that as we convert, residents will not be ousted out of the program. They will still have an option to be able to remain within assisted housing. Residents have the right to return. If we need to actually do relocation as a result of rehabilitation or deferred maintenance, then residents actually have that right to return back to the property. And then finally, residents have a right to relocation assistance. Just like we have actually provided relocation assistance in the Twin Rivers project, that same assistance through the Uniform Relocation Assistance Act would be provided to the residents. Residents are encouraged to actually organize. Resident councils, you have a portion of the actual rent that would go toward helping residents organize at the particular properties. And then once again, residents will continue to rent at 30% of their adjusted household income. SHRA has been looking at the RAD program for several years. One of the things is that in terms of the formula to determine the rent, they consider the capital funds that we would actually receive. This year, the capital funds were increased, so that allows us to be able to actually have a higher rent than what we receive right now. So as an example, for a typical 2-bedroom, the rent would increase from $436 to $571, approximately 30%. I'm gonna keep moving fast.
Could you pause there for a minute? Mr. Antoli, did you have a question?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, where do you come up with this Point Lagoon? It has Elk Grove and Perry Avenue and El Paraiso. And why is it lumped under Point Lagoon, those scattered sites? What's that refer to?
What we have within our public housing program is what we call AMPs, and that are several properties that are clumped together. Those decisions were made back in 2008 in order to be able to put projects together in AMPs. Those are actual clusters of properties that HUD will look at and the Housing Authority will actually have combined.
Okay, so what's the name refer to?
Point Lagoon is the actual name of the AMP, and then for instance,
the AMP is what?
The AMP is Point Lagoon.
I know. Give me, what's the acronym for AMP?
What does AMP stand for?
Basically, it's just a cluster of properties, several properties combined together.
What's AMP?
What does AMP stand for?
AMP stands for Asset Management Plan, I believe, or Program.
Okay.
And so if you remember when we switched over to the Asset Management Plan, we had to start grouping things geographically. So it's just the geographical grouping of those particular properties, and we had to name them something. So we named it Point Lagoon.
Okay, I wasn't following. As I read through it, I saw Point Lagoon. I'm trying to think. I've heard of these other places, but I've never heard of that, so I didn't know where that was at. So it's basically it's a grouping for asset managed properties or plans. You all have these fancy names: Sun River and Point Lagoon and Key West and all those things.
Key West.
Yeah, no, okay.
But
anyway.
yes, that is
okay.
Thanks. Okay.
Sorry about that.
Okay, thanks. Okay, good. Okay.
For our overall portfolio, we have approximately 160 properties that are what we call scattered site, and that actually represents properties that are 4 units or less. That actually represents about 218 units. Those properties that we would look to convert under the Section 18 typical demolition and disposition program. If we are able to convert our properties, for the city, we would actually be able to address about $95 million worth of deferred maintenance. Similarly, if we would convert our properties within the county, that would represent about $27 million of deferred maintenance. In the initial assessment that was put together, we had particular guidelines that we would actually follow as we would look to convert or do formulate projects. And so this is pretty much an exhaustive list. It's about 11 of them. I won't necessarily go through them all, but essentially the first one looks at trying to make sure that we do not lose any of the public housing units. The second one looks at trying to look at different varying funding sources in order to be able to address the needs at our properties. We would also look at locating new units in sustainable and livable communities. We would diversify our real estate portfolio in creative ways to support extremely low income units. And then finally, we would promote and support resident self-sufficiency. These were the actual guidelines in the initial 2007 asset repositioning plan, some of which actually may need to be updated as we look to reposition our assets in 2018. What we have done is this actually represents some of the priorities that we have in our asset reposition study. Our first priority is that we would actually have a pilot program. That pilot program, once again, you can see the Point Lagoon, which is representative of that AMP, and these are some properties that are located in that particular AMP. We also have Rio Garden, which is also another one of our AMPs, about 24 units. So this represents about 124 units. These particular properties did not have very much deferred maintenance needs. So we thought we would actually start with these properties as a pilot program. Our second priority, as HUD is really trying to emphasize, and we also absolutely agree with, is trying to make sure that we have extensive resident outreach and engagement in our overall asset repositioning plan. One of the things, for instance, the last bullet there is we would want to form a RAD consortium. That RAD consortium would be made up of our resident advisory board, representatives from each of the different developments that we have, and also we would also try to bring on key stakeholders in the process. And then, as was indicated earlier, on the 30th, we will actually come back to you with a recommendation, but we will actually work to perform feasibility analysis of the actual ability to be able to look at tax credits and other financing programs in order to support the actual conversion activities.
And that really wraps up exactly our presentation. There is another part that's included in your packets. It does go into details about the cost analysis of the Twin Rivers project. We're available to answer any questions, but we're not going to go into any of that detail today. So with that, we are, like I said, working on a timeline. We have to get in a reservation to HUD to do this conversion, and it's a first-come, first-served basis. So as soon as we get approval from both the city and the county, then we can get in line, but they only accept so many housing authorities. There's a cap of 455,000, so there's only about 100,000 units nationwide that will be accepted. So we are trying to move forward aggressively so that we can be a part of that count. Once we make that reservation and we're accepted, then we have a lot of time to go forward with the conversion.
Thank you. Question from Mr. Cerna?
Madam Chair, if there's no one will sign up to speak, and that concludes staff's presentation, I was prepared to make a motion.
Okay, I don't have anyone else with questions, and I think that's the end of the presentation, if I understood you correctly.
Yes, that is the end of the
I'll move staff
Okay.
recommendation then.
Okay. Please vote.
And then they return to us, what,
Unanimous
2
vote.
weeks? In 2 weeks you return to us?
Yes,
Okay.
we'll be back on October 30th.
Okay, thanks.
We'll go to item 63 now.
Item 63, approve changes to the scope of services of the Inspector General's contract.
Do I have a PowerPoint?
Let me give them a second.
So this afternoon, what I want to present to the board is some work that I've been doing with the sheriff on the Inspector General scope of services. This comes from September 11th when the board gave us some feedback, and the intent today is to have a discussion again with the board about some of the changes on the scope of services, and also gather any other comments or anything else that the board wishes for us to have in there. Even though the agenda item says to approve it, it's not necessarily for us to approve if there's further items that the board wants us to look at. So in the onset, I wanted to make sure that, setting the stage, that the Inspector General that we have is an independent contractor, and the word independent has been used a lot in different venues. And what it means for us is that when a task is given to the Inspector General, he or she will do that task without any interference from the board, the county exec, or the sheriff's office. And this is language that we've had since we put this in place in 2007. Furthermore, in my discussions with the sheriff, I think I will want to absolutely make a point that there is an absolute agreement that we're going to have an IG as we move forward. And today's purpose is not to discuss who the person is. It's more, what is it that we're expecting out of this position? As way of background, I know
I'm
the board.
sorry, I know. Did you want to wait?
Just have a question.
Oh, question
Just
from Mr. Kennedy.
Procedural question. Nav, would you prefer us to ask questions as we go along or wait?
No, you can ask questions. If there's something that's in the PowerPoint, I can point that we can get back to it. But please do ask as I'm going through. I want to have a free-flow conversation with the board members on this item.
Okay.
Did you have a question, or you?
No.
Okay, Mr. Natoli does?
Yeah, I had a similar question. So with that, just as you've set the stage and stressed the independent contractor portion of this, that as we go through, that is the only time that it's mentioned. When previously there had been, I think, at least 3 or 4 occasions in here, and as you're going to go down through your strike through, you'll get through that, where independent investigation or independent review is stricken. And, you know, I think that there was intent behind that originally. And again, you know, I know this is a body work you're going to present, but I just, before we even jumped into it, because part of what jumped out to me is that independent is only mentioned when it relates to modifying the contractor, which is important, but then any other reference to independent review, investigation, and so forth has either been modified, or other words have been substituted, or the independent piece is no longer retained in what has been outlined here now. And so I just, as a backdrop, rather than each time I go through, because I know in your second paragraph in here, you can see it's stricken out of there. And now there may be some other thought behind that. I want to give you and certainly us and the audience to have a chance to have understanding, but that was very noticeable to me.
Yeah, and the nature today is if we need to put that back in there, and I'm going to go through where the thought process was behind it, and again, I can't emphasize, this is a dialogue to make sure we're arriving at the same conclusion. The board knows this, but for members of the public, that the OIG is picked by the chair of the board, the sheriff, and the county executive. In the last one, the county exec did not participate. It's up to the board if you want the county exec in or not, but in the past, the county exec has played a role. They conduct the interviews, those 3 individuals, and a recommendation is made to the full board to vest the contract, if you will.
So, pause there. Those 3 do choose the OIG, but my understanding is the approval comes from the sheriff, the Deputy Sheriff's Association, and Lima. Don't all 3 of them have to concur?
That's correct. That's my next slide.
So sorry.
We also have side agreements going back to 2007 that DSA and Law Enforcement Association have an input, and there is a concurrent sign-off from them when we go through it. That basically sets up how the contract is done. The other piece that is sort of in the gray area, but we don't articulate it that much, is that the contract is administered by the Office of the County Executive. And what that means basically is that any renewals, anything that comes in, comes to the Office of the County Executive, and whatever billing, whatever needs to be done, basically the maintenance of it is through the Office of the County Executive. The previous OIG was Mr. Dean, he had some staff, and through the Office of the County Executive, we helped get staff, get space for that person. The current iteration that we have right now is just one person, there's no staff, so, but that's the point there, that all the administration comes through the county executive. So that's sort of the overview. That's what we're, if you will, the givens on this, that we're not proposing any changes until the board wants to make any modifications. We can discuss that. So when in discussions we had, right off the bat in the scope of service, I'm not going to read word by word, what is stricken in there is that it gets into some direction that can be given to the OIG as that individual is performing the contract. And when I get deeper into the presentation, section M and N is where we tackle items that are outside what the scope has. And one of the comments we got was exceptional cases, hard to define that. And to the point that Supervisor Natoli brought up, there's independent investigation in there. Again, what's being presented today is that the independence is vested through the contract. It's not to say that we cannot put the language back in there, but that's the thought process, is that this individual is independent from any direct supervision from any county offices.
Okay, before you go on, Mr. Kennedy?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm going to echo what Supervisor Natoli said, and throughout the document, we've gotten rid of all independence and investigation, but also, in addition to that, the Board of Supervisors it's deleted here, where it used to say directed by the Board of Supervisors, whether or not that's what it should be, but I think that we have watered down the role of the board so much here. There's only one mention of the Board of Supervisors left here, and it's at 2A, in which we receive an annual report. Overall, I mean, I won't make that comment on every one of these, but I'll say as an overall concern that I have, that concerns me.
Correct.
We are removing this board as an integral part of this process, in my opinion.
Point well taken. When we get to N, what the attempt with that one, when we get to it, I'll explain a little bit more, is to give the board the opportunity through the county executive to direct any kind of work that's needed. Part of the discussion we got into, Supervisor Serna asked, is that one board member, do we have a meeting we have? Section N can be modified to put board's name in there, but the thought process there is that if one of you has an issue that comes up which falls outside the scope that we think that IG should be looking at, that request comes through the county executive. I'll spend some time in section N, but at that point we can put the Board of Supervisors through the county exec or the county exec, so absolutely open to any modification on that one.
I have a couple more questions. Mr. Natoli?
I guess you're going to hear echoes in the chamber today, because that's the point, and I know in our briefing yesterday that I wanted to make, is I think that understanding in your explanation, you'll get to it again in the public setting, but on M and N, but I do believe that right out of the get-go, it needs to be clear that, and I think it's part of why we're here today, that we've gone through this process and we've had the back and forth, and we're going to hear some more from folks today about what this means in the current situation. But is that I think it needs to be crystal clear, and it needs to be said. It can be directed by the Board of Supervisors through the county executive if you need to clarify it. But I don't think it needs to be buried down in M or N halfway through the alphabet. It needs to be right there in the statement, and maybe even in the scope of services, there needs to be a clear statement of intent, what's being called for, because one of the things that came to my mind, and I'm going to offer this right now as you're going through this, is that when we call for independency, is that, the oversight, that word's kind of been lost in all this text, and we're certainly looking for insight, but we're looking for independent examination, investigation, and recommendations. And I think that's what the community expects. That's what this board ought to expect. That's what the sheriff and his folks ought to expect, all the parties to this. We can certainly tailor that, but I would be in complete agreement with Supervisor Kennedy on this, is that it needs to say that right from the get-go. Maybe there needs to be a preamble statement, I guess one other thing I would just offer, Madam Chair, and for my colleagues, because as I read this, and I think I'm going to certainly compliment Nav for his work, and he's going to walk down through this, and certainly working with the sheriff, is that I have a question. Was there any consultation with, we still have an OIG. Rick Brazil is still under contract with this county. His contract does not expire until the end of this month. In fact, I would suggest that we may want to retain him for a while longer as we go through this process. I think it's an iterative one. But was there any consultation with him about what his thoughts might be, recognizing that he's the current occupant, even with all the dust-up that we've had? And I guess the second piece of this is that if we settle upon some suggested approach here, beyond the work you've done and what this board will weigh in on in the audience, is that I think this requires some additional community review as well. Because we got to a point where we had an action that precipitated what brings us here today. But as I read this, Nav, and again, I'm not criticizing the work effort here, is that, boy, you thought, well, man, with the contract we entered into 3 years ago, man, there was a lot either left out or not included. And that wasn't the case. I think we had a situation that, brings us to today. And so, again, some of these changes may be clarification, but some of them are significant and substantial. And that, for one, I don't think this board for 1 second ought to be taken out of the picture in this thing. Not that we can't direct through you as the county executive. You have an appropriate and proper role. And so I wanted to make those comments because I think there's two components here, both the current IG and the community input, which will happen here through the input today. But I think there may be even a broader aspect to that. So I would offer those two things too.
And Supervisor Natale, goes without saying, it's not criticism. That's why we're here, is to get feedback. And I think the two themes I'm hearing, which basically is the whole document, what I'm hearing is the role of Board of Supervisors up front. The second one is the word independent. That's what I'm hearing from the board so far.
Mr. Cerna? Oh, I'm sorry. Were you finished? You weren't finished?
I was finished. I was going to go next.
Well, Mr. Cerna has a question.
So I was going to wait, but I thought better of it just because I don't want to seem mysterious and not chiming in this conversation that our executive is seeking on this revised scope. But I will tell you right now, I'm not prepared to support any of it. And the reason is, it's not broken. The only reason that we have spent this much time already having the last discussion, having this discussion, all the work that our county executive has already put into wordsmithing this revised scope has been precipitated based on a sheriff that didn't find satisfactory an independent report. And so, as I mentioned last time, as long as we have this particular sheriff who's already shown us what his values are in terms of the role of the Inspector General, it seems, again, a fool's errand to spend so much time on something that basically he's already told us to our face. If it doesn't pass, his inspection, it doesn't satisfy him, that it's not going to be something that he can bless at some point. And that is, by definition, a contradiction of independent review. So I personally don't want to spend my time doing this with a kind of shadowy foregone conclusion that Rick Brazil is going to be gone tomorrow. He did his job. He did what we asked for. He worked under the scope that was the product of a lot of forethought a few years ago when I was the chair, when I sat with Sheriff Jones to hire him, to at least to put him before this board to be hired. And so I just think that this is, it's unfortunate that we're spinning our wheels doing this when I don't think it's necessary. It's not broken. So I won't be supporting any of it.
Okay, Ms. Frost?
Well, I guess I might have misunderstood. Maybe I misunderstood. I want to respectfully maybe disagree with my colleague. I have the impression that the sheriff, it wasn't so much the report, it was the timing as to it was the functions of the timing that the report came out, and and the fact that the report came out before the DA's investigation was complete. There were a couple of specific things that happened that were different than what had happened in the past, so I didn't understand it in that way, that this is all about because our sheriff did not like a report. I think there have been a lot of reports from the Inspector General that had criticism, and they've been working together to, and the whole idea of the Inspector General is that he does have that independent input and that he can help our department be better. And so, I mean, I see that as his function, to help with an independent, through a different set of eyes, maybe see things that we're not seeing to help us have a better department.
Okay, back to you.
Section 2 basically is more of an administrative thing rather than have 100 hours. It's more of a billing issue for us, just tightening the timesheet and activities. That's the language that we have come up with the sheriff on that one.
Madam Chair, if I could on that.
Oh,
yeah.
Mr. Tully?
What I wanted to ask about as relates to that, and I think that this was part of the change from when we first embarked upon the Office of Inspector General, where we calculated in, it wasn't a just a contractor, independent contractor. There was a office structure, there was support staff, and so forth. And when we, and correct me if I'm wrong, Nav, when we went to this contract approach with Rick Brazil, 2015, it was assumed that then within the contract scope that if he needed clerical support and or office overhead, whatever that might be, that was built into the salary. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
So it's a budget of about, I believe, 130. It's about 120,000.
Okay.
And the understanding on that was that all inclusive, that it will, whatever clerical help, whatever needs to be done, 120 covers it. It's not in the scope of service, but somewhere else in the contract, we do give the individual the ability, if they need to hire expert witnesses, to come to the county exec to ask for that, which will not be deducted against the 120. We'll find that money somewhere else to help with that.
Okay, because part of the question, and I think it goes down to some of the items here that are going to warrant our attention as well, but part of the back and forth that's been very public is that whether someone's a use of force expert or not, and if it's this board's desire and we get through this negotiation with the sheriff that we entered into some 11 years ago and now continue with this discussion today, find that we want, for example, the where we have either officer-involved shootings or significant use of force, and if that particular person, if the Inspector General, for purposes of discussion, wasn't a use of force expert, then I would think that to properly investigate and to do that independently, that those services should be called upon and be able to be called upon. And I want to be clear on the point you just made, is that in the event that the IG needed to have that expertise available to him in order to inform this board and the county and to do the proper review and investigation, then they're not limited by this contract amount that they have to bill for the hours. Then is that correct?
That's not our understanding.
Okay.
When we get to that section, I was going to address that very specifically, because that's an issue that's come up over and over on this item.
And it shouldn't be left to just be understood, and maybe it needs to be clarified in that section.
It's in that section, it's very clear, but it wasn't clear in the scope of service back then. Again, it's not a critical comment, it just didn't state some of these things. Now it states it, if whatever changes we make. So if you need, what I'm alluding to is Section B there, is that we're adding in there about officer-involved shooting, use of force instance, in custody deaths, and what that is, giving some definition, but also Supervisor Natoli, if that individual does not have the expertise or they need to get somebody from the outside, then they can point to this and say, I need help with in-custody death, and we will make that available for more expertise for them.
Okay, because the in-custody maybe needs somebody that's expert in forensics or in certain types of aspects. I guess I would just point out too that it was interesting to know, having gone through last year's report, which you give to all of us board members, the 2017 report from the IG, in addition to looking at the higher profile cases, there's in part of what got us to this originally was complaints, the inability for folks to, at least as they saw it, to get satisfactory review and someone to listen to their situations and concerns about whether it was, in custody situations or out in the field or, concerns about potential for profiling, whatever it might be. There's a whole role that in responding to citizen complaints that goes with this too, that, there's an aspect of that. And it's clear in the report, and that was a real important piece of, beyond the higher profile, was those day-to-day actions that, can affect, the entire community or citizenry within the community. And so when you ask for billing for hours and so forth, I guess it's going to be required, be tracking a lot of that. And I don't know that I want somebody just to be doing a clerical exercise. I want certainly to get the value, but I think we're going to be hiring, and we've hired a professional. I mean, Rick Brazil is a professional, and so if it's all built into that, I just want to be
clear. Anatoly, I just want to make sure that that section, it's not a comment about anybody that's been there. Mr. Dean had a process that we went through. Mr. Brazil has. This is not a comment about that. This is about all the different activities we have in there. We came up with 100 hours is the number that we came up with, because sometimes the activities were higher, they were lower with Mr. Dean, so we came up with a number of surprises. Certainly was involved in that. All we're attempting there is that if it comes out that the activity intensifies, that they're spending a lot more time than what they need to be, we have some kind of documentation, and if we need to come back and amend the contract, that gives us. With 100 hours, it does give us that too, but we don't have any empirical data behind it. And again, it's not a comment about the incumbent. That's not what this is about.
Okay. All right. Thanks for that.
Mr. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So that section there, section B, and I will say, from the outset that I'm in, agreement with Supervisor Cerna, but I'm going to go through this process in good faith. Now we have the word monitor in here, which, is again, to me, another sign of we've watered this thing down so much that it's not going to accomplish what I think the original intent, or I wasn't here then, I can tell you what my current intent would be. You have a word like monitor. What's that mean? Hang on. For example, the current MOU with the Deputy Sheriff's Association and Lima, I believe, if I'm accurate, does not allow for the Inspector General to actively monitor interviews or interviews with employees. So what does monitor mean? What is somebody who's monitoring doing? To me, we've turned the office of the Inspector General into an ombudsman for the Sheriff's Department.
So I think that word monitor is basically taken off the existing language that was there, track and monitor specific, and we can specify monitor. What the attempt here was to really get into not the ombudsman, but really be specific that we know that there's officer-involved shooting that has to be looked, whatever word we want to use. Then you have in custody death, and that's to give more of a definition. I understand the point on monitor, and we can work on that word. But that's the attempt there, was to really frame what the OIG is going to be doing and what kind of activity we're going to be looking for.
So if something is to come back that is going to be palatable to me, you would have to define very specifically what monitoring means.
Or maybe it's a different term we use.
I think that's what he's suggesting.
Yeah, understood. Let's see. Item C is basically taking existing language, and there is... I want to come back to D, but E is what got merged in there to make sure that it's in one place. And D, I think we've talked about this. It's the independent determination. Again, the premise there, it's a premise that if the person is an independent contractor, there's some level of independence. But Supervisor Natoli, and I think Supervisor Cerna, your point's well taken, that if we need to do a preamble, put something in the beginning, that could be how we deal with that item. No changes there, then...
If I could, Madam Chair, just on D, I'm sorry. Again, I understand about the preamble, but I'm not... my own notes here, my own margin, I think that's very important to make, and you can use a different word than make, but to have the ability to basically provide independent determinations regarding investigations. If you're asking somebody to track, to monitor, review, examine, whatever term you want to put out there, and reading through the annual report, you'll see that there were reviews of completed investigations, and the IG in many cases provided recommendations. And you may have concurred or not, but I just think that's important. I mean, and we shouldn't be worried about saying that if that's what we want. If we don't want it, then I guess we don't say it, or we kind of fold it in. Again, this is not a criticism, Nav. I know you've been working with the sheriff, but to me, that's why we call for Inspector General, is to make those independent determinations, certainly given within the parameters which he or she works. And to me, I don't know how others feel, but I think that needs to be a clear statement in there. And whether it's tied with another sentence or whatever, but we need, if that's what we want, then we need to say it, and we need to I guess basically expect it.
I think the feedback I'm getting is that that's a pretty important point, and that's something I'll work with the sheriff on that language. Then item E just combines what used to be in the old O section and just clarifies that when the complaint comes in, that it gets forwarded to investigate, to follow up the outcome, do all the interviews. There's no change, it's been merged in with section E. One of the comments with the sheriff was, rather than attend, is to participate in the sheriff's outreach community advisory board. And as the board recalls, I think it came up on September 11th, that the board did give this position a seat, not just to attend, but they need to participate in it. This language is to reflect that. The other point that the sheriff brought in was that he wanted to have this individual participate in regular meetings with the sheriff or his designee, talk about operational issues, whatever needs to be done at that point. So that's what G gets us to.
Madam Chair, could I just, before you leave it, go back up to to E. So what was changed there? So basically it was accept citizen complaints to be forwarded for investigation? And that was...
Yeah, what's in black was what there was before.
What we just changed is forwarded, just says to the sheriff's department for investigation. That same language we've had in there. And follow-up outcomes of such complaints as necessary. We had that in a different section. So we merged both, that when those complaints come in, if this individual needs to do interview, re-interview, that power is vested in E rather than have to go in two different sections.
So you moved O, basically O from
yeah,
the
moved O into E.
Okay, all right, so it's a consolidation. I just want to be clear.
Consolidation.
Okay, thank you.
No change on that one. Community in various forums, we retained all that. And the point that Supervisor Tully, you were making about all the different community forums, that's in here. No change. So the next change is the M and N section that we talked about. The sheriff suggestion is to review, and I've got the comments on the investigate. That's something I am going to talk to him about it. And the thought process there is that there are things that come up from the board from time to time, and how do we get that to the OIG? And the attempt here is to come to the county exec. We can add language, board of supervisors to county exec. I understand that point, but what we were trying to get at is, rather than how do we get a complaint from the board onto the OIG? Do we have a meeting where there's a quorum of the board to come up with items, or is there an individual item that comes up? And sometimes there are individual items that you all receive that you need looked at. That's the attempt here, is to catch those items, talk to the sheriff and say these items are coming up, and it's going to go to the OIG. And that's the concurrence component in there, and then it goes to OIG at that point.
Don, are you still?
Yeah, I just want to offer a
question.
No, just offer a comment on that last one if I could, Madam Chair. Just that, and we're talking about M now, Nav?
M and N, both.
Yeah. So, again, back to earlier comments, and you capture them a bit, but I just, and rather than review, you can have monitor, review, or independently investigate, but to me, independently investigate needs to be in there. And then I think, or as directed by the Board of Supervisors, or you can say to the county exec, but I think, again, back to my previous comments, this was one of those I referenced earlier. I think, again, feel pretty strongly about this, is that needs to be there. It needs to be, again, tied back to this body, certainly through working, we know how we need to work through you. It's not just one of us. Obviously, if any formal action requires the three of us, but if you get a comment from one of us, you can certainly be the voice for that. We can pick up the phone and call a sheriff if we chose to. If we got a citizen weighed in with us, might bring that to you, or they might come directly to you. I think there are different ways, but I would not strike the Board of Supervisors, and certainly we could add county executive, or it could be requested by another county official. As far as I'm concerned, you could put in there. You could put department head.
The attempt there is that we just want to make, at least from my vantage point, is that I want to make sure I capture all the different things that come in. So there's an expectation that a complaint came in, at least we can monitor it and do some report back to the board. I know there's an annual requirement, but some of these things are not an annual report. You might expect a response back in 30 days, 45 days. I want to have the ability to work with both the sheriff and the OIG and say, hey, complaint came in, what's the status? Where are you guys with this? That's the attempt there.
Okay.
And through the board, we could put that language in there, but I was trying to bring some level of, if you will, some administration behind it, so complaint just doesn't go away and you all are wondering what happened, or you got a call. It was more thought is work through my office, let me handle that for you and get you the answers for that.
If I could, just one other comment, and because we've talked about this before, this board, and I think we've done it in context over the last few years, when from time to time we've gotten an issue that looked like it would be something that would be ripe for an inspector general to review. It might be in human services, it might be in other parts of criminal justice or juvenile justice, that the ability, if you're going to have an IG, you don't want to, I'm not looking to water this down by all. Obviously this was an outgrowth of conversations, concerns about what was going on in the jail a decade ago and in the community. But it seems to me if we create an inspector general position, the ability to utilize that position in a way that doesn't dilute the focus nor the connection here. But I can think of a couple circumstances. In fact, I probably have talked with you about one of them going back a couple of years now. That where I think an IG again would have to have some additional funds, might have to have some additional support, but could provide a really useful service to the county, to the people we serve, but certainly to the exec's office and to the Board of Supervisors. But this contract didn't provide for that, and so I think one of the things that would be useful and helpful as we're looking at this and visiting it would be, and maybe I guess I would suggest that you have a conversation with Rick Brazil, because obviously what he knows best is law enforcement, but about other areas that it might be, if you had an inspector general, he knows the role, and maybe experience other counties as well. I don't know how IGs are used, but we know we get reviews from federal and state inspector generals that come in and look at us in health or in social services or in law enforcement or in conditions of certain facilities. I think we're a big enough county now and with a diverse enough population that it may be that we'd be well served to consider some of that within the realm of what we're talking about, either now or in the future. I just think that an IG... And
a couple of things on that, because this, as you mentioned, this issue's come up in the past. We do have other avenues that we do utilize when complaints come in, and we have a fairly defined system through it. The issue we ran into when this IG was hired, in 2014, that was the attempt that was being made, was to expand the service. And we had a difficult time finding somebody that could bridge law enforcement and all the other county stuff. So in 2015, when Supervisor Cerna came in as the chair, it really brought the focus down to just on the law enforcement side. We'll keep that in mind, but I do want to give you the assurance that if there are issues that come up in other county government, we do have our mechanisms, we have investigators, there's a whole system we have set up for that. Okay, that item was merged into E. Section 3 received no comments from board members on September 11th, so left that one alone. And this one, item 4, in more discussions is the confidentiality of the documents. Both the sheriff and myself felt that we did not have anywhere stated that some of this stuff is confidential. That's what that language comes in, is that if it's confidential item, it stays confidential.
Can I ask a question on that? You've eliminated and reproduce, examine and reproduce. I understand confidential documents. I mean, sometimes you can't take documents out of the file, and again, with the presumption of confidentiality, but if there's a need to, and there's no prerequisite that says you can't, why, from the standpoint of reproducing any reports, complete administrative investigations, other records pertinent to the audience, inquiries, or investigations, if that was good enough the last time around, why isn't it good enough this time around?
And the sentiment that I got on that one is that it's confidential documents, and if you're going to examine in the confines and not reproduce them. If the board wants a different direction, I can go back and have that conversation.
I wouldn't think that everything's confidential. I don't think everything's confidential. There's certainly police officer Bill of Rights, there are court records and so forth, but I would imagine that not everything is confidential.
I'll have that conversation, but I think you hit the main points. There's poll bar is a big issue, personnel files, I mean, that's part of poll bar, but I can have that conversation.
There's one more question, Mr. Kennedy.
Next section, he's going back and forth on me.
Okay.
There we go.
Not yet, is that the?
This is the one I was
okay.
So this item is the one that we spent some time discussing, the sheriff and I did, about the facilities. And what is being offered by on the screen is to say is Sheriff's Department facilities, and the authorization comes from the sheriff. And I know this has been an issue that the board has had comments on, and we've engaged county council in some of this discussion, but that's what working with the sheriff we came up with is it's departmental facilities. If there's security directives that he has in place, that the OIG will abide by that, and the authorization comes from the sheriff.
So I think this is another example of defying confidentiality. Confidential documents are marked confidential, but I know what I think confidentiality is. What does it mean in the scope of the current situation?
Okay. Got it. Supervisor Kennedy.
Hey, Mr. Kennedy?
Yes, all right, so number 5 there, yeah, I'd be interested in hearing the legal validity of that, seeing as how the situation that we're in now, and we've been told that, I mean, we've been told by legal counsel it's not enforceable, number 1. Number 2 is it doesn't mean anything. We give access to the buildings, so that means the Inspector General can sit in the lobby, but there's no access to documents, there's no access to anything like that has to, so I mean, I guess what I'm saying in a nutshell is 5 really has no meaning.
Yeah.
Correct.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree. It's a language that's been there since 07.
Well, and we're here because of the language that's been there since 07 sucks.
Okay.
Mr. Natoli?
Yeah, just want to frame this too, and I want to thank County Council because they did provide, she did in her office some important background yesterday. I trust members of the audience have been able to access via the postings on the web. But this does go to something I think we had quite a bit of discussion about the last time around, and I think certainly to points made by Supervisor Kennedy. And again, the authorities that are vested in, obviously, the elected officers, obviously the elected sheriff, and I know that there were, out of the statutory duties of the sheriff, one of the things that was taken out of the government code was the sheriff shall take charge of and keep the county jail and the prisoners. But again, when you look at county facilities, these are public buildings. They certainly have office spaces that are reserved to the folks who occupy them. There are folks that are in custody. They're in custodial care. They're housed in different places, whether they be in the jail or in other facilities the county operates. And I think that where this gets to be very, very touchy, and I think whether his language has been there since 2007, but one of the major points of contention here is that what sort of clearance in whether the sheriff, under the constitutional framework of his or her authority, has the ability for independent inspector general that's sanctioned, that's under contract with the county, to, it's one thing to say you're not going to interview my people or something like that, people that are under his command, but to actually enter the facility, assuming the security clearance is given, to observe. I mean, because we're not just talking about, an incident or behaviors. Maybe we're looking at the conditions of the kitchen. I don't know. It's like, this to me is a very important premise. And again, I think you've done your best to reflect. Obviously, he's heard our comments in the conversation, and I trust they're, watching at this very moment. But that to me kind of goes to the core of facilities and facility management. And if this holds, then is it the same thing for the coroner facilities? Is it the same thing for the district attorney's office? Is it the same thing for juvenile hall? That the department heads, not elected, may not have all the constitutional authorities, but certainly by design, that if we had an inspector general, they could then deny access to, or the assessor and district attorney, both elected officials. They could deny access to their offices if we wanted an inspector general. And so it raises a very serious question about, not just the who, but about what authorities and under what premises. And if it's just a decision that said, I no longer want that person to enter my facility, security risk or not, I can't imagine that Rick Brazil's a security risk. I would be very surprised. Somebody might make that declaration, but I
don't think we can make that judgment in this meeting.
No, I'm not trying to. But I'm just.
I'm looking at county council because, yes, those are county facilities. I mean, we are the landlords, if you will. But when it comes to elected department heads and their facility, that's where the restrictions come in. Robin?
And elected officials, other than the sheriff, are still bound to the county ownership, where the
We can't go
sheriff...
in the district attorney's office and get into confidential files.
Correct. But that's not based upon the constitutional mandate to secure prisoners. I think where the sheriff says, once he loses trust in the inspector general, he has fear for the security of his facility, whether in fact that's been tested or litigated. When he says that, he's triggering his constitutional power that the board cannot challenge without a true litigated fact finding. That puts him in the realm of his independent, co-equal branches of government and his powers that are vested in him through the Constitution. So in the past, we've had, for example, the state auditor who have a right to audit sheriff funds, and they're to be given through the Attorney General unfettered, unrestricted access. That arrangement was worked out by having someone escort them. So it was unfettered, but security was maintained through a device worked out with the sheriff. I think this is one of those where access of the locked jail facilities requires cooperation of the sheriff in some form or another.
Ponder that for a moment and move on.
Okay, this just basically codifies the critical incident call-out roster that the contractor will be in there. No change there. And the last comment there is that, and this is a practice that we're just putting in there, that before anything goes out, to work with our communication and media director for at least a week to get the information out. So the next component is other provisions in the contract, and the first one is, the comment came up on September 11th, is there anything we can do about the OIG, who's the contractor, seeking elected office or not? This language we came up with, and talking with county council, that there are instances in other places that through mutual agreement, that both parties can end up agreeing, saying that I will not run, but this is something, if the board is interested, we could do some kind of language around it. And I think, Robin, you had a couple of examples on that, on generosity.
And Mr. Kennedy has a question.
Well, yeah, because this is one of my favorites. Because, I mean, this is wholly unconstitutional. This is a violation of the First Amendment. And where there are circumstances in which this has happened, I'll use one for example, Smud Board. At one time, they appointed somebody because it became vacant, so they put an interim in there. The interim said, I promise I won't run if you'll appoint me. Then the interim ran, because they have absolutely no authority to tell someone you can't run for office. And this isn't even you can't run for sheriff. This person can't even run for assessor.
Or board of supervisors.
Or I was not encouraging that.
No, that's...
So...
I think we should take that out of there.
All right, we'll take that one out.
Don, did you have anything additional?
I was just going to say it was
Okay.
ridiculous.
All
We
right.
got it. Okay.
Moving on.
The second item is, we can wordsmith this, but the intent behind that is that both of the IGs have had instances where they had sought outside employment, and we found out after the fact there could have been conflict, there could not have been conflict. We're trying to come up with a mechanism that there needs to be some communication back into the contract administrator, which happens to be the county exec, to say, hey, I'm looking at doing X, Y, Z, and there's a written authorization that goes back saying that yes or no if there's a conflict. Consultation with the sheriff, since the sheriff is one of the folks that is part of the, if you will, hiring this individual, is to make sure that sheriff also knows that this is going on. Is there any issues that that person has on it?
Okay,
So
Mr.
that's the
Kennedy?
language behind it.
Yes, and you know, these aren't at all a surprise to you, Nav. We've spoken about most of this already. And I appreciate the indulgence of my colleagues. This one also, there's a couple things that I have a problem with. First of all, we have an independent contractor who we acknowledge isn't going to be a full-time employee, but we're telling him we're going to limit his or her ability to make income. Now, I agree with when there's a conflict, and for example, in the past, there was one that we felt was kind of a conflict, and so we said, don't do it. But you know, to say, you know, in any capacity while performing duties as Inspector General, and this goes too far. And who are you going to you know, get to do this for a part-time job if they're not able to make a living doing something else? So that's part of it. The bigger problem I have with it is in consultation with the sheriff. We're allowing the sheriff to have control over how much income that the Inspector General makes, which is, I mean, the fox guarding the hen house.
Yeah, I think that's a discussion.
What if we had the person notify the county executive and the sheriff, and then, for legality's sake, notify that they're going to take this contract, and then we could decide, you could decide whether that was a problem?
Again, my problem
Same
is having the sheriff have input or control over how much income the person makes that's supposed to investigate.
But they're signing
they're
signing the contract.
I think surprised, again, the conversation with the sheriff, the point that you're bringing up is not where we were going with this. What we were trying to get
But it could be an unintended consequence.
Yeah, I fully understood. This is more that an instance comes up, there's a clear conflict, and it ends up being that for whatever reason, the contractor does it, they don't think it's a conflict, and it gets out, and then we find out that there's an issue that happened, and there's no communication. And there's been instances where that's happened that we found out after the fact, and then we had to kind of bring it back. So I think to notify, what I was interested in is...
Or discuss?
Yeah, I want to have something that if the board's comfortable to actually have a little bit of weigh in, not to diminish their earning power, but if they're going to take on a position that, I'll just use an example, if they want to be an OIG for one of our suburban cities, that's something that we got to have a discussion, and I would want to discuss that with board members before we end up agreeing to that. That's what I was after there. Because both the two contractors we've had, both have had instances that we had to reel them back from taking.
Okay, I won't wordsmith it to death here, but you hear my concerns.
I do.
Yeah.
I hear you.
Okay. Mr. Tully, do you have anything additional?
Yeah, I just wanted to offer the comment that it seemed to me that rather than have it approved in writing by the county executive in consultation with the sheriff, I think in consultation with the board chair. This is not in the sheriff's budget. The sheriff's not funding this position. This is an independent position that we fund through board action through the county executive's office. And so, if you need to check with the sheriff or the board chair, whoever that is, he needs to have that. Certainly, I respect that because there may be something of a nature that you'd want to do that. But I think you and whoever sits in your seat, and the 5 to sit in this seat, and who sits in the chair, that's where this contract is held. And, if there's any questions, we have competent counsel we can go to. And, and again, you can certainly, and so I feel strongly about that as well.
So I think I'm going to put 3 up, but before I put it up, I think with the comment that Supervisor Natoli just made is that the contract renewal is also, I think that if you all are willing, the board chair should be in there. When we were doing this, the contract renewal was more the ease of the administration, not contemplating that we'll have any controversy once we have the county exec. Our practice is that whenever we get up to renewal of a contract, before we approach the board chair, is that it is a discussion with the sheriff that we're getting ready to renew the contract to any issues. So this is just memorializing we already do, but was no slight intended not to have the board chair in there. It was more to get the administration in it. If we need to put the board chair, this is where we can say that the county exec with the board chair, with the sheriff to do it.
Okay.
All
Ms.
three?
Frost?
All 3? Is that what we're talking about?
That's what I'm offering up, all 3.
Okay, that's all right.
Okay.
Was that your only comment? Okay.
That brings me to the end. I think I got the comments. I understand the direction. I will sit down with the sheriff, go over it one more time, and get another proposal in front of you so that you have an idea what this looks like. So.
Okay. Don, did you have another comment, or did I not take
Yeah,
you
no,
off the
I
board?
one other comment, Madam Chair, before we get to public testimony. I just wanted to reiterate a thought I touched on when I made some opening comments on this. And, I know I stressed back when we had this discussion in September about what, some sense of urgency in light of where we were. But certainly as I've reflected on that, I think we are where we are today. But I'm going to offer a suggestion that, and we can certainly take this up on the 30th, I guess, as well, that we retain Rick Brazil in the OIG position for a period of time while if we choose to go forward, you're going to come back with some more information. And I think there's value with Rick Brazil as it relates to the job that he's performed for this county for the past 3 years under contract. And, irrespective of what the sheriff's views may be, and certainly we have individual board members' views and community members' views, I think that's important information, NAB. And again, certainly as one member of this board, I would suggest that spending some time with him about ideas he might have, again, certainly having been in the midst of this firestorm of activity. And I think I put the backdrop to that because this last discussion about access facilities really concerns me. And, because what I don't see here is that, and going to Supervisor Cerner's comments just a little while ago, and he said them before, is that, even with the best crafted contract, and a party that all parties agree to, in this negotiated agreement, that it certainly vests, because of constitutional authority, as I understand it, a whole lot of power with the person who occupies the sheriff's department to say, no, all bets are off. And that, again, we're not going to be able to solve that here today, but I do think that, where we are, it certainly warrants us at least having somebody in place in that position, recognizing the stalemate that we're on regarding access to facilities and lockout. But I would like to, have the value in any information that he might share with you, and inform. Obviously, if he wants to sit with you and the sheriff, if the sheriff was, would consent to that. But if not, I think certainly you could do that. And secondly, I think that whatever we settle on, we got to take a little time. And I don't know how often SoCal meets, but my understanding was they haven't met too frequently this year, and that that may not be the sheriff's call, but convening some community members, because that's what we did when we did this back in 2007, and some of these changes are some shifts in what it is, but I think the expectation by the community is that we'll be thorough and be as much to the point as we can be, recognizing kind of what brings us here today. So that's what I offer some comments.
I think as we bring this item back, I mean, the contract is expiring. I mean, we can renew it, but the contract is expiring.
Yeah.
And if it's the will of the board, and the sheriff has a say-so in this, is that we do need to get an RFP out if that's where we are. And doesn't preclude the comment you made that you want to extend him, but we need to have a permanent solution in place sooner than later. So with us coming back on the 30th with the language changes, my ask will be that if the board desires at that point is to get the green light to work with the chair and with the sheriff to get the process going, if that's what the board wants to do. Because you're right, we have a stalemate. I will sit down with the incumbent. In my conversations, I don't think it's a secret. When I did discuss this with him, when this thing started, I don't think there's a desire by the sheriff to sit down and have a conversation. I think he stated what he did. He does want to have a different OIG. And I, at one point, had thought that there was some reconciliation that could be done. I don't believe we're there, but I can solicit his input on what he sees has worked, has not worked. And when I come back, I can report that. But on the 30th, I would like to get some direction from the board, is that where's the body set on going forward with the OIG contract?
Okay, Ms. Frost.
So my understanding from county council is that the sheriff can refuse to work with this inspector general. And so if
or any other.
Or any other. And so if he's not able to access information, how can he perform the functions of his work? So they would have to reconcile in order for us to be able to extend the contract, or we're paying him to do nothing. Is that correct? I mean, he can't, I guess he does a few things. He does some functions, but he wouldn't be available for some investigations.
Absent that access, it wouldn't have a lot of utility. It wouldn't be very practical.
Any other comments before we go to speakers? Just a side note, Mr. Gill, can you estimate when you think 5 o'clock? We're going to be closer to 5 o'clock for those guests that are here waiting.
The two planning items are fairly quick.
Yeah, I have about, I don't know. I don't know if everybody's still here, but I have probably 20 speakers.
So by 5 o'clock.
Okay. All right. So I think the speaker should keep in mind this really is about us refining the words in the contract, refining the duties in the contract as opposed to keeping the current IG or something else. So just so to keep you on topic. The first speaker is Elaine Murphy Hassan. Are you still here? And thank you for sticking with us through a break.
Breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
It's been a long day, yeah. Yeah.
To correct my name, it's Allie-Ann Murphy Hassan, and I am the first VP for the Greater Sacramento NACP. Initially, our president, Betty Williams, who has shown up today, was not here this morning, so my comments are going to be modified to allow her to be a part of the presentation as we go forward here. And I just lost my portion here, but a lot of my concern has been addressed. I was glad to hear the comments made by Mr. Kennedy and Mr. Natoli in terms of the contract. I have a lot of concerns in terms of if this is the IG's, if this is the Inspector General's contract, why is the sheriff so involved in that in terms of approving and monitoring the IG's contract? It should be, as many of you pointed out, with the county and the county exec, with the board and the county exec. You use words like input. What does that mean, the sheriff's input? What does that mean? Does he have refusal Does he have a yay or nay? I mean, what does the input word mean? And I'm with you, Mr. Kennedy. It's just like having the fox guard the hen house in terms of how much you have the sheriff involved in this process of writing up the IG's contract. I think, and the recommendation from Natoli to have Brazil's input is also warranted and should be sought after. The community was very comfortable with your decision to hire Brazil because we knew his track record and that he would be a great representative for the community, for those of us who are not police officers, for those of us who are experience the harassment and that comes about when there's no oversight, there's no transparency, there's no report out to the community of what's happening. 17 months, we have not gotten a decision made on the last shooting. 17 months. Here's a man that's been shot 28 times, and they're still in the process of reviewing. Why is it taking so long? You know, we need to have some of those, I still got some time, okay. We need to have some of those questions answered. Again, as I mentioned, President Williams will be bringing forth to you our recommendations, NACP recommendations on what we feel should happen to make sure that the community stays calm. The reason why you haven't been picketed because we knew Brazil was in the building, and now you're telling me he's not. So we need to understand that the community was comfortable with your decision. You hired him because of his background, his experience with the police department. He is recognized.
Could you wind up your comments, please?
I will. I still got 58 seconds, all right?
Oh, you're over 58 seconds.
I'm over. I'm sorry.
It's red.
I wasn't watching the red. Okay. I thank you for this opportunity to bring to you our concerns.
Thank you for your patience. Elizabeth McClure, then Suzanne Adices, I'm not sure I'm on La Sierra, and Susan Saragusa. Is Elizabeth McClure here? Okay, Suzanne Adices, I think. I'm not pronouncing it correctly. Not here. Susan Saragusa. Jim Eichner. Yay. Then Alan Ash and Laura Bird. We do have a 2-minute limit.
Good afternoon, my friends. I am Jim Eichner from Carmichael, a member of St. Mark's United Methodist Church, speaking for myself. I again commend the board for establishing the IG office and Sheriff Jones for his commitment to unrestricted access. Yet the first time independent oversight began to pinch, he refused to honor his commitment. I know he's a better man than that. We waste taxpayer money by paying damages to families harmed by deputies' poor judgment. That's a small fraction of all deputies and their actions, yet it's still too many. I am stunned with Supervisor Kennedy that the proposed scope would forbid the IG from seeking any county elective office for 5 years. Is the sheriff terrified of facing a competent and well-informed opponent? That language is void under state law, as this item shows, but it colors my reading of all the other changes. Every mention of independent investigations has been removed, as has the authority to reproduce documents, as you've mentioned. We know the games people play when investigators can only examine documents, preventing careful review later. The proposed scope would not hire an inspector general, just a public relations mouthpiece for the sheriff. You would do better to be honest that you do not intend to oversee the sheriff. Don't even advertise this. An effective and independent inspector general makes Sacramento County safer and truly supports the statutory duty of the sheriff to preserve peace. County Council noted that with information from the IG, this board could publicly comment on the sheriff's performance of his duties and suggest modifications. You could participate in public conversation. That's transparency and peacemaking and wise use of public funds. So I ask again that you maintain and renew the existing IG contract and that you convince the sheriff to honor his commitments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Eichner. Alan Ash, then Laura Bird, and Janelle Snyder.
Hello, I'm Alan Ash, co-chair of the Sacramento area chapter of the ACLU. Last November, I joined a group of community activists who came to this board asking you to put police accountability on the agenda, so thanks for putting it on the agenda, at least in this limited form today. The way proposed today to achieve police accountability, however, is incredibly ineffective as revealed in yesterday's County Council analysis. There's a huge problem that cannot be fixed by just revising the contract for the OIG. The County Council's memo downplays that huge problem using the passive voice, saying of the current contract, quote, "Here a commitment to independent oversight has been made, yet permission to access facilities in order to perform those duties is threatened or denied," unquote. Well, who made that commitment? The County Council's memo tells you the current contract included, quote, "mutual promises of performance made by the board, sheriff, and the OIG." So one of the people who made the commitment to oversight and the person who then broke that promise in the last contract was the sheriff. Changing the terms of the contract does absolutely nothing to protect the people of Sacramento County from a sheriff who cannot be trusted to keep his commitments. So what does real police accountability look like? The County Council's memo makes clear the only real solution is changing the county charter to clarify who keeps the sheriff accountable. And these changes must be made. The County Council has told you the sheriff's lack of cooperation is actually defined in the current county charter as willful misconduct, but there's no remedy for that misconduct as the charter is currently written. That's why I'm imploring you today to really put police accountability on your agenda in the future in a serious way and explore both the depth of the problem and the range of solutions. Have your meeting at a time when most working people can attend. Let members of the public tell you about their frustrations getting any answers from the sheriff when deputies use force on them or their loved ones. It's not just the case of Michael McIntyre. It's Adrian Ludd, Ryan Ellis, and so many others. Do some investigation into how oversight can work. Look at how LA County and San Diego County created citizen review boards for their sheriffs. Finally, what's most important to remember is that police accountability and transparency are really about public safety. When policing takes place in the sunlight under community control, the quality of policing increases. When everyone can trust and cooperate with law enforcement, we're all safer. And that's the kind of safety that's not just for the privileged, but for every member of our community.
Thank you, Mr. Ash. Laura Bird, Janelle Snyder, Ryan McClinton. So Laura Bird is not here? Janelle Snyder? Ryan McClinton?
Thank you. It's Ryan McClinton. Appreciate the, first I'd like to give thanks to the board for lifting up the concerns that have been echoed by the community. Ryan McClinton, I'm a community organizer with Sacramento ACT, Area Congregations Together. And as many of you know, we've worked long and hard with civic leaders as well as community members to bring about police accountability and transparency. I'm here today to echo the voice of many of our faith leaders who most recently took part in a public demonstration that happened right down the street on J Street, where the sheriff directly called for a counter-protest to occur, putting hundreds of lives at risk. When we're looking at independent oversight and accountability, and specifically with the Inspector General's office, how can we have public trust when the same person that's openly putting a situation for violence to occur in our streets is also dictating how they'll be investigated? There's a serious concern and flaw within that logic with respect to the Office of the County Executive to have every single question that was thrown to him from your input this afternoon be responded to, that we have to consult with Sheriff Jones before we make modifications. That again is a deep concern. I do understand within contracts that the sheriff has a voice and some inclusion within that, but I'd strongly urge the board to consider all options of what's possible within the scope of work to really building that police accountability. It does sound like you guys are looking at that going forward. I'd ask to look at what other charters can also support your work as well. At the point of where Sheriff Jones was responded to within the investigation, to completely lock out the office, that's unacceptable. That doesn't create public trust, that doesn't create public safety. To know that our budget has been allocated to the misconduct of officers in a heavy way, that's another concern that I think, of course, the board has oversight to kind of address in a meaningful way. I strongly encourage that the recommendations that are led by the sheriff be opposed, and hopefully that there can be a community-led or community inclusion process to look at that scope of work in a more defined manner that again brings greater transparency and accountability to the offices of the Inspector General.
Thank you, Mr. McClinton.
Thank you.
Henry Orlees, and then Raymond Garcia and Allegra Taylor. Is Henry Orlees here? Raymond Garcia? Allegra Taylor? Mario Galvan? Then Andel Harrison, I'm not sure, on 35th Street. You, Mr. Galvan?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
My name is Mario Galvan, actually. I'm here on behalf of Step Up and the other members that comprise the Sacramento Immigration Coalition. It's a sad truth that today many people feel that police are above the law, or maybe a law to themselves. People often speak of a blue wall of silence that shields police misconduct, and even the laws of this state are among the strongest in the country in terms of shielding police from public scrutiny. Briefly, I'd like to just remind you of a letter that we sent to you guys.
We received it.
Yes, thank you. In which we share our concerns about the inadequacy of the Office of Inspector General, which lacks the authority and power to have a meaningful effect on police misconduct. In the contrast, in the contract you're presenting today and discussing, we see a lot of words like review, report, recommend, monitor, advise, et cetera, follow up on, et cetera. But we don't see anything about independent investigation, filing charges, or having the power to issue subpoenas to witnesses. We therefore urge the board, we urge the board to go beyond the scope of Inspector General and instead institute a civilian review board independent of the Sheriff's Office with the real power to enable, supported by the budget and other support necessary to have a real impact. It occurred to me as I was driving down today that the OIG, as defined in this contract, has less power than a referee at a sporting event. The referees know the rules, apply them equally to everyone. They can penalize, criticize, they can fine a player, or they can even kick someone out of the game. So if we really believe in justice and equality, the law needs to apply to all of us. No one, even the police, or maybe especially even the police, should have their own rules. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, Andel, and I really can't read the last name.
Ardell Harris.
Ardell, okay. You'll have to tell me what your last name is.
I do? Tell you my last name?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I can't read it.
Oh. Ardell Harrison, H-A-R-R-I-S-O-N.
Oh, great, okay, I guessed it correctly then. Thank you.
Thank you for taking out the time to speak with us. I had the opportunity, I thank Supervisor Natoli for meeting with myself and the president. My script has changed because the heavy hitter is here now, Betty, the president, and she'll pick up where we left off. You know, I was surprised that there was no check and balance system. This country is founded on checks and balances. And when I found out that the sheriff had as much power as he had to do what he did, I couldn't believe it, you know? So what I did, I just did a little bit more research and just trying to find out things. And, you know, I'm really impressed with Rick Brazil because he is not afraid of the sheriff. He came out with a report that was totally against what the sheriff was expecting to hear and to see, you know, and I'm proud of that. The other thing is that, you know, we're the NAACP, which I am part of the NAACP, I'm one of the executive members, is that we are taking more of an active role of monitoring what's going on. We got 105 years deep here, and we are watching, and we're gonna let everybody know that we are really concerned about what's going on. I've never heard of any one getting locked out of their office that was to do an investigation. So I'm not going to take up too much of your time, let the other people speak, but again, no one should have to work in a hostile environment, and I just can't see where it's effective to have a IG in an office that he can't properly do his job. It seems like it should be totally separate, another location, and to be able to have access. So again, we're the NAACP, and we're just going to keep an eye on everything.
Thank you, Mr. Harrison. Betty Williams, then Hazel Watson, maybe? On 15th Street.
Good afternoon, Chair and County Board of Supervisors. Susan and Don, we've been here before in 2007. Seemed like we were visiting the same thing when we filled the County Board of Supervisors with community members. At that time, we had a high number of individuals dying of suicide in the jail, higher than the national average. And so at that time, we asked for an IG. And some of the basic information that we were asking at that time was independency and investigation. And so I'm come here before you with recommendations of about 5, but I want to actually go 6, because the recommendations that I heard, in my humble opinion, was the most asinine recommendations I've ever heard in my life. With that being said, and I understand that you keep saying you don't want to include Rick Brazil in the piece, but that's who you're referring to. So we would like to keep the existing Inspector General. We would like you to place an office of the Inspector General inside the county office building and utilize the budgetary powers and litigation to protect the IG's access to records and information. Place the Sheriff's Outreach Community Advisory Board, the SOCAB, under review and determine why nearly every meeting had been canceled this year, except the one in November when the contract cancels. Review the existing positions of the SOCAB committee and why the meetings were canceled throughout the year, with only one meeting held on January 20th. And to this issue not being brought to the forefront. Provide funding to the issue of body-worn cameras that we brought to your attention in 2008 to all deputies, and mandate the use of those body cameras, and to work and create policies surrounding the release of the footage. At this time, I would like for you, hopefully not to vote to support this, but I also would ask the request, once you change the recommendations of or what has been provided, we would like the copy of those recommendations to review, and we would like the community to have input like it used to. And the fact that these recommendations was without the community or the existing IG, I'm disappointed that we would be at this point again 10 years later. Thank you.
Thank you. Hazel Watson and Kevin Mickelson. Kevin's my last speaker that I have a request from.
Thank you. I'm going to read this statement. It was left by Allegra Taylor, and I will not do it the justice in the way she would have delivered it, but I'm going to deliver it for her. No one elected official should have the authority to choose who will investigate him or his department. The sheriff makes it real clear that he does not want his department to be held accountable. We are depending on you to hold him accountable, unless that you feel it's okay for an elected official to have that much power. And just to add to that, my concern in listening today was that it seemed like every single step that this IG, from hiring to how this person's going to work to whether this person's going to seek outside work, is in consultation with the sheriff. And the sheriff should not have that kind of input and or control over the person who is investigating them. This sheriff got only half of the vote. He did win the election, but he does not have the community's trust, the community's support. And in speaking for those folks who did not vote for him, we need independent oversight, meaning he is not involved. The fact that he was consulted on every aspect of this document that was presented today is of deep concern. He should not have been consulted on any of it. This is what independent oversight means. Thank you.
Thanks. Kevin Mickelson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'm Kevin Mickelson. I'm president of the Sacramento County Deputy Sheriff's Association, for those in the audience who do not know who I am. I've been the president for 11 years. I was part of the initial process for having the OIG 11 years ago. So there's no ambiguity in where the DSA stands on this issue. We support having an inspector general. Let there be no doubt. While Rick Brazil was not our first pick 3 or 4 years ago, there was actually 2 candidates, and our first pick dropped out of the race and took a hefty raise where they were working in the city of Sacramento. Rick Brazil was the only person left standing, but was a close second. We supported that choice. I can probably answer a few of the questions that came up today. I'm not going to get into the weeds on the contract. I'm going to let the 5 of you and NAV and County Council work it out with the sheriff. I'm not going to get into that. I'll have a couple of suggestions on what the DSA would like to see in the new contract going forward. But for Supervisor Kennedy, while in fact there is no written document, an MOU or an LOU regarding access for the Inspector General, he has been allowed, both Lee Dean and Rick Brazil have been allowed at every officer-involved shooting site that they've attended, that they've chosen to come to. They've had access to listen to the witness statements, to hear what the officers on scene, what the witnesses had said had occurred. And they've been allowed to go through what we call a second walkthrough of the scene to listen to the homicide investigators' recount of what happened at an officer-involved shooting. So he's had access to those all along, just to make sure that's clear. Even though it's not in writing, it was occurring. For Supervisor Natoli, you brought up bringing in a use of force expert. The problem that we would have with that is in any and every instance that I can think of where a use of force expert would be employed, that issue has probably been referred to the district attorney for review, meaning that they are deciding whether or not to file charges on that officer. The reason why, and I'm in agreement, we don't like how long it takes sometimes. These members are left in limbo for a year or more on whether or not they are going to be cleared. And let's be clear, on an officer-involved shooting, that is a homicide investigation. Only the district attorney can render an opinion whether or not it was a justifiable homicide by officer. Okay, not the Inspector General. The Inspector General should not be drawing any legal conclusions on a matter that has been sent to the district attorney for review. And that's where he got himself into hot water on this last case. And that is our biggest issue with him on this last case. So on use of force experts, I think if you were to talk to the district attorney, she will tell you that she employs use of force experts when they feel they need to. And I'm relatively certain that in this last case, that's what they're waiting for, is the decision from the use of force expert. And then with regard to Supervisor Cerna, we will not, unless you guys can convince the sheriff to retain the services of Rick Brazil, we are going to support his decision to not use him. He came to a legal conclusion which we feel he was in error of, and he was not drawing from the current Supreme Court decisions, nor was he drawing from the current state law. He was not. He made mention in his report of Assembly Bill 931 of what the assembly members in the state capitol want to change the standard to, not what it is. And that is very, very problematic for us. So until the law is changed, the Inspector General should not be making any reference to a current proposal to change law. So 2 things that we would like to see in the contract for NAV is, we want to enforce and really state that this is an independent office. You guys are slinging a lot of mud at the sheriff, but in my conversation with Rick Brazil the Thursday before this report was released, He told me that one of the 5 Board of Supervisors was badgering him to release this report. They were calling him after hours and on the weekends. That should not be occurring. Okay, if it's independent, it's got to be independent both ways, right? Secondly, the Office of Inspector General should not be rendering a legal opinion in any matter that's been sent to the district attorney to review. Only the district attorney can do that. And that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, go back to the letter here. We've heard all the comments on the scope of services. You've heard our comments, Mr. Gill. Does it make sense to, do we need to repeat any of them?
Nope.
Okay. You don't want to hear them again? One was enough?
One's enough.
Okay.
I got the
All right.
message.
Okay.
I can go again if you like.
Yeah. Just light a match over here.
No, we have them. I just need, I would like to come back on the 30th, but given some of the comments, I would like to have a little bit of flexibility if I slip a couple of weeks, but I'll let the board and everybody else know on that. But tentatively, with
Okay.
the comments, I need to meet with the sheriff and work these issues, come back on the 30th.
So you're coming back on October 30th. The recommended action is to approve changes to the scope, but that doesn't require a vote. You've got
No,
all the
it
head
does not.
nods you needed. Okay. Any other comments on this issue before we go on? Mr. Natoli?
Yeah, just very quickly. So if you don't get back to us on the 30th, again, recognizing that maybe a very limited scope under the current set of circumstances, but do you have the contractual ability to continue to have Rick Brazil remain as OIG?
No.
So you'll need to seek that authority
I
for
will.
for an intervening period of time from us on the 30th, irrespective if you're ready to come back with this.
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to be clear on that. So one other thing, if I could ask, it was raised in the letter, and not to divert attention, but as it relates to citizen review panels in LA, San Diego, and I think in Orange County, could you give us some information on that without, I don't know, there needs to be a lot of independent research, but you know, what the construct is for those, because the issue's been raised by a number of community organizations, and I think it would be wise to at least have that information. Okay,
We will send that out to you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Kennedy?
Yeah, just briefly, I would like to see, whenever you come back with what you're coming back with, also a copy of the RFP, because there's other things in there beyond the scope.
Oh, you mean, okay, got it.
Okay. Then we'll move on to our next item. Thank you all for coming today.
Item 65 is the Metro Air Park Special Planning Area Amendment Phase 1, an ordinance amending the Sacramento County Zoning Code, Metro Air Park Special Planning Area and Metro Air Park Landscape and Design Guidelines and Master Sign Program for properties located within the Metro Air Park area in the Natomas community. The environmental determination is an addendum to prior negative declaration.
Good afternoon, Chair Peters, members of the board, Chris Pahuli with your Office of Planning and Environmental Review. I am prepared to give a full PowerPoint presentation. Alternatively,
Can we vote on that before you start that?
now, alternatively, should the board desire, the item is
PowerPoint
before you, the ordinance which would amend both the Sacramento County Zoning Code as well as the Metro Air Park Special Planning Area is available to you to move forward. Both myself and the applicant are here and can answer questions if you so desire.
Does anyone wish to hear the full PowerPoint or make a motion?
I'd like to make a motion.
Okay.
Having certainly read the staff report and the associated materials and certainly been very close to this action we're about to take leading up today and working with staff on this and the applicants, it's my pleasure to make the motion to accept staff's recommendation.
Motion and a second, please vote.
Unanimous vote.
That long wait paid off.
We just broke a record, I think.
They had to suffer a little bit for it.
Item 66 is the Spangler-Williamson Act contract rescission and new contract and open space easement execution. Request to rescind an existing Williamson Act contract and simultaneously adopt a resolution and enter into a new Williamson Act contract and open space easement agreement to accommodate the conversion from rice production to managed marsh at Zero Power Inn Road in the Natomas community. The environmental determination is exempt.
Does anyone wish to hear a presentation? Have any questions?
Just one question.
Mr. Cerna?
I think Mr. Antoli has a question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry.
Just
Didn't wait on time.
Just question as it relates to the construct we're using here, and I know it was covered in the briefing, but I think it's important for the record because it's pointed out in the staff report, and that is on whether or not this is precedent setting, or if we were to have another circumstance in the future, we would take them on a case-by-case basis, because this is a first, as I understand it, at least from some respects. Is that correct, Leanne?
This approach, we do have a couple of examples in land in Natomas by the Natomas Basin Conservancy where open space is a compatible use inside of the Williamson Act contract. In this case, when we reviewed it and looked at this one this time, we thought it was more transparent to still use the Williamson Act, but do it as an open space easement type instrument. And we do think that we should be looking at these on a case-by-case basis. In this case, this one is already under Williamson Act. So yes.
Okay, thanks. That's all I had.
Okay, now Mr. Cerner?
Yeah, if there's nothing further, I'd like to move the staff recommendation.
Second.
Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Okay.
Item 67, appointments from your own ranks to the California State Association of Counties Board of Directors and Urban Caucus.
Okay, currently I'm the member, Mr. Cerna is the alternate.
So moved.
Second. Please vote.
Unanimous vote. And item 68, the declaration of a vacant seat for the Sacramento County Mental Health Board.
So we just need a motion and a...
So move.
Second, please vote. Oh.
Unanimous vote. And then we have our nominations. You are continuing to November 6th, the Developmental Disabilities Planning and Advisory Council and the Sacramento County Mental Health Board, and for your matters today, Adult and Aging Commission.
I'd like to nominate the Mayu Carlson and continue the remainder to December 4.
Antelope Community Planning Advisory Council.
I'd like to nominate Matthew Kearney.
Disability Advisory Commission.
Continue to November 6th.
Full Employment Opportunity Advisory Committee.
November 6th.
Equal Employment Opportunity. Oh, you already answered. You were ahead of me.
Yes,
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
In-Home Supportive Services Advisory Committee.
Please nominate Russell Rawlings to replace S. Palmack Wizalord.
Okay.
And continue the remainder to December 4th. I hope I got that close to.
You're close.
Right.
North Highlands Foothill Farms Community Planning Advisory
Continue
Council.
to November 6th.
Continue to November 6th.
The Public Health Advisory Board.
Nominate Jennifer Anderson to the Public Health Professional seat.
Sacramento County Alcohol and Drug Advisory.
Please continue to November 6th.
Sacramento County Bicycle Advisory.
Please continue October 30th and make sure the filing is closed.
Okay. And the Veterans Advisory Commission.
Continue
Mr. Antoli.
2 more weeks, October 30th, and make sure it's closed. We'll have our nomination for you.
Okay. That concludes your nominations.
Okay, I have 2 off-agenda speakers. Ryan McClinton. Here's to the left. Mahmoud Zaria. Are you still here?
Thank you for allowing me to speak. I just wanted to mention...
We do have a 2-minute limit, so just so you know.
I only need 30 seconds. I just want to mention the Truth and Values Act. Many counties in California have already had an annual forum with their local sheriff or local law enforcement regarding their interactions with ICE. The sheriff has not done that yet. So I wanted to just put that for thought. We need one at least before January, or else they're not following the law. So there needs to be an annual forum. So it's called the Truth Act and Values Act.
Well, the sheriff no longer has interaction with ICE, so I'm not.
Yeah, so, sorry, after SB 54, they're not allowed to have any interaction. So with the Truth Act and Values Act, there needs to be an annual forum with local law enforcement to discuss any altercations they've had with ICE or detainees.
You understand we no longer have a contract though with them, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, well, maybe we can ask the county executive to look into that and let the sheriff know.
Yeah, they're still required to have an annual forum.
Okay.
That was after SB 54.
All right.
To suppress that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
County executive comments?
No comments.
Okay. Members of the board?
Quick one.
Mr. Antoli?
Yeah, just on an item that's on our information agenda, item 85. I commented on this. It was communication to be read regarding the Inmate Welfare Fund annual report. And the reason I wanted to call attention to it is that in light of some other developments that relate to in custody, welfare and so forth, I think that, in the future budget preparation, certainly I don't know that you need direction, but we need to take a look at this source, particularly I think in light of some of the other pressures that come to bear to the county on this. And so it has a pretty healthy year-end balance. I see it's going to be spent down to some degree, but it seems to me this may be at least a source of funding, and I don't know what sort of cooperation requires on the party, but nonetheless, there's budgetary control, as I understand, so we need to take a look at this. So.
We will.
Okay, thanks.
And we did, so.
Okay.
Okay. And anyone over here? No. I have a short comment request. I just want to say, in the tumultuous times we live in, I think it's more important than ever to respect each other personally and professionally. And on the professional side, getting it wrong creates issues for employers. In our case, Sacramento County. Many, if not most, California jurisdictions have a code of conduct, and I think Sacramento County should too. I'm asking that our CEO work with personnel towards that goal and bring it back to us by the end of the year, if possible. I know we're running late.
Good idea.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Madam Chair, if that's all, I do have an adjournment.
Okay.
And I suspect others may want to chime in on this one.
Mm-hmm.
And this has been very recent. Sunday night, probably read in the Sacramento Bee that Burnett Miller, former mayor of the city of Sacramento, and someone that's very well known in many circles in our community, especially as it relates to the arts and philanthropy, and certainly with regards to his family business that has been in Sacramento operating for well over a century. Passed away, I believe, at the age of 95.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And as someone who grew up with a father who served at City Hall during the early 80s, in fact, I believe my father was seated after a special election in 82, and Burnett had just been appointed mayor. At that point, I just wanted to not wait until the next meeting to make mention of the passing of someone that's had a tremendous influence on not just the city of Sacramento, but certainly our entire region. I know he's going to be sorely missed by all of us, and I would certainly invite others on this board that I know had relationships and histories with Burnett to maybe say a few words.
Okay, thank you. I know I knew him relatively well from being in the construction industry, but also he was on the Stanford Mansion board with me. And when we were renovating the Stanford Mansion, his company actually did some work on it, and he always regaled the board meetings with his latest exploits. I remember the first time I met him was somewhere, and he was just getting over malaria from a trip through Zanzibar. I mean, that's a guy you go, I want to pay attention to this man. And of course, I remember his times as mayor, and he will be missed. He lived a wonderful life.
Well, I probably didn't know him as well as Supervisor Peters or maybe Supervisor Cerna, but over the years, certainly here with the county and out in public, would you have a chance to talk with him? He had that kind of effervescence about him that, he was full of ideas and wanted to share not only, maybe his most recent expeditions, but certainly ideas about how to improve the city, and I think it carried forward. I know that, some of the folks that are here for our next piece of this afternoon's ceremonies. I know Sandy Smoley and others worked, closely with Burnett on a whole lot of activities, but just a real gentleman. Certainly his heart was here in Sacramento, and we mourn his loss, but appreciate his long tenure of service in this community.
Patrick?
Yeah, to me, I'll miss his sense of style as much as anything.
Yes.
And somewhere up there he's playing tennis, I'm sure, right now. So.
Yeah. Well, thank you. And just, I also have an adjournment, and it's been over a month, and I just haven't been able to get it here. And that's last month we lost a civic leader, author, businessman, California historian, and a noted photographer with the passing of Meade Kibbe. He was devoted to our area and served on the board of the California State Library Foundation, the Sacramento Pioneer Association, KVIE, Crocker Museum, Sacramento Historical Society, and many more. He had the distinction of being the longest standing member of his Rotary Club and a lifetime member of the Sutter Club, plus holding one of the oldest active professional engineering license in California, number 212, which Jimmy Yee would really appreciate that. Yeah, probably. He attended Berkeley and served in the Navy in the Second World War. His ship swept the English Channel in preparation for the D-Day invasion and snagged a German mine, and he sunk off Cherbourg, France. He rescued 2 injured crewmen despite suffering a broken and dislocated shoulder, earning the prestigious Navy and Marine Corps Medal and the French Legion of Honor Medal. He then went into the lumber business. He was there for 40 years, and during his lifetime, he demonstrated a passion for photography, ancient Egypt, antiquarian books, railroads, and California gold rush history. He taught himself hieroglyphics and carved enormous granite statues with hand tools similar to the Egyptians. He grew up on a sheep ranch on a bluff in Carmichael and was there to see what it became today. So he really did contribute to our area's success and will be missed by his family, wife of 68 years, Nancy, and he had an amazing story. And I thought we should also adjourn in memory of Meade Kibbe and Burnett Miller. So with that, we are adjourned. And we'll step outside for a few moments here.